Chapter 686. Chingchumo's voice was heard. The people who had just gone up the mountain followed Chingchumo's gaze and looked at the person on the sentry post. Although it was dark and only a little bit of torchlight swayed in the wind, the people could still vaguely see a young man in cyan leaning on the railing and looking down foolishly. That person, if not Zhang Feng, who was he? Feng Zi. Zhang Feng. Prince Zhang. Immediately, the people exclaimed. Zhang Feng slapped his face. Before he could express his feelings, Wei Shuyu kicked him on the butt and kicked him down the sentry post. Fortunately, Chingchumo was below. Even if he was a jerk, he reached out a hand and firmly caught Zhang Feng, so that he would not make a fool of himself in public. At this moment, Li Yuan and Sun Simiao, who were in the room, were accompanied by Old Gao and Old Village Chief. They stood on the doorstep and watched for a while with smiles on their faces. Li Yuan rubbed his belly and said, "Old Village Chief, go prepare a table of the dishes that Feng Zi taught you." How could the village chief not know the seriousness of the matter? Not to mention anything else, this Sun Simiao did not dare to be negligent. Moreover, who was the old man in white following the old elementary scholar? Although the old village head did not know, but he could imagine that the old man from Chang'an University, other than the old elementary scholar, could only be the Crown Prince's junior master, Li Gang. At that time, this matter caused an earthquake in Chang'an City. The news that the young master of the Crown Prince resigned and went to teach at Chang'an University also made the people in Tongweifang straighten their backs. At this time, Zhang Feng's 2 wives and father-in-law came. No matter what, this was also Zhang Feng's home. How could there be no wine in this house? Zhengwazi, what are you waiting for? Go and slaughter the sheep and the chickens. Old He, don't just stand there. Go and slaughter some pigs with Zhengwazi. Remember, it's mainly their hind legs and tails. Guzi, Zhuzi, you 2 brats, go and get the beggar's chicken. Steamed bun, follow your mother to the wine cellar to move the wine. The old village chief waved his walking stick and shouted as he walked. Although it was the middle of the night and most of the people were gathered at the mountain gate to watch the show, once the old village chief shouted, everyone dispersed. As for Xiao Xiao, who was following Jingshu, the moment she saw steamed bun, she bared her teeth and hugged steamed bun in her arms, refusing to let him go anywhere. The 2 girls hadn't seen each other for a long time. At this time, Xiao Xiao took out a bag of snacks from her small pocket. The 2 girls looked at Zhang Feng, Jingshu, Zhang Yuyao, and Han Xian. They ate while giggling non-stop. Embarrassed, Zhang Feng glared at the 2 little girls, which instantly made Jingshu furious. She hugged Xiao Xiao and held steamed bun in her hand. She didn't even look at Zhang Feng and entered the house. There was no choice. There were too many people here, and the only habitable house was Zhang Feng's. She hurriedly entered the house and heaved a deep sigh of relief. Zhang Yuyao's cheeks were also burning. She wanted to say something to Zhang Feng. However, seeing that there were people all around, she could only stomp her feet in anger and follow Jingshu into the house. This time, they couldn't enter the house. Everyone could only light a bonfire on the flat ground at the mountain gate. Everyone sat cross-legged around the bonfire and asked Zhang Feng what he was doing. Zhang Feng was speechless. Shrugging his shoulders, he looked at the crowd and said, "As you can see, I'm still alive and kicking. And I fell from such a high place and nothing happened. No, we're asking, what the hell are you doing today? Do you know that old He and the others spread the news of you to the foot of the mountain? Do you know that Chang'an City was almost turned upside down?" First, Jingshu rushed to Shao Mountain with a pair of scissors, and then the Zhang mansion rushed to the city gate with a stick. Do you think you haven't made enough trouble? The old Xiuzai was so angry that his beard was trembling. Is this Prince Zhang Feng? At this time, an old man in white clothes and white beard, who was sitting between Li Yuan and the old Xiuzai, glanced at Zhang Feng and asked. Zhang Feng was shocked. He looked at the old man's clothes and hurriedly stood up. Are you the Crown Prince's master, Mr. Wenji? I, Zhang Feng, am here to pay my respects to Mr. Wenji. Zhang Feng saw that Li Gang didn't say anything and just looked at him indifferently, as if he wanted him to give an explanation. Zhang Feng said helplessly, in fact, this is a misunderstanding. I've thought many times about what kind of situation I would meet Mr. Wenji, but today. I hope Mr. Wenji won't take offense. What happened today wasn't my intention. My intention was. Zhang Feng could only recount the whole thing that he explained to Li Yuan and the others once more. Li Gang frowned and ignored Zhang Feng. Instead, he looked at the old Xiaocai and asked, Brother Zihuai, was the magical wine you gave me before made by Zhang Feng? The old Xiaocai nodded. After thinking about the ins and outs of the matter, he sighed and said, Fengzi, you also know that old he and the others are dull people. In the future, although they can be smooth and sly, it depends on the person. Look at how you scared old he and the others. Look at us old bones. If old man's guess is right, the mountain is not peaceful today, is it? Chapter 687. As the old scholar spoke, he glanced at Li Yuan. He knew Li Yuan, and Li Yuan naturally also knew the old scholar. However, at this moment, the two of them only cupped their fists. I didn't expect Brother Li to also come. The old elementary scholar sighed. Li Yuan smiled and said, since I parted with Brother Zihuai, it's been almost 10 years. Brother Zihuai is just like before. After the two of them simply greeted each other, it could be considered that the previous contradiction was resolved. And the old scholar also finally understood the meaning of the Li royal family from Li Yuan's words. That meaning was self-evident, they had no intention of finding trouble with him at all. If they did, how could he live comfortably in Chang'an city until now? Perhaps they already knew about him, but he himself was still brooding over the matter of the Sui dynasty. The old scholar shook his head and no longer said anything. He changed the topic and said, this kid's nature isn't bad. This time, as you can see, it's a misunderstanding. I hope Brother Li can be more forgiving. Ha ha ha, Brother Zihuai, you still don't know? In this Chang'an University, you're the chancellor and also the dean. But in this White Deer College, old man is already the honorary vice dean. If he didn't know this kid's temperament, do you think old man would come to this place? The two of them looked at each other, and Zhang Feng's head was about to explode. Won't come here? That's good. Go down the mountain right now. I guarantee that gongs and drums will fill the sky, and firecrackers will sound all the way to send you off. Zhang Feng couldn't wait for the old man to go down the mountain right now. This old guy seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. His myriad of tricks couldn't escape old man Li's eyes. This feeling was very unpleasant. But the old man didn't go down the mountain, and had plans to stay here permanently. This made Zhang Feng somewhat embarrassed, but he couldn't do anything about Li Yuan. At this moment, listening to Li Yuan's words, Zhang Feng could only roll his eyes. And in his heart, he was also silently guessing the old scholar's identity. Brother Zihuai? Time separated? This old elementary scholar was something. The mysterious Confucian scholar was also acquainted with the Crown Prince's junior tutor, Li Gang. It seemed that the two of them had a close relationship. Furthermore, he seemed to be an old acquaintance of the old Master Li, who was a merchant. This made Zhang Feng even more curious. However, the two of them only spoke simple words that Zhang Feng couldn't understand at all. Then, the two of them went from ignoring each other to putting their arms around each other's shoulders. This was what shocked Zhang Feng the most. This was awesome. This was truly awesome. Li Gan, is this how the old man makes friends? Zhang Feng kicked Li Qingxian, who was sitting next to him, and asked. Li Qingxian glanced at the old scholar and randomly made up a reason. 10 years ago, my old man met the old scholar on the business road. But later, he encountered the Sui dynasty incident. This parting was as long as 10 years. Previously, he saw that the old scholar looked familiar, but he didn't confirm it. Finally, when Chang'an University opened, he suddenly remembered. But he didn't know what the two old men were playing at. If you want to know, go ask the two old men. Li Qingxian didn't lower his voice. On the contrary, he basically gave everyone an explanation. Naturally, Li Yuan and the old scholar could also hear it. But Li Gang just remained silent. He looked at Zhang Feng with a smile and said, "Kid, to be able to gain Brother Zihuai's favor, your future is limitless. But by all means, don't go astray. Don't let Brother Zihuai be bitterly disappointed." Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. But he still got up and respectfully saluted. "I'll remember it. I say, Brother Wenji, don't scare him. This kid has always been timid. Today's matter, you all understand now. It's all a misunderstanding. I hope you can give me some face, Brother Zihuai, you worry too much. If it weren't for this kid's character, courage, and insight, as well as this so-called innovation and popularizing the common people, do you think Old Man and the others are idle?" "Old Man," Brother Li said that in a few days, Brother Bashi will also come up the mountain to teach. At that time, us old men will also have a good time on this mountain. Sun Simiao stroked his beard and laughed. Hearing this, the old scholar was shocked and hurriedly asked, "Brother Li, is Brother Bashi really coming up the mountain?" Li Yuan laughed loudly. Looking at Zhang Feng, who didn't know whether to stand or sit, he said, "It's all because of this kid's trick that Brother Bashi was fascinated. Otherwise, do you think Brother Bashi would suddenly stop writing and then announce that he would come up the mountain in a high-profile manner? It's all because of this kid's trick." Hearing this, everyone looked at Zhang Feng in great shock. Zhang Feng laughed awkwardly and said, "Don't listen to the old man's nonsense. This kid can invite Mr. Bashi, that's also based on my ability. Moreover, Mr. Bashi has a discerning eye, that's why he came up the mountain. It's not some kid's trick. If this spreads out, this kid won't have any face." Ha ha ha, everyone burst into laughter. Although everyone more or less knew a little, but at this time, hearing Zhang Feng say this, everyone was really stunned. Who was Bashi? Yu Shinan was one of the 4 great Confucian scholars of the present age. He was also the emperor's favorite person. Since this kid was able to poach him, he must be really talented. Moreover, this matter happened in a small tavern, so people only knew a few words about it. At this time, Li Yuan let out another big news: "You still don't know, this kid's ulterior motive is not in the wine. He wants to dig the 4 great scholars up the mountain so that he can be a hands-off shopkeeper." Chapter 688. Conversations with Scholars. Especially with these great scholars, especially with his elders, it was a very troublesome thing. When he thought of his previous life, when he followed his elders out, Zhang Feng suddenly felt that it was nothing. Even if his face was pinched and his head was pulled out, at least he could understand what they were saying. But now? This was a kind of **king torture. This was simply not a place for people to stay. Chang'an and the others had already run away, along with the several big black men behind Li Gang, as well as the stubborn Chang and university students. Zhang Feng was so angry that his teeth itched. That direction was clearly the place where he hid his wine. When he saw the chicken and duck in Zhang Xuan's hands, Zhang Feng's head was dizzy. These bastards ate Lao Tzu's food, drink Lao Tzu's food, and now they **king treat Lao Tzu as heir in front of him? Moreover, he couldn't run away even if he wanted to now. He could only look at the fire with his head down and use the fire stick to poke at the blazing flames on the bonfire. Then, under Zhang Feng's aghast gaze, Jing Shu, holding the zither, and Zhang Yuyao leisurely passed by him without even looking at him. In this way, they joined Xing Chimo and the others' bonfire party, causing waves of wolf howls. Zhang Feng was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, when Jingshu's zither sounded, Li Yuan and the others also stopped talking, pointed at Zhang Feng, and then suddenly burst into a burst of loud laughter. Forget it, forget it. Let's not leave this kid here. This kid is probably going crazy now. The old elementary scholar had been observing Zhang Feng the entire time. He had known that this kid would not be able to sit still. However, he knew all of these people, and had a good relationship with them, so he hadn't had the time. Now that he heard the sound of the zither, he dismissed Zhang Feng. Seeing Zhang Feng withdraw, Li Yuan looked meaningfully at the old Xiaocai and said, Brother Zihuai, for so many years, the few of us outside have always been worried about you. I didn't expect that you would find such a good seedling when you arrived. Not bad, not bad. We are really envious. Hearing this, the old scholar sighed and said, Brother Li, what are you saying? This kid Zhang Feng is very talented. This old man is old, I can only help him a little when I can still move. To be honest, at the beginning, I really wanted to accept him as my disciple, but you all know what happened to him later, especially Brother Li. This kid is not a fish in a pond. But fortunately, to be able to witness him slowly grow up from decadence, this old man's life is not in vain. Li Gang sighed and said, Brother Zihuai, I think you are treating this kid as your own child. Hearing this, the old scholar was silent. After a moment, he shook his head and sighed. Smelling the meat fragrance coming from the kitchen not far away, he said, Is this something Feng Zi spread? Seeing that the old scholar didn't want to say more about this matter, Li Yuan patted him on the shoulder and said, It seems that this is the first time old man tasted Feng Zi's cooking before Brother Zihuai. This is braised pig trotters. It was originally a stinky dish, but after being cooked by Feng Zi, it became irresistible. If you like it, I can send a few chefs to your academy. Or do you want to go up the mountain too? The old scholar sighed and shook his head. Since I promised Feng Zi this academy, old man still has to help him look after it. Don't you guys go up the mountain? Li Yuan was silent. At this moment, the scenes of his youth, and when he was an official in the Sui dynasty were like reflections, flowing in his mind. At that time, which one of the guys here wasn't in high spirits? But now? Since you have decided, I can't say much. If you need anything, just tell those bastards in the academy, and they will pass it to me or my son. Come, let's go into the house. Tonight, we won't go back until we are drunk. 10 years, we haven't gathered like this for 10 years. While speaking, Li Yuan stood up with the help of the old eunuch, pointed to the house and said. Only then did they take a look at the noisy figures of Zhang Feng and others, sighed and entered the house. It was as if the noise of Zhang Feng and others now was the reflection of their past. It was so sad, so enviable. Seeing that the old guys had entered the house, Chingchimo and others finally broke out of their nature and howled. Following the sound of Jingshu's zither, they kept making comical movements. In the bonfire, they raised wine jars high and drank to their heart's content. After 3 rounds of drinking, finally, roasted whole lambs and beggars' chickens were placed around the bonfire, forming a circle. Li Qingxian shouted, Everyone, stop. After shouting it a few times, everyone finally stopped clamoring. Li Qingxian pointed at the fragrant braised pig trotters and pig tails that old he brought over and said, You Baolin, you Baoqi, Fang Yi, and all of you little brats. If all of you want to enter White Deer Academy, then what are all of you waiting for? Why don't you come and greet your teacher now? Students Yu Baolin, Yu Baoqi, and Fang Yi greet teacher. Chapter 689. They had wanted to come to this academy for a long time. Every time they saw these people showing off when they went back, they felt like a cat was scratching their hearts. At this time, whether the crown prince said anything or not, they would think of a way to settle this matter. That was, they would not leave. Especially the Yuqi brothers. These two had heard from their father at home about Zhang Feng's various abilities. They had also heard about the things that happened a few days ago. However, because they were at Chang'an University, they did not have time to go up the mountain. But when they went up the mountain tonight, good lord, this mountain was called envious. After seeing that Zhang Feng was fine, they were also tempted. After seeing these 3 talking, those stubborn children also bowed to Zhang Feng in 2s and 3s. When Zhang Feng saw this, he could not help but feel embarrassed. It was not that he did not know about these people's matters. They were all a bunch of stubborn people. If they went up the mountain, how could it be? However, before he could say anything, Chingchimo hooked his arm around Zhang Feng's neck and pointed to the 2 men who were like iron towers. He said, Let me introduce you. This is old Feng's child. He has been at Chang'an University. Since you came up the mountain today, then stay. When Zhang Feng heard this, he clasped his hands and said, "It's an honor to meet you." When Feng Yai heard this, he hurriedly bowed back and said, "I have heard of Brother Zhang's talent. Seeing it today, it is indeed extraordinary." Chang'an pointed at the two Yuchi brothers and said, "These two men are the two sons of Yu Baolin and Yu Baoqi, who were tricked by you a few days ago and vomited blood. What do you think? Are they the same as old Yu? He's a natural-born general." When Zhang Feng heard this, he clicked his tongue in wonder. Gao Can, who had just rushed back from the foot of the mountain with the crowd, snorted coldly. He seemed to be very unhappy. It couldn't be anything other than his displeasure. A few days ago, Zhang Feng sent him down the mountain to tinker with some things at the foot of the mountain. When the people at the foot of the mountain went up the mountain, he knew that Zhang Feng had an accident. That was why he went up the mountain with a murderous look. After asking Ma Zhou, he knew the reason. Now, no matter who asked him to go down the mountain, he would not do it. He just stood behind Zhang Feng like this. Even if Zhang Feng went to the toilet, he would follow him. Now that he saw two men who were as muscular as him, he was naturally displeased. And this cold snort instantly infuriated the Yuchi brothers. The three of them glared at each other. The corner of Zhang Feng's mouth twitched. Is this old Yu's child? Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. When he asked about Chang'an, Yuchi Baolin was the first to protest. He clenched his fists and pouted. The three of them disappeared into the darkness. This made Zhang Feng sigh with emotion. What kind of F***king logic was this? But at this time, he couldn't care so much. He only shouted at the three of them, "Go easy on them. We're all brothers. Don't play dirty. Hee, don't worry. This is the way these two idiots work. They can't bear to see others stronger than them. If they don't fight, they won't be able to live peacefully on the mountain in the future." Zhang Feng couldn't help but have a headache. He glared at Li Qingxian and said, "What kind of playthings did you find for me?" Li Qingxian spread out his hands. "These are all talents. Although you saw their stubborn side, you didn't see their stubborn side." So, in the future, Zhang Feng was speechless. He glared at Li Qingxian and said, "Lao Tzu doesn't care about these things. Let me give you a word of advice. Be careful not to bite off more than you can chew. In the future, I'll leave their harmony to you. If anyone dares to cause trouble on the mountain, get lost. This will be included in the school rules. If anyone dares to cause trouble or fight, there's no need for a reason. Those who beat others, beat them to death and throw them down the mountain. Those who were beaten, get lost from Lao Tzu." Li Qingxian was stunned. Why should those who were beaten get lost? Aren't the victims wronged? Zhang Feng spread his hands. "If you can't beat them, it's because of personal reasons. Cowards. Our White Deer College doesn't accept cowards." What kind of logic was this? Li Qingxian was speechless. In the end, he shook his head and pointed at the remaining stubborn people. "What about them? No, get lost. If anyone can get into the top 3 of Chang'an University this season, come. If you can't even get into the top 3, how can you have the face to come to White Deer College?" In an instant, those people were pissed off, but there was nothing they could do. When they came in, they were forced to come in. Now that they saw how good the mountain was, who wouldn't be envious? There was no other way. Everyone could only hang their heads. Under Li Qingxian's signal, they went down the mountain dejectedly. However, the anger in many people's eyes was filled with a sense of unwillingness to admit defeat. Li Qingxian didn't notice this. However, Zhang Feng didn't care. Because if they were too stubborn, the atmosphere on the mountain would be foul. If they didn't get rid of their ruffians, they would get lost sooner or later. Why not give them a chance? Whether or not they could go up the mountain would depend on their luck. This matter was settled. Zhang Feng rubbed his belly and said, let's eat, let's eat. Lao Tzu hasn't touched a drop of water since this afternoon. However, when Zhang Feng was about to grab the lamb leg, Li Qingxian stopped him with a smile. It's rare for so many important people to be here today. Kid, you made such a fuss. Shouldn't you do something? Chapter 690. Fengzi, what you did today was not right. What do you think will happen if you don't do something about it? Dugo was still twisting his neck and swinging his arms as he spoke. He looked like he wanted to challenge Zhang Feng again. Zhang Sun then leaned in front of Zhang Feng's ear and fanned the flames. Actually, it's nothing. I just don't want you to be a bachelor. Now that your father-in-law is sitting there, and Li Gang is also here, do you want to rely on your two mouths to keep them here? Why don't you think about why they're willing to stay here? Now that you've done this and they know about it, it means that Chang'an city is in chaos. Do you still want Chang'an to go up the mountain? Zhang Feng glanced at Jing Shu, who was playing the zither, and then looked at Zhang Yuyao, who was whispering to him while hugging a steamed bun. He could not help but feel a little awkward. Li Qingxian saw that Zhang Feng was still playing dumb. He could not help but look up and say, the wind is blowing, the moon is like a hook, the lonely shadow on the cold river provokes the cold clothes. When Dugo heard that, he also stood up and drank a mouthful of wine. If it were not for the bruises on his face, his current appearance would have attracted the hearts of young girls. But now, it was already good enough that he could not hold back his laughter. However, he also recited, it rained night after night in the small tower, the bell in the corner tower rang with laughter, like a flourishing brocade, not like the flames of war in the human world. Good. Good poem. Young Master Du is really a role model for us. Young Master Li is not bad either. This poem has a deep meaning. Both of you are students of teachers. Both of you are so talented, then our teachers, aren't they? The recitation of the two naturally attracted the students who had been hiding in the dark. Even Hao Chu-jun, Ma Zhou, and the others looked at the people sitting in the bonfire with flickering eyes. However, they also knew their identities and did not go forward. But after the two poems, these people could not sit still. They all went forward. And Li Qingxian and the others could not sit still either. You sang one song, I sang another, causing waves of exclamations. In the end, Chingchimo and the others also went up to recite poems. However, in the end, they only caused waves of laughter. Amidst the crowd's uproar, Jing Shu was also pulled up and sang a poem, causing Li Yuan and the others to involuntarily join in the enjoyment by the bonfire. Even Zhang Yuyao, who had always been shy, walked out under the pull of Xiao Xiao and steamed bun. She recited a poem, and then hurriedly hid in Jing Shu's embrace with a red face. In the end, Li Gang looked at Zhang Feng and smiled. I've always heard that Zhang Feng is a master of both poetry and poetry. Why are you so quiet tonight? Why don't you sing a song to liven things up? Ha ha ha, Brother Wenji, look at your appearance now. You clearly despise these brats' poems for being too lousy. Everyone, if you have any good poems, feel free to say them. As the honorary vice dean of White Deer College, the old man will take out 100 taels of gold as the prize tonight. If anyone's poem is good, not only will you get the 100 taels of gold, the old man will also guarantee that when the time comes for the official opening of the college, you will have the opportunity to directly enter the Great Confucian School. What do you think? Li Yuan could not help but use this sentence to fan the flames. Everyone could not help but be stunned. They looked at Li Yuan for a long time before coming back to their senses. Then, someone asked excitedly, Old sir, what you said, does it count? Old man Li Gang, I'm sure everyone has heard of him. Moreover, even if you don't know the name of the old man, you will still remember the name of the godly doctor. Tonight, the old man and steamed bun will be the guarantor. What do you think? In an instant, everyone burst into an uproar. Crown Prince's junior tutor Li Gang. Teacher Wenji. To be able to be the Crown Prince's teacher, how could he be bad? Although he had retired, the title of Great Confucian was still shining, not to mention the godly Dr. Sun Simiao. Hearing this, Sun Simiao smiled faintly. Since Brother Li wants to play, then let's play to our heart's content tonight. The old man Yi is willing to take out 100 taels of gold as the bet. This time, everyone could not sit still. In that case, I'll go first. Snow in front of the hall, howling in the wind, skinny horses running in the wind, water in the snow in the water, like snow. Candlelight shadow, the moon is slightly curved, the night is slightly cold, the stars are dim and yellow. Yesterday, candlelight shadow, many voices reciting poems sounded from around the bonfire. As more and more poems sounded, more and more people gathered around. Even those who had already fallen asleep could not help but stretch their heads out and listen to the clamor on the mountain. Their eyes revealed a tinge of envy. 4 hours later, after the wine and meat had dispersed, Hao Chujun came to the rescue. Guozhengyi, Ma Zhou, and the others did not disappoint and fought hard. However, they could not compete for first place. In the end, as the dean, Zhang Feng, was pushed up by the crowd. Everyone looked at Zhang Feng expectantly, waiting for him to compose a poem. Zhang Feng was also speechless. Once Lao Tzu made his move, would they still have a chance to survive? However, these few people that he had taken care of did not disappoint. After a flash of thought, he smiled and cupped his hands. He did not know what these people were thinking, but he knew that this was the time to show off his skills. This was the chance that old man Li gave him to establish his prestige. He could only helplessly say, since the seniors are so fond of me, then I will show my incompetence. However, if anyone can solve my math, then the first place will belong to him. However, from now on, I, Zhang Feng, will protect you guys. Chapter 691. When Lai Ji and the others heard this, they were so excited that they were about to kowtow. However, Zhang Feng's expression turned cold. He looked at them and said, however, if you kneel down to Lao Tzu like this, then get out of the mountain tomorrow morning. Hearing this, everyone's expression suddenly changed. Li Gang and Sun Simiao couldn't help but frown. Only Li Yuan held his breath and looked at these guys with a smile. What do you mean by that, teacher? In our line of work, we are also students. What's wrong with the etiquette of kowtowing to teacher? Hao Chujun plucked up his courage and asked. Zhang Feng glanced at him, then looked at Ma Zhou and said, Ma Zhou, tell them about the rules of White Deer College. This student understands. Hearing this, Ma Zhou bowed respectfully. Then, he bowed to Li Yuan and the others and said, Teacher once said that a man has gold under his knees. No matter how you bowed before, from the moment you enter White Deer College, except for your parents, heaven and earth, anyone who dares to kneel will be immediately expelled from the college and will never be accepted. Teacher's original words were like this. A man can kneel to heaven and earth, kneel to his parents. This is filial piety. As a man, he must have a lofty and unyielding character. Once the lofty and unyielding character is gone, then this person will only bow and scrape to others for the rest of his life. He is not considered a man. Buzz. Everyone's mind was instantly filled with muffled thunder. This was what Zhang Feng said. Especially Li Gang, after looking at Zhang Feng in astonishment, he asked, Brother Li, is this really what Zhang Feng said? Li Yuan laughed and said, It is indeed this kid. Otherwise, who do you think would have the guts? However, this makes sense. What do you think? Li Gang was silent. At this moment, Jing Shu and Zhang Yuyao's eyes were full of splendor. The two girls held hands, their eyes glistening with tears. They stared at Zhang Feng, as if Zhang Feng's shoulders, which were not considered broad, were so stalwart. After Ma Zhou finished speaking, he bowed to everyone one by one before returning to his original position. However, his chest was heaving up and down violently. At this time, Hao Chujun and the others were still immersed in Ma Zhou's words. After a while, they bent their bodies and bowed. If not for their waists supporting them, their heads would have been on the ground. This student will remember principal's teachings. This student will remember. Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, Since you know, then follow Ma Zhou. After some time, I will personally teach you. Thank you, teacher. Feng Zi, stop wasting time. Hurry up, old man is tired. Li Yuan was somewhat impatient. He urged, but let's make things clear first. If the old man knows, don't talk about it anymore. Otherwise, the old man will look down on you. Zhang Feng smiled. What he knew was not only limited to the 300 Tang poems. Bring me some wine. Zhang Feng shouted angrily. Chang'an and the others rummaged around for a while. In the end, they only found a jar of wine under Zhang Feng's bed and handed it to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng opened the mud seal. Taking advantage of the time to find the wine, he also discussed all the poems in his memory and drank a mouthful of wine. Zhang Feng then pointed to the moon in the sky and shouted angrily, "When will the moon be bright?" With a cup of wine in my hand, I asked the blue sky. I wonder what year it is in the heavenly palace. I want to ride the wind and go back, but I am afraid of the Jade Palace. It is too cold at the top, dancing with the shadows. How is it like in the human world? After Zhang Feng finished speaking, he drank again. What he didn't know was that at this time, on the entire peak of Shao Mountain, as long as someone was listening, they were all stunned at this time. Moreover, on the entire mountain, other than the sound of the wind and the explosion of the flames, there was no other sound. Even the sound of the insects could not be heard. At this time, Zhang Feng somewhat dizzily glared at Chang'an. After looking at the words 65 degrees written on the jar of wine, he somewhat wanted to curse. At this time, after 2 big gulps, he was somewhat drunk. After all, from the afternoon until now, his mouth did not have a single bite of food. Under this kind of fierce drinking, it would be strange if he could not get drunk. Turn the red pavilion, low and beautiful house, illuminated without sleep, following Zhang Feng's loud shout again, he seemed to be deranged, like a lunatic, but everyone had long been stupefied. The first thing Li Yuan did when he came back to his senses was to glare at the old eunuch behind him with a sharp gaze. The old eunuch understood and hurriedly found ink and paper to record in a hurry. Should not hate, how can the moon be round when we are apart? People have joys and sorrows, the moon waxes and wanes, this matter is difficult since ancient times, I hope that people will be together for a long time. With the last word, a gust of wind blew. A gust of wind blew. Under the moonlight, Zhang Feng's thin and weak body, coupled with his head raised to the sky to drink, looked so lonely and bleak under the contrast of the bonfire and the moonlight. Everyone was stupefied. Zhang Yuyao and Jingshu had already stepped forward with tears in their eyes. One on the left and one on the right, they held Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng continued to sing loudly. The world is a big dream, how many autumns are there in life? At night, the wind and leaves have already sounded in the corridor, looking at the bun on my eyebrows. Wine is cheap, often worried about the lack of guests, the moon is full of clouds, who will share the lonely light of the mid-autumn, a cup of desolation looking to the north. Chapter 692. This night was destined to be a crazy night, a sleepless night. But the night would eventually pass. Zhang Feng did not know when he passed out drunk, but when he woke up, it was already late in the morning. Other than the people who were working as usual, the old scholar, Jingshu, Zhang Yuyao, and the others left as if they had never been there. Quietly. If Zhang Feng had not seen the bonfire not far away, he would have thought that it was a long dream. Finally, when he was washing up, he suddenly saw 2 bright red lipstick marks on his cheeks. Zhang Feng was no longer calm. He quickly turned over the quilt, and when he saw that there was nothing on the sheets, he heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that last night was real, but what did Lao Tzu do last night? Gao Can, come out. Zhang Feng was also a little worried and shouted at the door. After a while, Gao Can, who looked like a wooden stake, slowly appeared in front of Zhang Feng. Although his nose was bruised and his face was swollen, one of his legs was lame, and one of his hands was drooping, Zhang Feng was speechless. However, although he had been beaten up, the dull look in his eyes had disappeared. Zhang Feng asked in surprise, "How long did you fight last night?" "About 2 hours. Who won?" "Me, those 2 were knocked out by me." Zhang Feng was speechless. Looking at Gao Can, he could only give him a thumbs up. Awesome. Oh right, what happened to me last night, do you know? You were drunk and howled for half the night. In the end, you passed out. Your 2 wives took care of you until dawn. Those who went up the mountain all went down. Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. He continued to ask, what did I do last night? I remember that I was reciting poems. What happened after that? Gao Kan scratched his head and said, last night, it seemed like you were the one shouting. Then, there were more than 10 people behind old Master Li writing. The rest of them didn't even dare to fart. They just stared at you. As for how much you recited, I don't know. I only know that you stood there for 4 hours. 4 hours, does that mean that Lao Tzu recited a poem for 4 hours? F***ck. Could something have happened to him? Wasn't this too F***king shocking? Li Bai had written hundreds of poems when he was drunk. How long had that been? This is a single breath of air. Wasn't this a little too shocking? Zhang Feng hurriedly asked, then, what were their expressions in the end? Is there any reaction? Gao Kan thought for a moment, looked outside the door, and said, they were all talking about monsters, perverts, and whatnot. In the end, Mr. Li Gang and an old man called Zihuai looked worried and went down the mountain that very night. They also said that no one was allowed to spread the news. Oh. When Zhang Feng heard this, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Fortunately, the old elementary scholar was here. Otherwise, there would have been trouble this time. Zhang Feng didn't say anything else. He hurriedly washed up, ate a mouthful of rice, and hurried out of the house. But as he stood outside the door and looked at the people rushing outside, Zhang Feng didn't know what to do. It was as if no one recognized him. Li Gan had already run away. Chang'an and the rest were also at the construction site, trying to smooth things over. Zhang Feng walked all the way. Not to mention old He, even steamed bun ignored him. It was as if Zhang Feng had done something that angered the heavens last night. This time, Zhang Feng was completely dumbfounded. What the F***ck did I do? In the end, Zhang Feng sat in Zheng Tufu's house and looked at him. Zheng Tufu opened his mouth and said, Feng Zi, where did you hear all those things you said last night? What? The poem they were talking about. Last night, after all of them listened to your poem, they all thought that you were a poet immortal. Zhang Feng pointed at himself and asked with his eyes wide open, because of this, these people ignored me today? Old He looked outside the door and whispered, this is what the old village chief said. His chicken went to Hua Xing temple to pray. He said he was going to ask the Bodhisattva. Zhang Feng was speechless. Was it necessary? Wasn't it just a few poems? If they wanted, he had a bunch here. Was it necessary to ignore him? Zheng Tufu, you don't believe me. Ma Zhou, come over here. When Zhang Feng was talking to Zheng Tufu, he saw Ma Zhou hiding at the side and looking at him. He shouted angrily. Only then did Ma Zhou cower and come out. Zhang Feng asked, why didn't you greet me when you saw me? Why did you run? Why are you hiding? Is this what you've learned from books? Don't you know that a gentleman should be magnanimous? This student greets the teacher. This student was stupid just now. Ma Zhou felt wronged, but he still bowed obediently. Zhang Feng then asked, at the end of last night, did old Master Li and Mr. Li Gang say anything? No, they just warned us to seriously comprehend your heroism last night. He said that it was a kind of realm that even they could not be envious of. He said that you have entered another realm. I don't understand. Zhang Feng was speechless. Don't think too much. This is just a kind of epiphany. Do you understand epiphany? Chapter 693. In the following few days, the people on the mountain seemed to be very busy. There was still no trace of Li Qingxian. Even Li Yuan had lost his initial enthusiasm. Looking at the mud and rocks all over the place, and the white ash powder that floated from the lime kiln from time to time, Li Yuan choked and hurriedly fled. However, when he left, he did not return Zhang Feng's poetry collection to him. Zhang Feng was so angry that he kept shouting. Sun Simiao did not leave. Instead, he took in 3 clever and talented children from Tonghui Square as his last disciples. He also acknowledged that he would be the chief medical instructor of White Deer College. But the price? Every month, other than his normal salary, he had to give him 10 jars of wine. Zhang Feng could not help but laugh so hard that his mouth was about to split to the back of his ears. These few days, Zhang Feng was very idle. Other than the teaching tools that had not been made, the school uniforms that had not been made, and the teaching materials that had not been customized, he had nothing else to do. Zhang Feng took the opportunity to give pointers to Hao Chu-jun, Lai Ji, and the others. Just when Zhang Feng thought that things were going to be carried out in an orderly manner, the exhausted Li Qingxian was slowly carried up the mountain on a sliding pole. Zhang Feng could not help but be surprised. Looking at Li Qingxian lying on the tiger skin recliner, Zhang Feng clicked his tongue in wonder. How many babies did you give birth to in one go? It seems like you're completely useless. Li Qingxian rolled his eyes in annoyance. He glared at Zhang Feng and said, "Do you think everyone is like you? I have nothing to do all day. I've been so busy these few days that I'm about to die." Zhang Feng could not help but ask curiously, "What have you been busy with?" "Pigs. Last time, in order to deal with the locust plague outside Chang'an city, we collected a large number of pigs. In addition to the pigs we got from Tubo, at least a few hundred pigs starved to death every day. I've been busy with this stupid thing for a while. Don't you think I'm tired? Until now, I've been smelling like pigs." Li Qingxian was about to cry. Ever since she returned to the palace a few days ago, she had heard that her imperial father was worried about the matter of the pigs and wanted to ask Zhang Feng about it. Yet, he had been so hot-headed that he had accepted the task. Now, the matter had not been handled properly and she still had to look for Zhang Feng. How could this not make Li Qingxian depressed? Ever since he heard Zhang Feng's magnificent feat of composing 100 poems in one night, Li Qingxian was discouraged. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never touch this plaything again. Once he saw this plaything, his mind would be filled with Zhang Feng's crazy appearance that night. He couldn't even wave it away. Originally, he thought that with Zhang Feng's inspiration, he would also find dozens of eunuchs from the palace to follow Zhang Feng's example and fan the pig. However, this knife directly accelerated the pig's death. From a few hundred pigs a day, it suddenly increased to a few thousand pigs. One had to know that there were at least 300,000 pigs outside the city. If they died in this way, if Tubo found out, he would take the opportunity to demand and extort them. That would be a real pain in the ass. Without any other choice, Li Qingxian could only hurriedly report this matter to Li Shimin. When Li Shimin heard this, he fiercely reprimanded Li Qingxian. Li Qingxian wanted to cry but had no tears. He originally wanted to show off, but in the end, he cut his balls and smashed his feet. Zhang Feng's expression was somewhat strange as he looked at Li Qingxian and asked, "How many pigs did you get?" "Not many, just over 300,000. "Pooh." When Zhang Feng, who was drinking tea, heard this, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of tea onto Li Qingxian's face. His voice suddenly trembled as he asked, "How many?" "Over 300,000. "You. Lao Tzu, are you out of your mind? Why did you buy so many pigs?" Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. Li Qingxian was even more dumbfounded. He asked back, "Didn't you say that you wanted to buy more pigs? You also said that after the locust plague was over, these things could be sold at a high price. This. Why, did you forget?" Zhang Feng really forgot about this matter. "And, oh my god. Lao Tzu didn't ask you to buy so many. You bought so many pigs, are you thinking of opening a pig farm?" But it was too late to say anything now. Zhang Feng asked again, "When did I say that?" "You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want." Li Qingxian was anxious. "No, I heard from my father, that the last time was also in May, which was before the fine salt incident." "Oh right, it was the night you gave my father the deep-fried locust eggs. Have you forgotten about it?" Zhang Feng heard this. He was stunned. He was completely dumbfounded. He had really forgotten about this matter. He only remembered that this matter was mentioned at that time, and it was during the drought in Longyu Road. But he didn't ask you to buy so many pigs. Oh my god. 300,000, Zhang Feng was going crazy. Are you sure you only bought so many pigs? No, if we bought them, it was only 100,000. And they were scattered in Longyu Road, Guanyi Road, and other places. But most of these were because when we were trading with Tubo, didn't you say that you wanted to take their pigs, chickens, ducks, and livestock? And the emperor seemed to have the same idea. In the end, I don't know why Tubo went crazy and directly gave these things to us. Zhang Feng wanted to faint. Just faint. 300,000 pigs. Chapter 694. Zhang Feng was completely dumbfounded. There were 300,000 pigs. How was he going to deal with this thing? He dared not think about it. Laoli was so stupid to get 300,000 pigs. If it was just a little, he could get it done. But 300,000 pigs, my god, are you trying to kill me? However, after thinking about it, Zhang Feng calmly coughed and said, "Sigh, since we are brothers, isn't it just 300,000 pigs? I'll get it done for you. But there's one thing I have to say first. Don't spread it out. And it's only limited to 300,000 pigs. If there are more, I really can't do anything." Hearing that, Li Qingxian seemed to have grasped the last straw. He hurriedly asked, Brother Zhang, Uncle Zhang, let's talk about it. As long as you can get rid of 300,000 pigs, you're my uncle. Zhang Feng glanced at Li Qingxian, wondering if there was something else he didn't tell him. But he didn't care about that. He said, "Let me ask you, do you want to make a fortune?" Li Qingxian was a little confused. He asked blankly, "Are you kidding? What time is it?" "Brother, you still want to make a fortune. You have to figure out a way to get rid of 300,000 pigs for me. My father almost scolded me to death for this." Zhang Feng waved his hand and said calmly, calm down. This thing can be solved. If you really treat me as a brother, then believe me. I'll definitely solve it for you. And I'll let you make a fortune. But I have a request. You have to get my share of food. I only want snacks. I don't want money now. Li Qingxian was dumbfounded. Asking him to get food at this time, where was he going to get food? Food was more precious than gold at this time. Although there was food from the south, it was only enough to solve the problem of food and clothing. How could there be any extra food? Even though there was not much food left in the Chang'an and local government's warehouse, which was basically used for disaster relief, Li Qingxian could not help but have a headache when he thought of the food consumed by the 300,000 pigs every day. But when Li Qingxian thought of Ho Junji, he couldn't help but see a sliver of hope. Perhaps Ho Junji had a way, so he clenched his teeth and said, "As long as you have a way, the grain matter is easy to deal with. At worst, I'll just throw away my face and borrow it for you." "Alright, that's enough for me." Seeing that Li Qingxian had agreed, Zhang Feng gave Li Qingxian a stack of money and said, "Actually, this matter is very simple. You only need to give me 100 or more eunuchs from the palace who specialize in cleaning people, or some eunuchs from the forbidden rooms in the palace. Then, this matter can be solved." Li Qingxian was dumbfounded. "I say, Fengzi, are you messing with me? At a time like this, why do you still want me to find so many eunuchs?" But when he thought about how this brat had hidden eunuch Gao away like a treasure and was fiddling with him for no reason, Li Qingxian's eyes brightened. "Now that I think about it, kid, are you thinking of?" Zhang Feng nodded with a cheeky smile. "Yes, it's exactly what you're thinking. But this matter isn't so simple. After all, there are 300,000 pigs. Let me ask you, how many of these pigs are over 3 months old? How many are females and how many are males?" Li Chuanqing's face turned bitter. "How would I know? I don't specialize in this field. But I've heard people say that about half of these pigs are under 3 months old. They are piglets. The other half are adults. But these adults are dying every day because there's nothing to feed them. This is also what gives us a headache. After all, you know that food can only be used on people. How can we waste so much food on these animals? Hearing that, Zhang Feng patted his shoulder. That's enough. The current situation is that there's something wrong with these 150,000 pigs, right? Yes, it's these 150,000 pigs. If Tubo's people know that there's something wrong with the pigs they gave us, what if they turn around and ask us for medicine or other things? If they keep dying like this, we definitely won't be able to return so many pigs to them. After all, I've looked at the contract. The number of pigs we took from them has exceeded 400,000 sets. At this time, if they're in a hurry, won't they take advantage of the situation and ask us for food? You know the current situation of gambling. How can we take out so many things? Isn't that the same as asking for my life? Zhang Feng patted Li Qingqian's shoulder to calm him down. In fact, Zhang Feng hadn't thought of many ways to duplicate 150,000 pigs. If this happened to someone else, they would definitely be dead. However, he was Zhang Feng. Not to mention anything else, just his method of smoking cured meat and his unique method of getting rid of the fishy smell was enough to turn all this meat from pigs into shining silver. Chapter 695. This was the reason why Zhang Feng dared to take on this task. Otherwise, he would have turned around and run away the moment he mentioned the 300,000 pigs. He would never have stayed here for more than a quarter of an hour, no, even a second. Previously, when they were on the mountain, pigs died every day. Zhang Feng had basically used the angelica, star anise, bay leaf, and other spices that could be used in the future, as well as the cooking wine and other things that he had specially made. Later, the braised pig's trotters, braised pig's tail, braised pig's head, and other things became the key to the delicacies on this mountain. Now, not to mention Zhang Feng, even if old he, Zhu Zi's father, and the people who helped in the kitchen in Tonghui Fang were casually picked, they would be able to complete this task. This was where Zhang Feng's confidence came from. Although there were a lot of pigs, they couldn't bear to eat. If all 150,000 pigs were slaughtered and bled, and Lin Su brought back the innards and pork, it would undoubtedly allow the people of Chang'an to not only save some food in a short period of time, but also strengthen their bodies because of the hunger during this period. At the same time, he could also publicize the new breed of pigs. This was the most important thing. After all, it was useless for Zhang Feng to bring so many pigs. No matter how many eunuchs he needed, all of this was to prepare for the promotion of the new breed of pigs in the future. No, it was to prepare for those castrated pigs. In this era, except for those who were really poor and really had no choice but to eat a little, basically no one would eat this kind of thing. Even if they went to the mountain to hunt a wild boar or something like a rabbit, it would not be as smelly as this kind of pig. This was also the reason why there were not many people who raised pigs in this era. On the contrary, most people raised sheep together. After all, the people in this era had not yet mastered the technology of ophthalmology. The key was that only after the pig was castrated, the smelly smell on her body would be removed. It should be known that if 300,000 pigs were placed in the future, in Chang'an, 300,000 pigs would only be enough for 3 days. Not to mention others, all the pigs in the large pig farms near Chang'an were much more than this number, not to mention other places. But now, these 300,000 pigs were basically all from Tubo and other countries. This allowed Zhang Feng to seize a business opportunity. In fact, this business opportunity had already been paved by Zhang Feng, but he did not think so much at that time. After the outbreak of the famine after the locust plague, Zhang Feng came up with such a solution. However, although this method had only just begun, he had gone to see Jing Tufu, Old Gao, and the others in the past few days. Although these pigs were very unaccustomed to very impatient people in the beginning, and some of the pigs in the pigsty had died due to some complications later on, they were still not used to people who were very impatient. However, none of this mattered. At least 80% of the pigs had survived, and they were living very well. Basically, Ma Zhou would personally go over every day and weigh them one by one. Every day, they would gain at least a few taels or even a caddy of weight. Even Jing Tufu and the rest were bold enough to bring back those pigs that were about a year old and castrate them. Although it was said that out of 10 pigs, at most 2 or 3 would survive, these 3 pigs were a little wilted, and were not as lively as the uncastrated pigs. However, after daily observation, Jing Tufu was shocked to find that these pigs would steadily gain about a catty to 2 catties every day. Moreover, these things seemed to have a problem, and all they did was eat and sleep. They were not as happy as the uncastrated pigs. Jing Tufu seemed to have discovered something. At this time, he was very excited. This was a new glorious mission. This was also Zhang Feng's biggest trump card at this time. Together with some medicinal herbs found by Sun Simiao from the mountains and some gadgets developed by Zhang Feng himself, such as fertilizers, sleeping herbs, and so on, they were made into feed and hay powder. Basically, the pigs on the mountain didn't have a single grain of food other than swill. It should be known that there were close to 5,000 pigs on the mountain so far. Even if about 10 pigs were consumed every time, there would be hundreds of piglets being born every day. If this went on, the pigs on the mountain would be overrun sooner or later. At this time, the castration was very easy to control. The overflow of pigs, and the selection of good breeds, and so on. Using the best breeds to breed pork, generation after generation, Zhang Feng believed that after 3 generations, these pigs would be completely genetically changed. This was called survival of the fittest. Li Qingxian saw a smile flash across Zhang Feng's face from time to time when he was deep in thought. He could not help but think of something. However, in the end, his mind was only fixed on the pig head meat and the braised pig trotters that they would crazily fight for every day. Suddenly, his face changed and he said, "I understand. You want to use your secret recipe to slaughter all the 150,000 pigs?" When he thought of this, Li Qingxian's eyes could not help but erupt with excitement. Instead of watching these pigs starve to death bit by bit every day and become emaciated, if he slaughtered all of them, then, aren't you talking nonsense? Slaughter all of them. Look at the weather now. If they are all slaughtered, then you will eat them if they are spoiled. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes. Li Qingxian hurriedly jumped up from the reclining chair and hurriedly helped Zhang Feng onto the reclining chair. He eagerly fanned Zhang Feng and asked, "Brother Zhang, Master Zhang, tell me, how should we do this? If I remember correctly, you want to use the braised meat method, right?" Zhang Feng glanced at Li Qingxian. "Not bad. You're worth teaching. I'll give it a try and thought of this idea." "You've seen it too." "I've thought of this idea a long time ago. Otherwise, do you think I've gone crazy and fed you so well every day? Also, the taste of the pork, did you ever taste a trace of a foul or fishy smell?" Li Qingxian hurriedly shook his head. "You don't say. I was only focused on eating before and really didn't think of this. Now that you mention it, I think there really is such a thing. Where did you get these things from? How did that thing, which originally had a foul smell, become such a delicacy after passing through your hands?" Zhang Feng did not pay attention to Li Qingxian. Instead, he glanced at the door indifferently and said, "Aya. What did I say just now? I think I told you to find that eunuch." Li Qingxian saw that Zhang Feng was unwilling to say and curled his lips speechlessly. Only then did he slowly walk towards the door. "Okay, I will go think of a way for you now. I will see where I can get 100 eunuchs from the cleansing room for you. You have really given me a big problem." Chapter 696. If Zhang Feng hadn't discovered the star cinnamon, he wouldn't have dared to do this. After all, this was 300,000 pigs. It wasn't a small number. But now? With Sun Simiao's help in formulating a new type of feed and improving the breed of pigs, why was the pork so smelly? Wasn't it because of the pigs? Zhang Feng couldn't figure it out. There was clearly such good meat that could replenish protein. Why didn't anyone know about this? But fortunately, Zhang Feng was in urgent need of money at this time. After all, papermaking was a nice thing to say, but it required money. Now, Zhang Feng didn't have a single copper coin on him except for the good stuff he got from Prince Jinla. Money was needed everywhere in the later stages. Where would the money come from? Wasn't this just a rich man giving him money? As long as these things were dealt with properly, they would definitely sell well once they were taken out. Li Qingxian left. But not long after, he came back again. But this time, Li Qingxian's face didn't have the initial excitement. He sat down beside Zhang Feng and stared at the door in a daze. Zhang Feng looked at him in surprise and asked, "What's wrong?" "Feng Zi, I thought about it just now. This isn't a solution. Think about it. We found so many people, and I heard you say that this thing can make a lot of money. But I still can't figure out how this thing can make money. Tell me, if this thing is given to the poor, we can't even afford to pay for it." Li Qingxian was speechless. "I thought about it. Instead of doing something good like this, why don't we just release the pigs and go our separate ways? There's no need to mobilize so many people. Think about it, this is 300,000 pigs. Even if we only slaughter 150,000, how much manpower and resources will it take?" Zhang Feng frowned slightly, but after thinking about it, he slapped his thigh and said, "If you think it's troublesome, bring them up the mountain." Li Qingxian's expression changed when he heard that. "Feng Zi, what are you doing? Please don't mess around." This was the academy. If others knew that they had driven 300,000 pigs up Shao Mountain, what would that be? This is a humiliation to Confucius. No, absolutely not. If my father and the others find out about this, they'll beat me to death and scold me to death. I quit. Goodbye. Go find someone else. The more Li Qingxian spoke, the more afraid he became. In the end, he prepared to flee. Zhang Feng heard this. She grabbed his streamer and stopped it. Come. Don't be anxious. Let me tell you. Who told you that I'm going to give you this for free? If you don't want to get rich, you can give it to me. When you get jealous, don't blame me for not reminding you." When Li Qingxian heard this, he could not help being shocked. At this moment, he suddenly remembered Zhang Feng's usual style. As long as he said something could make money, and it could make a lot of money, then that thing, Li Qingxian could not help but lose his composure. He rubbed his hands and returned to his original position. He asked, "Feng Zi, is what you said true? How can this thing make money? Moreover, everyone knows that he's a piece of pork." Zhang Feng glanced at Li Qingxian and said, "Who told you to hang it there and sell it piece by piece like you're selling mutton? I really don't know how your father taught you to do business. Did you learn all those stubborn things?" Li Qingxian's face darkened. He felt that Zhang Feng was scolding him. Zhang Feng continued, "You don't even know such obvious business skills. You'd better change your profession." Li Qingxian heard this and looked indifferent. After all, he really did not learn this thing. But at this moment, he could not say anything. He only said embarrassedly, "Well, tell me. I've thought about this thing. You said to sell it at a higher price, but no one would buy it. You said to sell it at a lower price. Now, people can't even fill their stomachs. Who would buy it? That bastard is spouting nonsense to you." Zhang Feng heard this and glared. Think about it carefully. Whether it was the braised pork or the pig intestines that Lao Tzu braised before, didn't you guys even lick the basin clean for Lao Tzu? Li Qingxian heard this and his face turned red. That's because you made it delicious. Zhang Feng spread his hands. Isn't that enough? Lao Tzu made this thing into cooked food and sold it. Isn't that good enough? Lao Tzu can open a few shops for him to sell soy sauce meat. Isn't that good enough? Lao Tzu can open a food processing factory in the mountains and make these things into cured meat, smoked meat, and more exquisite food. Don't you think those upper-class people will fight to eat it? Didn't you see that Dr. Sun, your grandfather, and old Master Li Gang are all fighting to eat it? Why, do you think Mr. Li Gang and Dr. Sun don't have any influence?" This, Li Qingxian was speechless. But he was also deeply shocked by Zhang Feng's words. If it was according to what Zhang Feng said, then, this was really a business that could make a fortune. After all, this disaster was fatal to the poor, but what about those upper-class people? This matter had no effect on them at all. It was time to get the money out of their mouths. Chapter 697. Li Qingxian slipped away. He had witnessed Zhang Feng's ability with his own eyes. If he really followed Zhang Feng's method and got rid of these hundreds of thousands of pigs, how many high-ranking officials and dignitaries in the entire Chang'an city? How much money would he make? Basically, in the entire Chang'an city, he could meet an official with every step he took. Not to mention other things, if he opened his mouth, it would be like the beer and barbecue. How could he stop? It would be strange if he stopped. In particular, Zhang Feng's cooking skill was unknown. The pork he made was simply too delicious. Li Qingxian hurried down the mountain and rushed into the East Palace. Then, he hurriedly summoned the guard and asked, "How many businesses do I have in Chang'an?" The guard was stunned. He hurriedly went to find the Eastern Palace's registrar and then answered, "Your Highness, there are 13 shops of various kinds in the East City, 22 in the West City, and about a dozen shops in other parts of Chang'an. How's the business?" The guard was stunned. What was wrong with the crown prince? But he didn't dare to think too much. He hurriedly said according to the information he got from the registrar, since the locust plague, basically all the businesses in Chang'an, except for pawn shops, banks, and grain stores, are in a state of loss. Hearing this, Li Qingxian took the account book from the guard and flipped through it. Then, he said, "Clear out all the shops on the street except for the grain stores, banks, and pawn shops from tomorrow. Within 3 days, I want you to empty all the shops." After that, Li Qingxian hurried away. The guard was stunned. He looked in the direction Li Qingxian went with a blank face and didn't know what to do. What's going on? Why did the crown prince suddenly go crazy? After muttering, the guard hurriedly ran away. Li Qingxian ran around Chang'an city for 3 days in a row before he contacted all the people he could contact. He even called all the eunuchs in the minister's department who knew how to clean themselves. This time, the people in Chang'an city were stunned. No one knew what the crown prince was doing outside the city. However, this kind of thing did not last long. 3 days later, when the morning sun had just shone on Chang'an city, Li Qingxian, who was wearing a white cloak, looked at the mighty pig army and shouted angrily, "Let's go." Then, he mounted the white horse, neighed, and led the 300 eunuchs and dozens of butchers he found among the people. Just like that, they drove the grunting pigs to Shao Mountain. Wherever they passed, the stench was unbearable, but the eyes of the guards on the city wall of Chang'an city, the people who went in and out of the city gate, all fell to the ground. It was smashed into pieces. Especially those who knew Li Qingxian's identity. F***CK, what are they doing? So many pigs. Where are they going? Looks like we're going to Shao Mountain. Go to White Deer College? Amidst the cries of surprise, they finally discovered this clue in the direction Zhu Luo's army was advancing. Everyone couldn't help but be even more dumbfounded. Wasn't White Deer College a college? Didn't it only accept people? What was going on? Why were they accepting pigs? Everyone couldn't help but worry about the students of the college. There were also self-proclaimed scholars in the crowd. They waved their folding fans and sighed, "Pigs are still unorthodox in the end. Even if one day they fly to the top and become a phoenix, they are still just pigs that have become spirits. No matter how good the college is, how can it compare to the Imperial College? They're just a bunch of stubborn people. Do you think they can do anything earth-shattering? They're just playing with us. You can't take it seriously." Such voices spread among the crowd. Even those who had children in Chang'an city who had entered the college couldn't help but faint when they saw the mighty Zhu Luo's army. Among them was the manager of Qiantong Money House, Qiantong. His faint instantly attracted the attention of passers-by. "Hey! Isn't that Master Qiantong? I heard the young master of your estate went to White Deer Academy as well." "Old man, what were you thinking back then? What kind of people are in White Deer College? They're all bumpkins and beggars. They're slaves. How could the dignified Qian mansion let your only son go to such a filthy place? Pfft. Hearing this, Qian Tong, who had just woken up, spat out a mouthful of blood. Trembling, he shouted in a shrill voice, "Go, someone. Go to the mountain. Catch that unfilial son for me. If he doesn't come back, tell him that I told him to never come back. Our Qian family can't afford to lose face like this. It's a disgrace to the Immortals. It's a disgrace to the Immortals." This matter continued to spread throughout Chang'an city. Coincidentally, a carriage engraved with auspicious cloud patterns slowly walked out of a mansion. When the carriage entered the market, Yu Shinan and Ouyang Sun heard the commotion outside the carriage. Ouyang Sun's expression was cold. "Brother Bashi, is this the White Deer College you were talking about? It's really a disgrace to the educated. Forget it, forget it. Let's just pretend that the old man has never heard of this college." Ouyang Sun sighed and was about to stop the carriage when Yu Shinan blocked Ouyang Sun with a gloomy face. "Trust me. There's something fishy about this matter. Let's wait until the old man goes up the mountain to take a look. The old man doesn't believe that this was caused by that bastard Zhang Feng." Chapter 698. At the same time. At a fermented glutinous rice paste stall at the foot of Shao Mountain. Zhang Feng leisurely drank the fermented glutinous rice paste, admiring the small but well-equipped market, pondering about something. "Yes, son." Right at this moment, the sound of Gao Can urging a mule could be heard from the foot of the mountain. Behind him, carts carrying cypress leaves, as well as freshly picked pine needles, appeared in a row in this market. "Prince Zhang, the match you asked for is here." Gao Can's muffled voice sounded like a clap of thunder from afar. The already quiet crowd in the outpost looked at Zhang Feng, and then at the thing behind Gao Kansas. Then they all looked up at the mountain and the pine forest. Strange expressions appeared on their faces. There were so many things on the mountain. Did they still need to get it from the foot of the mountain? Hearing this, Zhang Feng slowly put down the bowl in his hand under everyone's strange gazes. He glanced at the carts, put down a copper coin, and waved his hand. "Follow me." Then, Zhang Feng clasped his hands behind his back. Gao Can, who was behind him, threw the mule cart to the few youths behind him and followed closely behind Zhang Feng. He even pulled out a Qi Mei staff from his belt and vigilantly looked around. They didn't go up the mountain. Instead, they went around a river at the foot of the mountain and entered a col in the mountain. At this time, an open space had already been opened up in the mountain valley. On the open space, there were many washed white reed leaves, bamboo leaves, and other things. There were even carpenters who had already set up a water wheel and a dozen or so straw sheds. Sounds could be heard coming in and out of the straw sheds. "This leaf has insect eyes. No, throw it away. The leaves that the dean wants must be flawless. Who are you trying to fool? If the dean sees this, you'll all roll down the mountain." Before he even entered this flat area, Zhang Feng could faintly hear shouts. After passing through a bamboo forest, the ringing of a mule bell instantly attracted the attention of everyone in this area. The people here were all very young. Except for the carpenters, basically all the faces here were young. When these people saw Zhang Feng, they all hurriedly put down their work and saluted Zhang Feng. "Greetings to the Dean, Lord Viscount." Zhang Feng felt more and more uncomfortable. Fine. Just call me Dean. I heard you quarreling from afar. What were you quarreling about?" Hearing this, a group of young men hurriedly came forward and said, "Lord Dean, we were ordered to wash the leaves and dry them here, but this guy is always picky here." Zhang Feng was interested and asked, "What did he say?" Seeing that Zhang Feng was interested, that person glared at the young man in the long gown and said, "He said that the leaves have been gnawed by insects, and have been contaminated. Besides, isn't this how leaves are dried? He insisted that we go dry them piece by piece." The young man complained over and over again. Zhang Feng also took the opportunity to look at the young man in the long gown. The young man was still standing there, neither servile nor overbearing. Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a little surprised. After checking the leaves, there really wasn't a single flaw. Zhang Feng was interested and asked, "What's your name?" "Lord Dean, my surname is Qian, and my name is Wanli. I'm from Chang'an." Zhang Feng pointed to the drying leaves and asked, "What's the meaning of this?" Qian Wanli picked up a leaf and said, "Although I don't know why you asked us to wash and dry the leaves here and build these things here, I know that these things are definitely not matches. They must be of great use. That's why I'm doing this. Otherwise, I think that I should do my best. Even if I'm wrong, I'll know where I went wrong." Zhang Feng was a little surprised. This person was awesome. But he couldn't remember a person called Qian Wanli in history. He didn't know if it was because he didn't study the history of the Tang dynasty thoroughly or he forgot. He asked again, "What does your family do?" "The Qiantong money house in Chang'an is my father's." "Qiantong money house?" Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. After thinking about it, there really wasn't such a person in history. He continued to ask, "Then your family background is quite good. Why didn't you go to the Imperial College? Why did you come to White Deer College to suffer?" Qian Wanli gave a fist and palm salute and said, "If one pursues a comfortable life, how can one improve in life? I'm here to learn about finance from you, Sir Dean." Zhang Feng's eyes lit up when he heard that. "Good. If that's the case, I'll leave this place to you. From now on, I'll go up the mountain every night and personally teach you about economics. Are you willing?" As he spoke, Zhang Feng looked at the crowd and said, "Do you know why I'm building this thing here?" Everyone shook their heads. Zhang Feng said again, "It's because this place is one of the cash crops of my college in the future. This is White Deer College's paper mill." Chapter 699. Everyone heard this. Their expressions changed greatly. Paper mill. They knew about it. This thing, not to mention rice paper, even a piece of ordinary yellow paper or straw paper was frighteningly expensive. Not to mention the Xian paper. And this was something that the academy needed. Moreover, this thing was expensive because of its rarity. Every state capital had one or more paper mills. However, each mill could only produce 100 caddies of rice paper every month. With the remaining materials, they could only produce 500 caddies of yellow paper. With the remaining waste, they could only produce the cheap yellow paper. Even so, the output of yellow paper was only about 100 caddies. One could imagine how precious this thing was. But such a paper mill was not something that everyone could run. After all, whoever mastered the paper-making technique was equivalent to controlling a mountain of gold. This was something that everyone locked in a box for fear of being coveted by thieves. But now? The dean was going to give him full authority? Give it to Qian Wanli, a young boy? Qian Wanli was also dumbfounded. As the young master of Qiantong Money House, how could he not know the value of paper? Now the dean was going to pass it to him? Wasn't this equivalent to handing over a mountain of gold to him? What's more, this was something that could make money faster than a bank. Not only that, was the dean going to accept him as a disciple? What did the dean mean? But he did not have time to think too much. After Zhang Feng finished speaking, Qian Wanli bowed excitedly and said, "Student pays his respects to teacher." Compared to Qian Wanli's excitement, the rest of the people were bored. But they did not dare to say anything. After all, he was the dean. What did they dare to say? After all, they were also in the paper mill. Once the paper mill was opened, they would benefit from each other. Why not? But did the dean really know how to make paper? All of them remained skeptical. Zhang Feng did not care so much. According to the process of the simple paper-making technique that he still vaguely remembered, he carefully checked the workshop. Then, he called Qian Wanli to the side and said, "Boy, from today onwards, you are the first disciple of me, Zhang Feng. You should feel honored." Upon hearing this, Qian Wanli wanted to kneel down, but he also knew the rules of the mountain, so he anxiously scratched his ears and cheeks. Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, "Forget about the ceremony for the time being. You just have to remember that the paper-making technique I taught you cannot be taught to anyone without the permission of the Academy. 3 years later, when I start printing publications on the mountain, I will arrange for you to work in the Ministry of Works and then teach in the Academy. Are you willing? The Ministry of Works? Teaching in the Academy? Buzz. Qian Wanli almost fainted from this sudden happiness. He hurriedly bowed. I will remember your teachings. Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, that's enough. There's no need for such formalities. I'll give you a mission. Within 3 years, if the White Du papermaking mill opens less than 300 branches in the Great Tang, you can pack up your stuff and get lost. Qian Wanli was a little dizzy. But at this moment, Zhang Feng fumbled for a moment in his sleeve and took out a thick stack of modern papermaking techniques for him. Then, he pointed to Gao Can and the others and said, unload the things from the car and wash them. Then, put these things in the oven and bake them until they break with a pinch, Fengzi. Fengzi. Fengzi, just as Zhang Feng was explaining to Qian Wanli how to bleach raw materials, Li Qingqian's voice came from afar. Moreover, the sound of a white cloak that could be seen from afar was rustling on the tree branches. After Zhang Feng hurriedly explained to Qian Wanli, he slowly appeared in the spacious courtyard and looked at Li Qingqian who was hurrying over. Although Li Qingqian was riding a horse, it was unknown whether he was excited or tired. He said breathlessly, they're coming, the army of 300,000 is coming. As his voice faded away. More than 70 people in the papermaking mill were all stunned. If one listened carefully, one could only hear the roars of pigs and the sound of pigs being driven away. Zhang Feng was also stunned. But after thinking about it, his face darkened and he said, speak properly. Oh, it's 300,000. An army of 300,000 pigs. I've driven them all here for you. Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. He rubbed his ears and asked, what did you say? How many? 300,000. Damn you, when did Lao Tzu ask you to drive the pigs up the mountain? Li Qingqian was also dumbfounded. He scratched his head and said, a few days ago, didn't you ask me to drive all the pigs up the mountain? Zhang Feng was dizzy. He sighed and said, you're a pig. So many pigs. Are you trying to turn White Deer College into a pig farm? It's over. It's F***ing over. Look at what you've been doing day after day. Zhang Feng was dizzy. As he spoke, he hurried up the mountain. Earlier, Zhang Feng was still lamenting that he had finally found a reliable person to settle the papermaking workshop's matters. However, there was one thing that saved him the trouble. Before he could even get a moment of peace, that damned Li Gan had already caused a huge mess for him. As he walked, Zhang Feng roared, scram! Drive the pigs down the mountain. Chapter 700. Zhang Feng was anxious. It was broad daylight, and early in the morning. How many people could have seen this? He hoped that not many people saw it. At the very least, he couldn't let those lords see or hear it. Otherwise, his plan to rope in Yushernan and the other lords would really be ruined. In order to rope in Yushernan and the others, Zhang Feng had put in a lot of effort. From the last time they met, to the matter of reciting the poem on the mountain a few days ago, with Li Gang's ability, Yushernan and the others should have already known about it, right? Not to mention Li Gang, even the old county official would definitely have told them about this matter. After all, the old county official knew about the matter of roping in Yushernan. However, after Li Qingqian's actions, it would be a blessing from the heavens if Yushernan didn't die from anger. In the eyes of the literati, pigs were the dirtiest things. How could they be openly chased up the mountain? What was this? White Deer Academy was already disliked by others, so wouldn't it become the laughingstock of others after all of this was done? How would Lao Tzu survive in the imperial court in the future? What a disgrace. Don't you know how to avoid arousing suspicion? When Zhang Feng exited the call, cursing and swearing, and appeared at the market at the foot of the mountain, he almost fainted from the scene. Everywhere he looked, the sounds of pigs could be heard. Flowery, black, white, wagging their tails, their mouths as if they were plowing the ground. As they walked, they overturned all the obstacles along the way. Even the huts that people had built in the market were overturned. The shopkeeper of the stall that had been eating fermented glutinous rice was nowhere to be seen. There was only a group of pigs, happily chewing on the fermented glutinous rice that had spilled all over the ground. Seeing Zhang Feng appear, the commoners who had hidden far away finally came out and wailed, "Dean, you have to uphold justice for us. I don't know which bastard chased so many pigs here. Our business." Zhang Feng felt like his head was about to explode. "Everyone, don't be anxious. After this, I, Zhang Feng, will send someone to compensate you for all your losses. Now, quickly disperse." When the crowd heard this, they ran away happily. However, there were even more people who hid in the dark, wanting to see what these pigs were doing. Why would these pigs appear here so early in the morning? Where is this? This was White Deer College, built by the Emperor's decree. Furthermore, it was White Deer College that was on the same level as the Imperial College. What was going on? Could it be that some enemy had come knocking on his door? The director was such a nice person. Who did he offend? At this time, the incident at the foot of the mountain had finally alarmed the people on the mountain. Chang'an and the others hurried down the mountain. They were dumbfounded when they saw the back of a pig. When they found Zhang Feng, they asked stupidly, "Fengzi, who did you offend? Who the F***ck dares to chase so many pigs to our Shao mountain? Tell me and I'll go burn his house down." F***ck, his second uncle. Do they really think that there's no one in White Deer College? Zhang Feng angrily pointed at Li Qingxian, who was hiding under a tree in the distance, and said, "It's this bastard." Ah! The crowd followed Zhang Feng's finger and saw that it was Li Qingxian. They were also dumbfounded. "Li Qingxian, what the F***ck are you doing? You should know that once His Majesty finds out about this, do you know the consequences? Did a donkey kick your head? How can you do such a stupid thing? Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and call someone to chase these pigs away." Zhang Feng was anxious. What time was it to talk about this? If they attracted those people, he would be F***king dead meat. Hearing Zhang Feng's roar, a large group of people who came down from the mountain to watch the show finally came down and chased the pigs to a valley in Shao Mountain. This delay wasted at least 6 hours. Looking at the desolate foot of the mountain and the pig dung all over the ground, Zhang Feng felt dizzy. What the F***ck? What kind of stupid thing was this? Was Lao Tzu's brain damaged? Why did he ask him to do this? No matter how much Zhang Feng moaned and groaned, it had already happened. There was nothing he could do. Li Qingxian also knew that this matter was a little too much. He shrunk his neck and came to Zhang Feng's side, asking, "Fengzi, now, what do we do?" In the beginning, Li Qingxian's mind was filled with countless banknotes. However, after seeing Zhang Feng's expression, as if he was facing a great enemy, Li Qingxian realized that he only remembered the banknotes and forgot about his brain. He also knew that he was in trouble. Zhang Feng really wanted to beat him up. However, when he saw Chang'an and the others hiding far away, while a hammer was raised high above Li Qingxian's head, Zhang Feng finally sighed and said, "Forget it, forget it. Since it has happened, then let's just say that Lao Tzu is unlucky. Go up the mountain and find Jing Tufu. Kill the pigs on the spot. No need to call, I'm coming." Jing Tufu's muffled voice sounded behind Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng turned around. It wasn't just him. Sun Simiao was also glaring at him with a gloomy face. Seeing that Sun Simiao was about to speak, Zhang Feng hurriedly said, "Elder son, later, I will only give you a satisfactory explanation. Please let me settle this matter first, okay?" Chapter 701. Everyone on Mount Shao seemed to know what was going on. Even Gan Ziyuan was shocked by what the Crown Prince had done. Was this what the Crown Prince had done? But at this time, he also knew the seriousness of the matter. He hurriedly urged the craftsmen to use their power. First, they used wooden stakes and wood to make a simple fence outside the valley. Then, they locked all the pigs inside. Then, under the command of Zhang Feng, they hurriedly built a large shed that he had never seen before. The hut covered an area of 10 acres along a stream. From the hillside to the banks of the stream, all the trees were cut down, leaving only wooden stakes about 2 feet high on the ground. Every 3 feet, another one would be inserted, all the way to the market at the foot of the ruined mountain. Then, a triangular gate made of more than a dozen wooden stakes was built in front of these wooden stakes. Then, bamboo was placed on these wooden stakes. After that, a large number of carpenters and bamboo makers went to work. They fixed the birch leaves, branches, and pine branches that were cut down from the mountain, layer by layer on the wooden stakes. When it was dark, after thousands of people worked together, the simple strange-shaped thing was finally finished. Sun Simiao kept his promise. He sat beside the stream with Elder Gao and watched quietly. When Zhang Feng waved his hand and said it was done, he asked, "My young friend, Zhang Feng, what are you going to do with this thing here?" Zhang Feng sighed and said, "Elder son, do you still remember the pork I braised?" Sun Simiao was surprised to hear that. "You mean, you're going to?" "Yes. I want to kill all these pigs before this thing gets out of hand. Then I'll make the braised meat and smoked jerky that you usually eat." "More than 100,000 pigs? You want to kill them all?" No matter how hard Sun Simiao thought, he couldn't imagine what kind of visual impact it would cause if all these pigs were slaughtered. At that time, the whole Mount Shao would be shrouded in a layer of bloody smell. Was that really a good thing for a solemn academy? But Sun Simiao didn't ask. After all, since Zhang Feng dared to take over this mess, he must have a way to solve it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng knew that this seemed a little inconceivable, but he also knew that this was unavoidable. However, this D***MN Ligon had already brought these things up. What could he do? He couldn't just stand by and watch, could he? He had to think of a way to deal with this matter before it became serious. Otherwise, it would really cause a lot of trouble. Zhang Feng wiped the stain on his forehead and said, "You've seen it yourself. Although it's a bad thing, what if this kid can turn it into a good thing?" Sun Simiao was stunned for a moment, but he still shook his head. "Even if you have thousands of people on this mountain, even if you don't eat or drink, there are still hundreds of thousands of pigs. It will take a few days to kill them. Moreover, these pigs, even if you have that magical cooking technique, how can you turn them into something magical before they turn bad? This is no different from... Alas. Forget it, forget it. The old man won't ask. Don't disappoint the old man. If there's anything, you can look for me. I'm tired, I'm leaving." Sun Simiao left as he spoke. He simply did not believe that Zhang Feng could slaughter more than 100,000 pigs in such a short period of time, and then turn something rotten into something miraculous. This was no different from a fantasy story. However, his intuition told him that Zhang Feng wasn't joking. This was what made him feel the most conflicted. Sun Simiao simply stopped looking. The more he looked, the more annoyed he became. Once Sun Simiao left, the people of Tonghui Lane gathered around. They looked at the huge unknown building and asked, "Feng Zi, what do you need us to do?" When Zhang Feng saw that they were the old neighbors of Tonghui Lane, he was so moved that he almost cried. Now that something had happened, he had to rely on the neighbors. "Everyone, today's matter is my fault. I didn't make things clear, which led to such a situation. But you don't have to worry. This matter might be the best time to spread the name of our White Deer Academy and Tonghui Lane." The people of Tonghui Lane weren't fools. When they heard Zhang Feng say that, they thought that Zhang Feng was just trying to calm them down. Everyone's eyes turned red. Zhang Feng was speechless. "I'm telling the truth. When have you ever seen me, Zhang Feng, boasting? Do you believe that the braised meat I made will cause a huge uproar in Chang'an city in 3 days?" No one replied to him. Zhang Feng had no choice but to take back his words. He could only instruct them, "This shed is mainly used for smoking and cooking. Go to Du Bing and find him. Ask him to send people down the mountain to buy pots and stoves. The bigger the better. Go home and bring all the pots and stoves you have up here. Also, Old He, are there any kilns here? Old He rubbed his red eyes and said, I used to be a kiln, all right then. Bring some of the students from the mountain and ask that bastard Li Gan for some of his servants. Get me a few hundred pigs and shut down all the brick kilns. I'll tell you how to make roast pigs later. The rest of you, forget it, go up the mountain. After all, we don't need so many people. It's fine here. Chapter 702. After some arrangements were made. Although the sky was already dark, only a small part of the simple shed had been built. It would take at least one more day before it was completely finished. Zhang Feng looked at the shed and sat by the water in a daze. At this moment, the gimmick of the imperial edict and the 20,000 dan of grain had already lost its popularity. Zhang Feng wanted to continue making White Deer College the focus of attention and attract scholars to come to him voluntarily to become lecturers. He had originally planned to rely on this new piece of paper. However, he had never expected that the idiot Li Gan would misinterpret his intentions. If this had happened outside of Chang'an city at the same time as the new piece of paper, the visual impact would have been much better. However, there was no time to think about it now. At this moment, he could only think about how he could spread the braised meat shops all over Chang'an city before this matter completely blew up. Only in this way could the matter of driving the pigs up the mountain be aborted before it was even born. Otherwise, he would never be able to find another student. Moreover, more than half of the students he had recruited would be lost because of this matter. What was this? This was a slap to Zhang Feng's face. Moreover, if Guan Long, the Shandong aristocrats, or the people from the Imperial College spread rumors, then Zhang Feng would be in big trouble. However, Zhang Feng wasn't afraid. The people of this era only believed what they saw and heard. As for things that they had never heard of, they would always maintain a hostile attitude. After all, who didn't know about pork? Zhang Feng was in a daze until Chingchimo, Gao Can, and Ma Zhou searched for Zhang Feng with a lantern for a long time before they found him. However, when they saw Zhang Feng was already deep in thought. No matter how Chingchimo and Gao Can called out to him, he wouldn't respond. In the end, they were scared out of their wits and hurried up the mountain to find Sun Simiao. After seeing Zhang Feng's situation, Sun Simiao could only sigh helplessly and say, "It's fine. He's just lost in thought. Just wait for him to wake up." After saying that, Sun Simiao sighed and left. The people from Tonghui Lane slowly gathered around. They wanted to carry Zhang Feng up the mountain, but they were afraid of disturbing him. They could only hurriedly build a shed for him and then light the worm-repelling mugwort powder that Zhang Feng invented around the shed. Only then did everyone sit beside Zhang Feng and wait quietly. Gao Ken was an impatient person. After following Zhang Feng, this was the first time someone had taken a good look at him, and he could finally eat his fill. But today, he saw with his own eyes that it was that damned guy on the white horse who caused Zhang Feng to become like this. Gao Can's eyes were red as he held a torch and crazily searched for Li Qingxian in the crowd. In the end, he found Li Qingxian at the entrance of the valley where the pigs were kept. At this time, Li Qingxian seemed to be talking to Du Go and the others. There were also Jin Wu guards standing quietly around them. When they saw Gao Can, no one paid attention to this big blockhead. But when they saw the stick he was holding up, they were instantly frightened. All the Jin Wu guards took action and pressed Gao Can to the ground. However, the Jin Wu guards also paid the price of at least 3 people being seriously injured and more than 10 people being lightly injured. "Bastard, what did you do to Master?" After Gao Can was pressed to the ground and tied up, he roared with a hoarse voice. Li Qingxian's face was also ugly, but when he saw Gao Can's appearance, he also exploded with anger. "Men, drag him down and behead him." Du Go heard this and quickly blocked Li Qingxian. "Are you crazy? You were in the wrong in the first place. Now that something has happened to Feng Zi, none of us will be able to escape. Moreover, have you ever thought about how you're going to explain this to your father? With your actions, the reputation of the White Deer Institute has been completely destroyed. If you continue to kill, I didn't do it on purpose. Moreover, Feng Zi said that I should drive the pigs up the mountain. Li Qingxian was also very irritated. If he didn't listen to Zhang Feng's words, how would he dare to drive the pigs up the mountain so openly? Now that he messed up, everyone was blaming him. He was wronged. Then why didn't you avoid the time? Even if you brought the pigs up at night, it would have been fine. Aren't you worried about the reputation of the college at all? And your reputation? Zhang Sun was also a little angry. He waved his hand and had everyone release Gao Kansas. He asked, "Where's Feng Zi? Call him over and let him come over. We'll discuss how to deal with this matter." It would have been better if Zhang Sun didn't say this. Once he did, Gao Kan instantly exploded. "Sir, it's already, Dr. Sun came just now. He couldn't be saved and left." Sir's neighbors covered him with branches and lit a fire around him. What? When everyone heard this, they were almost scared to death. They hurriedly asked Gao Kansas. When they looked in the direction Gao Kan pointed, their eyelids twitched. All they saw was a sea of fire. Could it be that Feng Zi, something happened? Li Qingxian was also dumbfounded. Ching Chumo and the others' faces darkened. He grabbed Li Qingxian's collar and roared, "Li Qingxian, you bastard! Lao Tzu, let's see who can save you this time. Let's go and take a look. If something happens to Feng Zi, none of us can escape." Chapter 703. How could they care so much? They hurriedly ran towards the direction of the fire. At this time, Li Qingxian was also scared silly. Wasn't it just chasing a pig down the mountain? It didn't have to be like this. Could it be that there was something wrong with this kid? Li Qingxian also couldn't care so much. He was also scared silly by this situation. He wanted to ask Gao Kansas. But when he thought of this kid's strength and that big guy, he couldn't help but ask hesitantly, "Let me ask you, what's wrong with Feng Zi? What happened to him?" Gao Kan didn't answer him. Instead, he glared at him even more angrily, as if he was going to pounce on him in the next second. Li Qingxian was so scared that he hurriedly shut his mouth. He didn't care so much and hurriedly ran towards the place where the fire filled the sky. The call wasn't far from where Zhang Feng was. There was only a ridge in the middle. The few of them didn't care about the branches on the ground. They held torches and stumbled down the mountain. The closer they got, the more they felt that something was wrong. They could faintly see many of their companions. Under the illumination of the fire, many people were quietly sitting cross-legged on the ground, staring blankly at the haystack in the middle of the countless bonfires. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that this kid was really so easily frightened? Gone? When they thought of this, their hair instantly stood on end. They hurriedly ran down the mountain as if their lives depended on it. When they hurried down the mountain, they realized that almost everyone who had gone up the mountain had come down. Everyone's face was cold and sorrowful. It was indescribable. The few of them also turned pale with fright and hurriedly squeezed to the front. At this time, the old village chief, Ma Zhou, Old He and the others who were walking at the front had sorrowful faces. However, no one cried. Instead, the women and children were crying. Old village chief, this Feng Zi, Li Qingxian wanted to ask, what happened to Zhang Feng? But before he could finish, he was coldly interrupted by the old village chief. Scram. He only gave him one word. But in this word, Li Qingxian actually didn't hear a trace of anger, nor was it interesting. It was a different kind of emotion. It was very cold, so cold that Li Qingxian suddenly felt that he had done something wrong. It also made Li Qingxian, Ching Chumo, Zhang Sun and the others suddenly feel that this matter was really serious. No, old village chief, you should tell us what happened to Feng Zi. Even if we were wrong, you should first tell us what happened to him. What did Dr. Sun say? Judging from Feng Zi's usual condition, he shouldn't be so weak. He saw that it was Dugo who was asking. The old village chief seemed to feel guilty because he beat him up for no reason last time. He sighed and said, I don't know what to say about Feng Zi's situation. It was as if he suddenly became stupid. He sat there quietly without blinking. Even when Dr. Sun came to see him, he only shook his head and sighed. He told us not to disturb him. We were worried that something would happen to Feng Zi, so we gave him this thing. Hearing this, Li Qingxian and the others let out a deep sigh of relief. However, they were also curious. This brat, what are you doing here? This isn't a temple. You're too awesome. However, how could they not know that Zhang Feng was worried about this matter? After all, this matter was too big. If it wasn't handled properly, not only would everything White Deer College be destroyed, but Zhang Feng would also have to face the condemnation of the Shandong aristocratic families and Imperial College. Even though all of the pigs had been brought out, it was undoubtedly one disaster after another for White Deer Academy. AI. You really did something stupid this time. A few people patted Li Qingxian's shoulder and sighed. Then, they silently sat at the side and waited. None of them knew what happened to Zhang Feng, but the best way to deal with this matter was to wait. Zhang Feng's situation was very similar to hysteria, but Dr. Sun didn't mention it. Seeing Zhang Feng's current situation, it meant that Feng Zi's current situation wasn't like that. However, it was precisely because of this that everyone was even more worried. However, although they were worried, they could only silently pray that nothing happened to Zhang Feng. After all, they had interacted with Zhang Feng for so long. In their hearts, Zhang Feng was already their brother. It could even be said that in their hearts, Zhang Feng was already their teacher. However, due to the issue of face, they didn't really call Zhang Feng out. However, just as everyone was sitting around the bonfire waiting for Zhang Feng to wake up, Tai Chi received news that something had happened to Zhang Feng. Li Shimin was already asleep, but after receiving the report from the elite guard stationed at the foot of Kuei Mountain, he was abnormally furious. After that, Qing Yaojin, Yu Qigong, and the others were hastily summoned by Li Shimin in the middle of the night. In Li Shimin's bedroom, Li Shimin said with a frosty expression, I just received news that something has happened to White Deer College. Do you all know about it? The few of them fell silent and bowed even lower. When Li Shimin saw this, he waved his sleeve and said angrily, change your clothes and follow me to White Deer College. Chapter 704. In the end, Li Shimin did not leave the palace. Leaving the palace in the middle of the night would bring a lot of unnecessary trouble. Li Shimin, Yu Qigong, Qing Yaojin, and Qin Xiong waited anxiously in the imperial study all night. When the sky was slightly brighter, Li Shimin hurriedly waved his sleeve and everyone rushed out of the city. At this moment, Zhang Feng's motionless body trembled slightly. Then, under everyone's bloodshot eyes, Zhang Feng moved slightly. His somewhat numb arm and neck stretched. But after seeing the situation clearly, Zhang Feng was somewhat stunned. What, why am I here? What happened to all of you? Why are all of you sitting here? It's not even dawn yet. What's going on? Zhang Feng was completely dumbfounded. He had been busy the entire afternoon yesterday. He only remembered that in the end, he had chased the pigs into the pigsty. He couldn't remember what had happened after that. But Zhang Feng looked around his current situation and the hastily built shack around him. He couldn't help but ask in astonishment, did I just sit like this the entire night? Until now. Only then did everyone slowly wake up from their shock and numbness. Feng Zi is back, Feng Zi is awake. Everyone, wake up, Feng Zi is fine, Feng Zi is fine. God bless, it's really the God bless, Feng Zi is finally fine. Everyone, get up, make way for Feng Zi. At this moment, everyone saw that Zhang Feng had woken up and couldn't help but cry bitterly. This made Zhang Feng even more confused. Wasn't it just sleeping? Wasn't it just sitting here and sleeping? Did they have to do this? But he didn't notice that his situation last night, if a normal person saw a person sitting there, staring blankly ahead without blinking for an entire night, they would be scared to death. Zhang Feng was speechless when he saw that everyone was just crying. He also had a headache. There were already a lot of things to do. Now that there was the matter of the pig, Zhang Feng's mind was in a mess. He could not help but shout anxiously, "Do you all have nothing to do? It's already morning, why aren't you going to work? I'll give you a quarter of an hour. Either you get to work, or none of you can eat today." Speaking of which, it was strange. If it was any other day, Zhang Feng's words would have caused many of these people to find Zhang Feng and spout nonsense. But today, it was indeed strange. After hearing Zhang Feng's words, these people laughed with tears flowing down their faces. Now, Feng Zi is back. Our Feng Zi is really back. Let's go, let's go. Let's go to work. Otherwise, we will do as Feng Zi said today. No one can eat. Let's go, let's go. Let's get to work. Zhang Feng was completely dumbfounded by these people's godly actions. However, Zhang Feng thought about it carefully and understood their actions. He was now the dean of White Deer College. These people could be considered as part of White Deer College. They were bound together for good or ill. Looking at it from another perspective, if he was one of these people, and if his dean was sitting here, he would do the same. After all, this was the place where the emperor's orders were placed. If something happened to the dean, it would be equivalent to defying the emperor's orders. Once this matter was carried out, these people would bear joint and several responsibility. However, this was secondary. People in ancient times valued relationships. If you gave them a piece of buckwheat flour bun when they were hungry, they would repay you for the rest of their lives. This kind of relationship was rarely seen in Zhang Feng's previous life. However, during his time in the Great Hall, he had seen these people. It was also called loyalty. This was what made Zhang Feng feel incomparably precious. The people were simple and honest. Compared to the scheming of his previous life, they had an additional layer of sincerity. After everyone left, only Li Qingxian and the others were left. Zhang Feng grimaced in pain and glared at them. "Come in and help me up. My legs are numb." Everyone was stunned for a moment before they reacted. They hurriedly carried Zhang Feng out and placed him on a large bluestone. They patted his legs and massaged his waist. Chang'an even used all his strength to massage Zhang Feng's shoulders. It was so painful that Zhang Feng felt as though his neck was about to break. Fortunately, Du Go and Li Qingxian's methods were relatively gentle. After a while, his blood started to flow again. His legs, which were so numb that they no longer felt like a part of his body, slowly regained feeling. However, as he watched the sun rise, a hint of excitement flashed across Zhang Feng's face. "Brothers, do you know that we're rich?" Zhang Feng's inexplicable words caused black lines to flash across the foreheads of the few people present. Zhang Sun even subconsciously touched Zhang Feng's forehead. After confirming that Zhang Feng was still alive, he carefully asked, "Feng Zi, you were too freaking scary last night. Don't tell me you don't know anything about what happened last night? We thought you had done that." Zhang Feng rolled his eyes and shook his head speechlessly. Zhang Sun smacked his lips and gave him a thumbs up. "You're awesome. I admire you. I'm in awe." Chapter 705. Li Qingxian said after confirming that Zhang Feng was fine. "Feng Zi, I was in the wrong yesterday and I apologize to you. However, you should know that I really can't do anything about these pigs at the foot of the mountain. Seeing so many die every day is as painful as being stabbed in my heart. You should know that hundreds of pigs are lost every day. If they were in your hands, they would be able to feed hundreds or thousands of people at least. That can at least feed hundreds or thousands of people. But in my hands, if this thing dies, it can only be buried in the ground. So, my heart ached, and in the end, I could only rush it up the mountain for you. Alright, it's not your fault. It's also my fault. I didn't make myself clear. However, since you've already rushed over, to be honest, even though there's a small problem temporarily, I realize that this has created a business opportunity for our White Deer College. It's also a chance to spread the name of our White Deer College." Li Qingxian couldn't wrap his head around it. They seriously suspected that Zhang Feng's brain had gone haywire because of what happened last night. Why did he see everything as a business opportunity? If not, it was about getting rich. Was this something a normal person, a normal college dean would think about? However, they also knew the awkwardness of being estranged. They had to rely on those people to donate food to the mountain. The original 30,000 dan of food had basically been used up by now. If they couldn't think of a way to get more food, it would probably take less than a month. When the college opened, they would be starving. Therefore, earning money and fame was what the college needed the most right now. After confirming that Zhang Feng was really fine, everyone let go of their worries and gathered together. Li Qingxian finally let go of the grudge in his heart and asked, "You said you're going to get rich. You've said this many times. You even told me 3 days ago. No, 4 days ago, you even told me this. However, I'm very puzzled now. Since yesterday, when you saw these pigs, you decided to build this thing here." Li Qingxian spoke very straightforwardly. He stood beside the strangely shaped shed and said, "What exactly is this thing for? Don't tell me you want to slaughter all of these 150,000 pigs here?" When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but stare at Zhang Feng with wide eyes. Zhang Feng nodded, but then shook his head. This couldn't help but make her even cuter than a few years ago. She was nodding and shaking her head. What was the meaning of this? If it's 150,000 pigs, I did have the thought of slaughtering all of them yesterday. After all, this matter is too big. If I don't take out something, then our White Deer College's reputation might really be ruined. Fortunately, after thinking about it for an entire night, I really did think of a solution. Thinking about it all night? Big brother, did you think about it the entire night? You scared me to death that night, okay? You slept so well last night. Do you know which one of us on the mountain is unbearable? They're all staring at you with their eyes wide open. The few of them rolled their eyes. However, this wasn't important. After all, the most important thing right now was to solve this huge problem. After all, these things ate more than humans every day. If they didn't solve this problem in a day, in less than 3 days, all the food on the mountain would be eaten by these damned pigs. At that time, everyone would starve. Chengchumo looked at Zhang Feng with shining eyes and asked, "What good idea do you have? Don't tell me you want to open a big restaurant here? If that's the case, I promise I'll bring 300 to 500 brothers here before noon today." Zhang Feng glared at Chengchumo. "If you want to eat, then eat. Why do you have to bring your brothers into this? At most, you can bring all your family members here for a meal. That's easy, but you'll have to pay. You know that I'm in desperate need of money, but it's best to use food to exchange. 1 caddy of food for 1 caddy of meat." After seeing Chu Mo's murderous gaze, Zhang Feng hurriedly changed his words. "Yes, I'm talking about braised meat, not raw meat." When the others heard this, they all expressed that they could bring many people here today to see the world. However, this was all a joke. After all, everyone knew that they were deep in the mountains. Even if there were so many people, where would they sit? Moreover, they wouldn't be at ease with the people they could bring. If 1 or 2 of them had a big mouth and revealed their identity, then wouldn't they be finished? The most important thing was that they weren't at ease. Therefore, they could only treat this matter as a joke. After laughing for a while, Dugo's words instantly brought them back to the problem of reality. "There are so many pigs, what do we do?" Zhang Feng also put away his cheeky smile. However, the mischievous smile just now was just a forced act for these guys and everyone who was observing him while working. When the topic returned to the main topic, Zhang Feng pondered for a long time before saying, "Iron Bull's idea is actually away, but it doesn't have to be here." "Where is it then? Do you really want to open a restaurant?" everyone asked in unison. Even those who were eavesdropping on Zhang Feng's painting of Tong Huifang couldn't help pricking up their ears and looking at Zhang Feng. "Yes, it's a restaurant, a restaurant." Zhang Feng nodded and said, "Do you remember why I didn't recommend opening a restaurant after the beer and barbecue was introduced?" He knew that these people didn't understand. Without waiting for them to answer, Zhang Feng continued, barbecue and beer are small tricks that can't be used in a restaurant. However, you have all tasted the dishes I made. How do you think my dishes compare to the top restaurants in Chang'an City? There's nothing to be said about it. You don't know, but ever since that fat chef surnamed Zhou learned from you for a period of time, my Li family's kitchen has basically become a place for those bastards to secretly learn from. Originally, my family's kitchen could only accommodate a few people, but now, it's been moved to the courtyard. Every time I cook, it's like I'm opening an Arabian restaurant. Dozens to hundreds of people stare at that guy surnamed Zhou and learn from him. You don't know, but that fatty surnamed Zhou is now as awesome as an ox. Li Qingxian took the opportunity to complain, but when he saw the unfriendly faces of Chen Chumo and the others, he hurriedly changed his words and said, "Let's get down to business. Actually, Fengzi, you don't have to trouble yourself. Before I came to White Deer College, I already ordered my servants to vacate the shops in the downtown areas of Chang'an City. If you want, they can be turned into restaurants in an instant." When Zhang Feng heard this, his expression changed instantly. "So everything you did was a trap set up for me?" Chapter 706. However, when Zhang Feng said that, the expressions of Cheng Chumo and the others changed slightly. "I say, Feng Zi, are you looking down on your brother? If you're going to do something like this, you should at least give us a heads up first. We have some businesses in Chang'an City. If you and Li Gan are eating meat, you should at least let us have some soup, right?" They were aware of Zhang Feng's culinary skills, and they knew that he was preparing to open a restaurant. Everything else aside, the pig head meat and Zhang Feng's culinary skills were enough to make a fortune. How could they remain calm at this moment? However, Zhang Feng did not care. "I thought you guys only knew how to play. Who knew that you guys have businesses?" When Cheng Chumo heard that, he flipped his hair and said, "Although we are stubborn, we have never asked our parents for a penny. We spend the money we earn." After Cheng Chumo finished speaking, Wei Shuyu and the others nodded. Zhang Feng looked at Dugo suspiciously. Dugo's face turned red. "How can I be convinced by the stench of money? TSK. Zhang Feng gave him the middle finger in disdain. "If you guys want to do it, hurry up. The braised meat will enter Chang'an City tomorrow morning. However, when the time comes, I will need you guys to lead the way. Also, didn't Li Gan say that Fatty Zhou is doing well in your house? Let him and the people he taught stay in your shop for the time being. After 10 days, when I have trained a batch of cooks, they can leave. Of course, you can tell him that if he wants to learn real skills, he can go up the mountain. I will teach him for a month." Li Qingxian nodded. "Oh, right. Is your shop big?" In the end, Zhang Feng asked casually. Li Qingxian looked around and thought for a while before saying, "It is about the same size as your pub. However, it is empty for now. If we do it now, it will probably be ready by tomorrow morning. How should we do the signboard? We need a signboard, right? Something like Yan Lai Restaurant." When it came to signboards, Zhang Feng's first thought was Chang'an Restaurant. However, after thinking about it, he did not want it to be too shocking. However, he could not think of a common name. He could only lie on the big green rock and bathe in the morning sun. He said, "You guys think of a name for the restaurant. I am having a headache now." When they heard that, they gathered together. "What do you think of calling our store Hongbin Restaurant? It doesn't sound good, it doesn't sound domineering, and it doesn't reflect how different it is from the masses. I think it should be called the White Deer Winery. Only then would it reflect the name of our White Deer Academy, right? No, Bailu. Although the name of the academy is unique and elegant, how can it be the name of a restaurant? How about calling it Room Restaurant? No. Why don't we use the first word of our names to think of a name for each of our restaurants? This. I think it will work." They squatted on the ground and debated for a long time. When Zhang Feng was about to fall asleep, they excitedly shook Zhang Feng awake. Seeing that Zhang Feng had woken up, Li Qingxian was the first to say, "We have thought of a name. How about Good Again?" "Good Again?" How did I hear the smell of a roadside stall? Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. He shook his head speechlessly. In any case, you're all reputable figures. What the hell are you thinking of when you think of a name? Can't you guys think of a proper one? Li Qingxian spread his hands. We have been thinking about this for 2 hours. The key is that this silly guy doesn't sound good. That's why we came up with this name. Why don't you come up with it? I am going to die from anger if I have to deal with these guys. Li Qingxian immediately stopped being a handsome guy. Trying to reason with Ching Chumo and the other two. It would be more practical to fight with them. Zhang Feng thought for a while and said, since you guys can't think of a name, then I have an idea. Listen to me. The few of them were instantly energized. They climbed up the big green rock and leaned against it to wait. Zhang Feng thought for a while and said, this can be considered the first chain business of White Deer College in Chang'an City. This is actually a way to explore the market and also to build a reputation for our college. Therefore, I think we should call it the Chang'an Hotel chain. We will arrange the branches in order. For example, Li Qingxian's 20 stores will be called the Chang'an Hotel chain No. 1 store, White Deer College store. The second store will be called the Chang'an Hotel chain No. 2 store, White Deer College store. What do you think? What kind of name is this? Li Qingxian and the others stared at Zhang Feng with their mouths agape. If this name was hung on the signboard, wouldn't it make people laugh their heads off? This name was even worse than the previous one. Wasn't this a little too much? Li Qingxian's face was a little stiff. His stores were basically known to all the high-ranking officials and dignitaries in Chang'an City. If they suddenly changed the signboard to this name, how would he dare to go out in the future? This was a signboard? Which store had this name on their signboard? Chapter 707. However, it was clear that Li Qingxian and the others could not win against Zhang Feng's stubbornness. Under Zhang Feng's strong suggestion, Li Qingxian could only pinch his nose and accept it. There was no other way. The arm could not win against the thigh. After the few of them saw Zheng Tufu leading about 100 or so pig slaughterers valiantly rushing to the battlefield, they could no longer sit still and hurriedly went down the mountain. Just as the few of them had just gone down the mountain, Zhang Feng returned to the wooden house at the top of the mountain and was about to have a good sleep. He heard something that he did not want to hear at all. Yu Shinan had gone up the mountain. Moreover, he had gone up the mountain in a rage last night and was currently in Dr. Sun's courtyard. Dr. Sun's house was temporarily next to Li Yuan's house. Li Yuan was afraid of being lonely, so he pulled Dr. Sun to the side of the waterfall, listening to the sound of the water and the shouts of the construction site. He even built a wooden house for Sun Simiao while he was at it. However, Li Yuan was unable to withstand the choking smell of the lime kiln and ran away. Only Sun Simiao was left to live there alone. This time, Li Yuan's empty house was coincidentally occupied by Yu Shinan. When Zhang Feng learned of this matter, he sighed and could only hurriedly rush to Yu Shinan's place and wait to be reprimanded. There was no other way, he was under someone else's roof and had to lower his head. After all, he still had to invite Yu Shinan and rely on Yu Shinan's relationship to invite those 3 great gods up the mountain. When Zhang Feng arrived with 3 jars of fine wine and 3 charred earth mounds, Yu Shinan and Sun Simiao both looked at the boiling tea stove and burst into hearty laughter from time to time. They did not look as angry as Go Zi had said. Zhang Feng could not help but feel a little confused. However, he didn't dare to be careless. He put the things on the door and bowed. Student Zhang Feng greets Mr. Bo Shi. However, Yu Shinan acted as if he didn't hear anything. He continued to chat with Sun Simiao and Sun Simiao about things that even Zhang Feng found boring. He laughed until his beard trembled. Zhang Feng wondered if the two of them would just leave if they continued laughing. However, this scene finally stopped when Zhang Feng spoke for the 3rd time. Yu Shinan glanced at Zhang Feng. Instantly, the smile on his face disappeared. With a straight face, he pointed at the opposite side of the table and said, "Sit." Zhang Feng felt as if he had been granted amnesty. He nodded and bowed as he sat down. There was nothing he could do about it. Although this was his territory, he still needed help from others, so he had to lower himself a little. Moreover, this matter was caused by them. Since Chang'an was here, it meant that there was still room for negotiation. As soon as Zhang Feng sat down, he hurriedly put the 3 beggars' chickens on the table and then opened the mud seal on the wine jars. Sure enough, no matter how honest and upright Chang'an was, he still lowered his arrogant head under the temptation of fine wine and delicious food. I didn't know that Mr. Bosher came up the mountain last night. I didn't serve you well. These 3 jars of fine wine are the last 3 jars of fine wine left here. I specially present them to you as an apology. Please calm down, Mr. Bosher. Boy, you seem to owe me 3 days of wine. Looking at the wine, Sun Simiao was also greedy and took advantage of the situation. Zhang Feng's expression froze for a moment before he hurriedly said, Dr. Sun is right. I've always kept that in mind. Unfortunately, after I got drunk that night, I drank all the wine. This is my mistake. In half a month's time, when the new wine comes out of the cellar, I'll definitely give Dr. Sun the first batch of good wine. Hearing this, Sun Simiao grabbed a jar and filled it with 30,000 wine for the 3 of them. He had forgiven Zhang Feng. But Chang'an wasn't willing to buy Sun Simiao's excuse. He coldly snorted and said, Don't try to bribe this old man with such mundane things. Kid, let me ask you, yesterday's matter of 300,000 pigs coming up the mountain, was it you who instigated it? Sir, you are wise. It was my idea. Sun Simiao glanced at Zhang Feng and sighed. Hearing this, Chang'an could not help but get angry. Do you know where this place is? Zhang Feng hurriedly sat up straight and said, I know. This is White Deer College. Since you know about such a thing, how can you openly rush up the mountain? If the scholars of the world knew about this, wouldn't they think that this deserted mountain is actually a place for pigs to be raised? What is this? This is an insult to the sages. Have you read the sages' books all the way down to your toes? Don't you understand this? Have you ever thought about us? Have you ever thought about Dr. Sun's reputation? The more Chang'an spoke, the angrier he got. In the end, he was almost shouting. Of course, he would do the same. This time, he had just announced his retirement from writing in a high-profile manner. Then, he learned from the Emperor Emeritus that Zhang Feng had read out a few poems on Shao Mountain a few nights ago. Just when he was inexplicably excited, this boy directly poured a piss on him. Chang'an instantly felt a chill in his heart. At this moment, it would be strange if he did not get angry. Zhang Feng also knew that he was rash. He could only obediently endure Chang'an's anger. When Chang'an's mood was slightly better, he said, Mr. Bosher is right. I was indeed muddle-headed back then. Of all the things I should not have done, I should not have let that bastardly Gon do this. However, I have a different opinion about the impact this matter will have on White Deer College. Chapter 708. Sun Simiao was shocked. He quickly stopped Zhang Feng and said, Kid, hurry up and apologize to Brother Bashi. Maybe Brother Bashi can, fine. Brother Sun, just let this kid speak. Old man wants to see how he's going to argue. Sun Simiao wanted to find another way out. But at this moment, Chang'an was truly enraged. He stopped drinking and looked at the waterfall not far away with his hands behind his back. Zhang Feng gave Sun Simiao a fist salute helplessly. How could he not know that Sun Simiao was trying to find a way out for him? But if this matter was not explained clearly, it would be troublesome later. Moreover, Chang'an city would be abuzz by now. If he did not explain clearly, Chang'an might not even come, let alone Chu Suiliang and the other 2. Then, he would be exhausted to death if he was the only one in this huge academy. Seeing this, Zhang Feng sorted out what he wanted to say in his mind. Then, he said, Mr. Bashi, please calm down. The reason why the student union did this was because they were concerned about the academy's reputation. You're still concerned about the academy's reputation? Old man's reputation has been ruined because of your 300,000 pigs. You're still concerned about your academy? I'm afraid that in less than 3 days, everyone in your academy will leave. Chang'an didn't even turn his head as he responded. Sun Simiao hurriedly tried to persuade him. Brother Bashi, he's still a kid. Calm down and listen to what he has to say, okay? Old man asked this kid last night, and old man also learned from Li Gan. Zhang Feng brought 300,000 pigs here because he wanted to improve the breed of the pigs and get rid of the foul smell, making them more delicious. You weren't on the mountain these days. Zhang Feng used 13 kinds of Chinese medicine to make the pork. Old man thought that he had eaten all kinds of delicacies, but this pork still made old man drool. Speaking of which, why didn't you bring any braised pork trotters today? Zhang Feng slapped his head. Look at me. I was so busy at the foot of the mountain that I forgot. I'll send someone to bring it to you later. As he spoke, Zhang Feng was about to get up to look for someone. But he was stopped by Chang'an. You can't win and you want to run away? When Zhang Feng heard this, he retracted his foot that had just stepped out. He knew what Sun Simiao meant. That meant that no matter how much you said, it was not as practical as a braised pig trotter. Zhang Feng also understood. But how could the two of them be able to hide from Chang'an's ears? Zhang Feng was speechless. He could only stand where he was and say, actually, as old man Sun said, I did come up with some Chinese medicine to get rid of the smell of the pork. After I got the confirmation, I asked Li Qian to go down the mountain and find a large number of eunuchs from the cleansing room to castrate the pigs. Zhang Feng told him about the process of rotting the pigs, how to get rid of the foul smell, and how he had Sun Simiao prepare the feed so that the pigs could grow to 200 catties in half a year at most. Moreover, the pigs would not have a foul smell on them at all. Although Chang'an was shocked and asked Sun Simiao again and again, he still couldn't believe it. However, after glancing at Zhang Feng, Chang'an's anger flared up again. I'll believe you for now. But after all, it's just flattery and can't be taken out. Is your academy only good at teaching people how to raise pigs? Although Chang'an was still rude, Zhang Feng could tell from Chang'an's voice that Chang'an's anger had subsided. He was just waiting for an explanation. Zhang Feng said hurriedly, we students learn the Tao of Confucius, and he taught us to take from the people and use for the people. He also taught us not to forget the people and fire. Did Confucius say this? Chang'an frowned slightly. Although Chang'an had never heard of these words, they seemed to make some sense. Chang'an turned around and sat back at the table to ask. How could Zhang Feng know who was the one who said all this? It was just a slip of the tongue. I don't remember which sage said it, but these words must have come from the sage. But I think that we were born to eat the 5 grains and understand the ways of the world. Almost none of us grew up slowly from the daily necessities, and then studied. What is the purpose of this? Yes. We want to serve the court better, change our lives, change the lives of the people, and let everyone have good food, clothes, and laughter at home. What do you think, Mr. Bosher? This was another piece of information that was put together. Although Chang'an was thinking hard, he still nodded. Don't change the topic. Tell me about your current situation. Okay. Hearing this, Zhang Feng immediately sat down obediently and said, regarding this matter, Li Gan misunderstood what I meant. However, I did not blame him. If I had not said those words, Li Gan would not have been so agitated that he did not even know the time and hurriedly drove the pigs up the mountain. He didn't do anything wrong, and I think I didn't do anything wrong either. Chapter 709. Chang'an was so angry that he laughed. Sun Simiao hurriedly signaled to Zhang Feng with his eyes. However, Chang'an stopped Sun Simiao and said, continue. Zhang Feng then said, let's not talk about the past. Let's talk about this year. The Longyu province of the Tang dynasty suffered from a drought. Let's not talk about this. Old man knows that you want to show off your achievements again, right? Zhang Feng was stunned. Then, he picked up the most recent topic and said, ever since we reached an agreement with Tubo, Tubo forgot about the basics in order to obtain more food to fight against the plague of locusts. Therefore, I asked Lao Li and the others to take the opportunity to gather a large number of pigs to eliminate the locusts. Fortunately, the heavens took pity on us. In the end, the locusts were eliminated. However, the first thing that happened after the locusts were eliminated was the outbreak of famine. Yu Shinan frowned in dissatisfaction. Zhang Feng hurriedly fast-forwarded again and said, "These pigs require a large amount of food every day. If we leave them to their own devices, if Tufan finds out and takes the opportunity to ask for the pigs, wouldn't that put Old Li and the others in danger? We can't let the pigs go and can't afford to raise them. After all, people nowadays can barely afford to eat one meal a day. Where would we find the money to spare for rice? That's why this kid is so impatient. He only went up Mount E. When he was supervising the construction of White Deer College, he sent someone to find old Gao to experiment on the mountain first. The godly doctor knows about this." Yu Shinan nodded and his anger subsided a little. "I already know about this. Old man has seen old Gao before. But what does the 300,000 pigs at the foot of the mountain have to do with this matter? Have you thought about it?" "I have." Zhang Feng picked up the wine bowl and drank it. He sighed and said, "On the one hand, I was worried about the people all day long. I was hungry all day long. I couldn't sleep at night and didn't know how to eat. Fortunately, I found a solution in my dream. I developed a braising material made from 13 herbs. It temporarily removed the smell of pork and made it delicious. It's just that you don't know that there are so many pigs outside Chang'an city that are troubling Lao Li. Lao Li and I are brothers. When my brothers are in trouble, how can I stand by and watch? That's why I came up with this bold idea." After Zhang Feng finished speaking, he gently opened the beggar's chicken. At this time, he was sure that Yu Shinan and Li Mu hadn't eaten yet. Therefore, when the mud wrapped around the beggar's chicken was knocked open, the fragrance instantly attracted the two of them. Yu Shinan's Adam's apple involuntarily moved. Zhang Feng slowly peeled off the layers of lotus leaves, then took out a small knife from his bosom and cut open the chicken's stomach. The spices wrapped in the chicken's stomach, as well as the steaming hot eggs, instantly rolled all over the table. Zhang Feng pointed to the beggar's chicken and said, "This is the way I came up with to solve the problem of the chickens and ducks starving to death because of lack of food every day. That's eating. This method is simple. It doesn't need a stove. You can learn how to cook just by looking at it once." While Zhang Feng was talking, Yu Shinan and Sun Simiao had already picked up a chicken thigh and gnawed at it. Seeing this, Zhang Feng heaved a deep sigh of relief. Then he slowly said, "As for the 300,000 pigs, when I learned from Li Gan that more than 100 of them starved to death every day, I couldn't help but feel distressed. So many people in Chang'an are starving, but pork is a natural food. Wouldn't it be a pity if we just let it be wasted and no one knew how to eat it? So I planned to build a food processing factory at the foot of the mountain. Every day, I would let the people who learned how to braise meat in Tonghui Square continuously braise the pork. Then, would send people to deliver it to Chang'an city for everyone to eat." Zhang Feng explained his plan in detail. At this point, Yu Shinan finally asked in shock, "Your original intention wasn't to save the ordinary people of Chang'an, right?" Although I haven't eaten it before, from old Sun's slanderous look when he heard about the braised pork, I knew that it wasn't a common thing. Tell me what you think." At this point, Yu Shinan's anger finally disappeared completely. Zhang Feng heaved a deep sigh of relief. However, he knew that what he was about to say next was the most important thing. If he didn't get to the point, Yu Shinan wouldn't go up the mountain. Even if he had agreed before, he would regret it now. Zhang Feng thought for a while, then raised his wine bowl and respectfully toasted Yu Shinan and Sun Simiao. Then he said, "As I said before, this plan was indeed for the sake of the Academy's reputation. You also know that White Deer College is actually a hodgepodge. Those who don't know won't be able to accept such a model. Although I don't force everyone to come, Zhang Feng, also want to fight for my reputation and let everyone see White Deer College. So..." Yu Shinan threw away the chicken bones and picked through them. He took the small machete from Zhang Feng's hands and cut the chicken breast meat. He held it in his hands and ate it as he asked this question. I want to pry the food out of the mouths of those dukes and officials in Chang'an. Chapter 710. Zhang Feng said very calmly, as if this was how it should be. But when these words came out, instantly, Yu Shinan and Sun Simiao's faces changed. They hurriedly looked around. After making sure that no one was around, they heaved a sigh of relief. Yu Shinan looked at Zhang Feng for a long time with a dignified face. Then he said, Boy, do you know that if what you said today is known by others, even if you have 10 heads, they won't be enough to chop off your head? Do you understand? In the future, don't say such things. Old man doesn't want his reputation to be ruined by your hands. Sun Simiao couldn't help but sigh. Boy, your idea is right, but pork is pork after all. It can't be put on the table. What's more, who doesn't know the value of food at this time? No matter how fragrant your braised meat is, this old man feels that no one will pay for your impulsiveness. Zhang Feng shook his head. No, since this boy dares to do this, he has already thought about everything. Last night, this boy thought about it all night. Yes. Sun Simiao was surprised. You had hysteria last night because of this? Zhang Feng nodded. You're right. Without that diamond drill, this boy wouldn't dare to take on this porcelain job. Until now, the matter had finally come to an end. But let alone Yu Shinan, even Sun Simiao felt that it was impossible. Your idea is perfect, but in reality, do you intend to deal with this matter with the jealousy of all the people? If you do so, then old man will go down the mountain now. From now on, he will have nothing to do with you and Shao Mountain. Yu Shinan said simply and directly. Zhang Feng heard this and laughed. If this boy is like this, then he really wants to kill himself. Selling pork, in fact, is the same as the cooperative and the bone-strengthening powder. They both need one thing, public opinion. What did you say? Bone-strengthening powder? And the cooperative? Did you come up with all these things? Yu Shinan could no longer sit still. Zhang Feng was also a little surprised. Did old Feng not tell Mr. Bosher? Yu Shinan rubbed his forehead. What else did you do? Now, let's talk about it. The old man doesn't want to be surprised by you from time to time. Previously, the old man always thought that this magical thing like the bone-strengthening powder was made by Brother Sunday. However, after meeting Brother Sun, the old man knew that this thing wasn't made by him. The old man is still wondering who made this thing. But I never expected it to be you. Alas. Yu Shinan sighed and said, if it weren't for this matter, those 3 stubborn old men probably wouldn't have needed the old man to waste his breath. He would have only needed this bone-strengthening powder to make them rush up the mountain overnight. Yu Shinan wasn't exaggerating. This bone-strengthening powder was so miraculous that even he was surprised. After taking it, one's whole body would feel comfortable and even their strength would be stronger than before. Moreover, what was the cooperative? This was a benefit to the people. He didn't know if there were any descendants, but no one in the past could have done such a feat. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. However, the pig matter has too much influence. Maybe Guanlong is already thinking of a way. Even the people of the Shandong nobles know about this matter. If you have any ideas, hurry up and say it. The old man will let you see if it will work or not. Hearing this, Zhang Feng asked the 2 to eat the chicken. Then, he hurried to a group of craftsmen who just passed by not far away and said something. Then, he came back and ate and drank with the 2. While eating and drinking, Zhang Feng said, Mr. Bosher, my real purpose this time is to use the fragrance of this pork to make those dignitaries cry. Then, I will cook it outside Chang'an city and give it to the poor people on the spot. As long as the fragrance floats into the stomach of those people in the city and arouses their appetite, they will want to taste it even if they know it is pork. Yu Shinan curled his lips. However, when he looked at the delicious chicken in his hand, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then, he laughed and said, then this isn't your original intention, right? As far as the old man knows, you are the kind of person who won't act until you see the hair. Are you willing to give away all this pork? Zhang Feng waved his hand dizzily and said, Mr. Bosher, you must be joking. Although I love money, I get it in a good way. I don't dare to be greedy for such a national disaster. I only have Confucius's teachings in my heart. Of course, at this time, I have a big family and a big business. I need money everywhere on the mountain. After this wave of public opinion blows up, I plan to let Li Gan and the others open restaurants in Chang'an City under the name of White Deer College. I don't want money, and I won't ask for more. I only want a gene of grain in exchange for a gene of braised meat. Yu Shinan couldn't help but frown. Although he understood some things from Zhang Feng's words, he faintly heard the way of merchants. How could this be said by a dean of an academy? This was clearly an unscrupulous merchant. Chapter 7:11. What the literati despised the most was the merchants who were full of evil intentions in the dark. This was also the reason why merchants in this era had such a low status. In everyone's eyes, they were heartless scoundrels who sold high and received low. He was very unwilling to let Zhang Feng do this. After all, Zhang Feng was no longer alone in this matter. Behind him, there was a complicated network of relationships. The emperor, the retired emperor, and the crown prince, the divine doctor, etc. Behind him, the gazes of Guanlong, the landowning clans of Shandong, and so on were all focused on him. If he made even the slightest mistake, it would be like today. Everything he had done today, as well as the reputation he had painstakingly accumulated, would instantly collapse. But fortunately, Yu Shinan was not a stubborn person. When Zhang Feng said that one gene of grain could be exchanged for one gene of meat, he already understood what Zhang Feng was doing. However, this was what shocked Yu Shinan the most. This guy actually used the strategy of retreating in order to advance in the military book. Just like when the academy first issued the imperial edict, everyone was full of contempt for him, thinking that he was just a local rich man or a stubborn person who was playing around. But then, when the granary was opened and 20,000 dawn of grain was distributed, what Yu Shinan saw on the mountain was not ordinary. Sometimes, even Yu Shinan had an illusion. If not for Zhang Feng's personality, he would definitely think that Zhang Feng was the reincarnation of a saint. Especially now, when he knew the real purpose of the 300,000 pigs, he deeply felt the horror of Zhang Feng. This guy was not simple. In time, who could be on the same level as him? No one could compare to his courage. Although he was a little timid and afraid of death, a little training was enough. Knowledge, even he could not understand the magical arithmetic at this time, and even those poems that made him feel ashamed of his inferiority. It was also after he decided to go to Shao Mountain that he took the initiative to stop writing. Every time he thought of Zhang Feng's poem, he looked at the pen in his hand and felt a sense of shame. He felt like he was humiliating this pen and this piece of paper. Let's talk about strategy. Just by opening his mouth, this kid was able to toy with the Tubo Turks and other countries. Even if Zhuge Kongming was still alive, he would probably only be able to catch up to him. What happened just now seemed to be a joke. However, as long as Zhang Feng put the pork in the stove outside Chang'an City on fire, naturally, any trick would fall apart. People would never be able to deceive their eyes, nose, and ears. Sigh. Boy, this old man is very curious. Who are you? Yu Shinan asked as he finished the last egg in his hand. Zhang Feng shrugged. I don't know. Someone said that I was Kongming's teacher. I also vaguely remember that Kongming seemed to be one of my disciples. This kid had been sitting on Mount Wutai for 500 years, shut up. I'm not full yet. Quickly go and get some pork trotters for the old man to try. This time, the old man doesn't plan to leave. It's a good chance to keep brother Sun company. Hearing this, Zhang Feng was overjoyed. However, Zhang Feng's face turned bitter and he sighed. Aya, this kid is really too excited. I can't express it with words. However, as you can see, there are so many students on the mountain. Moreover, this pork incident has attracted everyone's attention. This kid is worried that Mr. Bosher won't be able to handle it. Chang'an wanted to laugh. He waved his hand and said, "That's enough. Don't try to show off in front of me. I'll write a letter to those 3 stubborn old fellows. Moreover, it all depends on whether you're able to accomplish what you said. If you're really able to accomplish it, then even if I don't write them a letter, they'll naturally come to White Deer Academy." Hearing this, Zhang Feng was overjoyed and bowed. "Then this kid will thank Mr. Bosher in advance. Scram, I'm hungry." Chang'an found it funny. In the end, he could only smile speechlessly. However, at this moment, Zhang Feng looked into the distance and pointed at a few people carrying a large dustpan. "What a coincidence. You're in luck today. This is the braised pork that was just brought up from the foot of the mountain. This kid even made a whole pig. I'm going to prepare a pig feast for you. Please take a seat." Sun Simiao couldn't wait any longer. Seeing the people carrying the dustpan, he crawled up and took out 3 wine gourds from the wooden house. In the end, he was still worried and shook Zhang Feng's wine jar. "I know you can't hold your liquor well, so I didn't prepare anything for you." What could Zhang Feng say? He could only laugh and hurriedly put the steaming hot braised pork on the table with the 4 students. Before he could put everything out, a large pig intestine coiled together in a pot attracted Chang'an's attention. Zhang Feng saw this and said, "This thing is good for the intestines. In other words, it's digestion in the stomach. Right now, the meat is fully cooked. You can try it." Chang'an heard this and hurriedly picked up a long piece of pig intestine. Under Zhang Feng's instructions, he dipped it in some vinegar and sauce and took a small bite. Chang'an couldn't help but let out a moan when he smelled the fragrant, soft, and sticky scent. "Kid, what is this?" "Pig intestine." Chapter 7:12. As soon as Zhang Feng finished his words, Sun Simiao's expression changed instantly. He even stopped chewing his favorite pig trotter and looked at Chang'an instead. Chang'an's expression changed, but in the end, he chewed slowly and looked at Sun Simiao with a smile. Old man even dared to eat the locusts, let alone this? Ha 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 ha. Brother Bashi, you're right. This guy is as timid as a mouse. He would never dare to serve those dirty things on our table. However, don't bring these dirty things to the taverns in Chang'an. If those people get hold of them, you'll be in trouble. Zhang Feng curled his lips. He didn't take it seriously. It was a pity that there were no chili peppers in this era. Now, the chili peppers should still be living well in America. When the steam engine was ready, Lao Tzu would go and get the chili peppers back. Lao Tzu didn't believe that no one would eat a plate of spicy fried pig intestines. This thing, even in the future, was a top-grade delicacy. There were some people who felt disgusted, but that was a small matter. Zhang Feng couldn't be an all-purpose charger. He didn't force everyone to like it. As long as some people could accept this thing, how could his pocket not hold the money of half of them? But this was a story for later. Zhang Feng was afraid that the introduction wasn't good enough, so he moved the whole pig up the mountain and sent it here. However, the 3 people's stomachs were only so big. When they were eating and drinking, the fragrance attracted a group of children working on the mountain. Chang'an waved his hand, and a large group of children gathered around and ate heartily. The 3 people had no choice but to move slowly along the mountain path and walk toward the waterfall, treating it as an exercise after dinner. As they walked, Chang'an picked his teeth and asked, "Fengzi, looking at the construction, the building of the academy will be officially completed in a month, which is around the Mid-Autumn Festival." However, Old Man saw something that he had never seen before. They call it teaching tools. What's going on? When Chang'an went up the mountain yesterday, he happened to meet the old craftsman who was looking for Zhang Feng with the teaching tools. Chang'an asked him about it, but when he looked at the semicircular and triangular teaching tools in his hand, Chang'an couldn't see through them. These tools were engraved with scale marks like the ruler, but they were completely different from what he knew. If it wasn't for the pig's matter, he would have asked him. At this time, the pig's matter was solved, and Yu Shinan remembered his business. If he didn't want to teach at the academy, he wouldn't care. However, since he decided to stay, Yu Shinan naturally got into his role. Zhang Feng didn't hide anything and said, "These things are the teaching tools needed for mathematics and the science after mathematics. Mathematics is only a basic science. These things are needed to accurately measure the area of fields and objects. The things we measure now are either measured with a ruler or footprints. It's too troublesome. However, once we learn mathematics, we can calculate these things. For example, the area of my Shao mountain will only take a cup of tea's time." "Is it really so magical?" Yu Shinan asked. "It's not miraculous. After a few days, when the pork issue dies down, I'll take some time to finalize the teaching book with you. Then, I'll write down the basics of mathematics and how to learn. I'll show them to Mr. Bosher, and Mr. Bosher will naturally know when the time comes." Yu Shinan and Sun Simiao were instantly shocked. They exclaimed in unison, "You're saying that you're going to write teaching materials?" "Yes. Is there anything wrong with it?" Zhang Feng asked in surprise when he saw the expressions of the two. Hearing this, Yu Shinan and Sun Simiao looked at each other. They suspected that Zhang Feng was drunk. Then, the three of them didn't speak for a long time until they reached the bottom of the waterfall. Looking at the water gushing out from a cave on the cliff, Yu Shinan asked, "Kid, do you know the price of paper?" "Xian paper costs a kilogram." "Then you already know. Do you know how much money it costs to write teaching materials?" "Kid, do you know why there are so few scholars in this era?" He knew that he didn't speak. Yu Shinan pointed at a crooked jujube tree under the waterfall. The three of them sat on the intertwined roots of the tree. Yu Shinan said with a serious expression, "Actually, old man has been wanting to tell you about this for a long time. Do you know why many people don't think highly of White Deer College?" Zhang Feng didn't know about this. He hurriedly said, "Please enlighten me, Mr. Bo." Yu Shinan sighed and said, "You know the requirements to become a great Confucian scholar in this era. The reason why we recommended you was because we saw your talent. But if you want to become a great Confucian scholar with your own ability, you'll need at least 30 years. This doesn't matter what your position is, how famous you are, or how many students you have. What matters is how many books you have. Do you understand?" Chapter 713. Zhang Feng could vaguely understand some of the words. Then he said, "Mr. Bosher, you worry too much. I've already collected all kinds of rare books from all over the place. I even got my hands on the ancient literature book." Yu Shinan was surprised. "Are you talking about the book in old Master Li's hands?" Zhang Feng was a little confused. He asked in return, "Are there many copies of the ancient literature book?" Yu Shinan didn't answer him. He just rubbed his forehead and said, "I heard that old Master Li became the honorary vice dean of the academy. Did he exchange a book for it?" Zhang Feng sighed. "Old Master Li is really something. How can he talk about this kind of thing? This isn't a matter of talking nonsense." Yu Shinan was a little annoyed. He pointed at Zhang Feng and said, "You're really a newborn calf that's not afraid of tigers. You should know that the so-called book collection is partly about this matter. It's also about the books you've written. You can even copy the books of your predecessors or translate a book. But, to put it bluntly, an academy is competing on the number of books it has. But it's also the kind of competition. As a dean and a chancellor, you represent an academy. To forge iron, you need to be tough. You haven't been tough. What do you think will happen? So, you should be able to understand what I'm saying, right?" Yu Shinan sighed again after he finished speaking. Sun Simiao thought for a while. He looked at Zhang Feng and Yu Shinan before he said, "Old man, I know you don't understand what Brother Bosher is saying. Let me ask you. Do you know that there are many schools in Chang'an city right now?" 3. Imperial College, Chang'an University, and our current White Deer College. Sun Simiao asked. "Then do you think, other than Brother Bosher, anyone else in Chang'an city is qualified to open a school?" "Yes. Then why are not many of them willing to open an academy? Zhang Feng fell silent. At this moment, Yu Shinan slowly uttered two words. Paper is expensive. Although there are many talented people, the reason why they are still so unknown is not because they are not outstanding enough, but because most of the scholars are from poor families. Or perhaps because they are studying and buying books, they have gone bankrupt. Zhang Feng couldn't help but think of something. Unable to restrain his emotions, he said, frightened by the public, the Lady Spring overflows, the Three Gorges CI source flows backward. Paper is expensive in Chang'an. Every word that is passed down is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Cutting a piece of flesh and returning it to his bosom, the teacher will laugh at himself. How can he be honest? But don't ask with a cup in your hand. How can there be such a person in the human world who is like a child growing up poor? Who knows what is in Jeshuan's mind? Like the wind, like a dance. Looking back at the setting sun, vast and boundless, dust and wild horses. Longzhong, crouching dragon 1,000 feet, Gao Yin Kai. Qian, who would ask, Lei Ming, Tian Cauldron, Huang Zhong is mute. I understand. Zhang Feng sucked in a deep breath of cold air. He had always thought that paper was expensive. But when he thought about it from a deeper level, he felt that the scholars of the Tang dynasty were all arrogant because of their talent. But now, Yu Shinan's words instantly woke Zhang Feng up. It was not that these people did not want to teach. It was that they could not afford to teach. A book, no matter what, required 2 or 3 grams of paper. Ordinary yellow paper was not easy to write on. Only expensive rice paper was easy to write on. But how many people could afford rice paper? Finally, he could understand the meaning of Xin Chiji's poem. Paper is expensive in Chang'an, thousands of gold coins fight for it. Cut the meat and return it, the teacher laughs at himself. At this moment, Yu Shinan was also deeply shocked. To think that Zhang Feng was so talented that he was able to understand the logic behind the situation in an instant. He was even able to compose such a poem in an instant. He was simply a genius. Seeing that Zhang Feng was silent at this moment, Yu Shinan thought that his enthusiasm was suppressed by him. He could not bear to say, "Boy, don't be discouraged. As long as you use your 300,000 pigs properly, there is nothing to be afraid of. Teacher, you worry too much. How can I be frightened by such things?" At this moment, Zhang Feng regained his confidence in an instant. He had known that the paper was expensive, but he did not plan to buy it. Moreover, it seemed that old Master Li did not think that he could really make paper, so this matter was not spread out. Fortunately, this was still good. Seeing Zhang Feng's reaction, Yu Shinan could not understand Zhang Feng's shock and was a little unhappy. Zhang Feng hurriedly said, "Sir, I've actually thought of this a few days ago. Moreover, my academy needs paper, especially high-quality paper. In a month, I'll need at least 300 pounds. This is not considered teaching literature. Every student needs at least 3 pounds of paper to make books. Then there are the teachers teaching materials and homework, etc. They all need paper. And you said that this paper costs 1,000 strings of cash per pound. Even if I have a fortune of 10,000 strings of cash, I can't support it. So I have already made preparations." "What preparations?" "Make it yourself." Chapter 7:14. Nonsense. Is this something that you can create even if you want to? This technique of papermaking is either in the hands of the Ministry of Works or in the hands of those papermaking masters. Do you think anyone can make papermaking? If that's the case, it can't be as simple as the sentence in your poem just now. Paper is expensive in Chang'an. A word is passed down. Thousands of gold pieces fight for it. You're laughing at yourself. How is that honest? You know the meaning of it yourself. If it can be made, the phenomenon of paper being expensive in Chang'an would not happen. Yu Shinan felt that Zhang Feng was boasting. Although Zhang Feng's business skills had already shocked the world with his construction skills, papermaking wasn't something that could be mastered so easily. Zhang Feng did not object. He knew how shocking it would be if he were to say it out loud. When Chang'an stopped, Zhang Feng said seriously, "Mr. Bo, sure, I wasn't boasting just now. The phrase, paper is expensive, will soon become a thing of the past. I know that you still think that I'm talking big and don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. However, I know my own weight. Although Xian paper is good, it also has a drawback. That is, a layer of wax is smeared on the paper. Although it's still okay, it's not easy for ink to penetrate. The penetration power is not good. A book that has been placed for 3 to 5 years has to be copied again. How much money is that? But my paper is different. Paper is less than half the thickness of Xian paper. It's soft and very white, just like snow. The most important thing is the price. I've calculated. Based on the material of 300 caddies of paper, 300 caddies of paper, including the wages of the workers and the price of the raw materials, is less than 100 copper coins. What? This? How is this possible? Chang'an finally could not maintain his elegant posture. Why was paper so expensive? It was because it was troublesome to make. Even the biggest papermaking workshop in Chang'an, Pure Heart Workshop, could only produce about 100 caddies of Xian paper in a month with 300 workers working day and night. It was not that the merchants did it on purpose. This workshop belonged to the Ministry of Works. It was too troublesome to refine the materials and boil the pulp. Chang'an had once gone to the Ministry of Works and personally stayed at Pure Heart Workshop for a month. Calculating the cost of the workers' wages, the cost of the raw materials, and so on, almost half of the 100 caddies of rice paper was the capital. But even so, the paper produced could not be used. There was a layer of fluff on the paper and it had to be doused with wax to smooth the paper. But what did Zhang Feng say? 300 caddies of paper, paper that was better than Xian paper, only 100 copper coins? How was this possible? At this moment, Sun Sinister Sunday. Feng Zi, you said that your paper is thinner than Xian paper? As he spoke, Sun Simiao took out a book from the sachet on his belt. He picked up a piece of paper and asked, "Look, this is Xian paper. Are you sure it's thinner than Xian paper?" "It's thinner than Xian paper." As Zhang Feng spoke, he looked around and picked up a leaf from the jujube tree. "Take a look at this leaf. Is it thinner than Xian paper?" The two of them only glanced at it and nodded. "Then, if this kid were to say that my paper would be as thick as the leaves of this jujube tree, would you believe me?" "No. Impossible." The two of them said in unison. "This old man has lived for 70 years and I have never heard of such a miraculous technique. Just because you don't know about it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. For example, the wine that you drank just now. Before you drank it, would you have thought that such a good wine existed in this world?" The two of them were stunned. It was true. Before they met Zhang Feng, or heard about Zhang Feng's so-called white wine, how could they believe that there was a wine as clear as water? And such a strong wine? But now? Wasn't Zhang Feng the one who had displayed all of these in the past? The two of them looked at each other in horror. They both thought of something that they didn't even dare to think about. Combined with all the things that Zhang Feng had done, could this lad really make such a paper? However, they couldn't figure it out. They really couldn't figure it out. After all, the two of them had lived for most of their lives. Although they weren't very knowledgeable, at least they could find ancient books, rare books, and rumors among the people. They had seen more than Zhang Feng. But at this time, after they racked their brains for a long time, they really couldn't find any record of this kind of paper. Involuntarily, the two of them were shocked. "Lad, can you really make such a paper?" "Yes." Zhang Feng answered with certainty. "And soon, in less than half a month, this lad will give each of you 50 pounds of paper that is better than Xian paper. How about it?" Chapter 7:15. Chang'an felt a little dizzy. From Zhang Feng's confident expression and tone, Chang'an had already believed Zhang Feng's words. After all, it was just like what he had just said. If there was no porcelain job, how could he stop this job? After all, Zhang Feng should know the seriousness of this matter. If he really dared to lie in front of him, not only would Yu Shinan turn around and leave in anger, he would also immediately write a letter to the emperor. However, Yu Shinan also believed in Zhang Feng on another point. He believed in the emperor, the retired emperor, the crown prince, and the others. Not to mention the emperor, even the retired emperor, he could give the ancient texts that he had always regarded as a treasure to Zhang Feng. He also took the initiative to take on the position of the honorary vice dean of White Deer College. He knew what this meant the most. This was equivalent to helping Zhang Feng take the blame for this rotten pot. At the same time, it was also a kind of deterrence. This White Deer College belonged to him, Li Yuan. Whoever dared to touch the college would have to see if they could take a beating first. If he didn't have any tricks, how could Li Yuan establish the Tang dynasty? Without a pair of eyes, how could Li Yuan allow Zhang Feng to exist and have such a good relationship with Zhang Feng? Thinking of this, Yu Shinan finally put down the huge rock in his heart. He smiled bitterly and said, "Kid, do you know if this matter is spread out, how many literati will you drive crazy?" Zhang Feng shook his head and said, "I don't know. This has nothing to do with me. Time is actually one wave after another. If you don't enter, there will only be the waves behind you that will drag you into a bottomless abyss, never to see the sun again. So, teacher, do you think this is a good thing or a bad thing for me to do this?" Yu Shinan was once again stunned by Zhang Feng's words. Time is like a wave, one wave higher than the previous one. This, Yu Shinan recalled Zhang Feng's words over and over again in his heart. In the end, the more he thought about it, the more inconceivable it was. He simply stopped thinking about it. His head hurt. Yu Shinan rubbed his forehead and shook his head with a smile. This old man thought that he had already thought too highly of you, but, looking at you now, this old man suddenly feels that he can't see through you anymore. Tell me, what exactly is this thin paper that you speak of made of? Zhang Feng didn't want to say it, but a sly look flashed in his eyes as he said, "Actually, if Mr. needs it, I can tell Mr. the formula. Wait. Don't say such vicious words in the future, especially outside. Don't even mention it. This is a piece of advice from the old man." Zhang Feng sighed, "This kid will remember. However, there's nothing that can't be said. After all, I'm planning to open such a class in this academy in the future." "All right. Let's not talk about it anymore." Under Yu Shinan's warning gaze, Zhang Feng could only shut up. However, Yu Shinan couldn't help but ask about the papermaking technique. Zhang Feng didn't hold back and told Yu Shinan everything except the core technique. After listening, Yu Shinan said in surprise, "Isn't this the raw material used to make rice paper? It's just that it's missing pine needles and birch bark. Why do you want to add these two things?" "Well, there's something else. The birch bark, pine needles, and the plant fiber and the bamboo are essential elements to support the formation of a piece of paper. There's also another thing in the birch bark. This thing is also necessary for the formation of paper, just like an adhesive, plant fiber." Yu Shinan wasn't the only one who didn't understand. Even Sun Simiao, who dealt with these plants and herbs all year round, was dumbfounded. Listening to the new terms that kept popping out of Zhang Feng's mouth, the two of them were completely dumbfounded. What are these? What are these? In the end, the two of them could only sigh helplessly. "We're old. As you said before, us old guys are like small water droplets that have been slapped into the bottomless abyss by the waves. We're useless." Zhang Feng's face turned serious when he heard this. "Mr. Bo, sure, you're too serious. Although you say that, there are some things that you can't just chase after the heart and forget the essence. You and elder son are like the rope tied around my waist. When I drift too far away, you too can still follow the rope and pull me back." Another sentence that they didn't understand. The two of them laughed bitterly again. He stood up and said, "That's enough. Today, I originally wanted to persuade you not to neglect the essentials and focus on trifles. In the end, I was taught a lesson by you. If those old fellows were to know about this, this old man would lose all face. The two of them were about to leave as they spoke, but after they took a few steps, Chang'an suddenly turned around and asked, "Kid, the paper you mentioned just now, how long will it take you to make it?" "If we count the paper for the first test, 3 days. In 3 days, I can make about 300 to 500 caddies." 3 days? So fast? Chang'an was stunned. "How long have you prepared?" Zhang Feng thought about it. "If we count the time from building the shed to building the site, 10 days. Chang'an took a deep breath and said, "Kid, if you can make the paper you mentioned in 3 days, the old man will promise you that you don't need to do anything. Even if the old man doesn't care about his face, he will tie those 3 old guys up to the mountain for you." Zhang Feng grinned when he heard this. Deal. Chapter 7:16. This time, Zhang Feng finally found his motivation. He did not expect the paper to be as expensive as the poem said. No wonder Ma Zhou was willing to raise horses for a book. So, it was all because of this? He pestered Chang'an, and with Sun Simiao as his witness, he wrote down the contract. Zhang Feng immediately woke up and took a bath naked under the waterfall. This caused a group of women at the construction site to scold him for a long time. Only then did Zhang Feng run down the mountain. Before he reached the halfway point, he met Gao Can, who was driving the mule back to the mountain. When Gao Can saw Zhang Feng going down the mountain alone, he forcefully lifted Zhang Feng onto the mule's back and pulled the mule away. Zhang Feng could only endure the pain in his crotch and let Gao Can pull the mule towards the paper mill. When they were halfway up the mountain, Zhang Feng could smell the smell of blood and the sounds of shouting. Looking through the gaps in the leaves, he could see that in the valley on the left side of the mountain, there was a cloud of smoke and dust. Inside, Tufu Zheng's voice was the loudest. "Gao Can, how's the piggery? Today, I heard that Butcher Zheng brought over 100 butchers over there. I don't know the details, but I heard about it when I was having lunch at the paper mill. Also, young Master Li Gan was in charge of more than 100 cauldrons at Tong Huifang." When Zhang Feng heard this, he could not help but be interested. He urged Gao Can to take a look at the piggery, but Gao Can did not want to. He pulled on the mule's reins and almost threw Zhang Feng off the mule's back down the mountain. "Headmaster, you are a scholar, so you can see blood. Besides, going to such a filthy place will only dirty your eyes." When Zhang Feng heard this, he could not help but be speechless. "Who told you all this bullshit?" Zhang Feng stared and said, "Tell me, who told you this?" "The village chief of Tong Huifang said it. Just this afternoon, when he came to bring us lunch, he said it." Gao Can directly betrayed the village chief. When Zhang Feng heard this, he instantly felt that the village chief must have drunk too much. If he was not there, he would have wasted a lot of things. One must know that the pig's body was full of treasures. Pig's blood, pig's liver, not to mention pig's kidneys. Those were all delicacies. Just a moment ago, when Zhang Feng smelled the overwhelming stench of blood, he knew that this thing had been completely ruined. Under Zhang Feng's insistence, Gao Can could only carry Zhang Feng to the entrance of the piggery. At this moment, inside the door formed by more than a dozen thick trees, one could see vague figures busying themselves through the fog. Pots and stoves built by a few stones were lined up on both sides of the shack. In the middle of the shack, there was even a wooden rack with a head of pork that had been cleaned and prepared to be cooked. The village chief leaned on his walking stick and squinted his eyes, watching the crowd. His eyes were already narrowed into slits, but when he saw Zhang Feng come in, he hurriedly pulled Zhang Feng out of the door. "Fengzi, how can you come to this place? It will dirty your body." When Zhang Feng heard this, he smiled bitterly. Meanwhile, the old village chief glared at Gao Can and said, "You fool, this old man already told you, you're not allowed to tell Fengzi. Did you turn a deaf ear to it? From now on, don't even think about getting a piece of pork to eat from here." Seeing the old village head venting his anger on Gao Can, Zhang Feng pointed at the stream that was dyed red with blood and said, "Old village head, you've wronged him. Look at this water. If this continues, in less than 3 days, this Shao mountain will be filled with the smell of blood within 100 li radius. How can anyone live on this mountain? Look at that side. As Zhang Feng spoke, he pointed at the downstream of the paper mill and said, "You can see that place. You also know how important that place is to me. Look, if you do this, won't my place be ruined?" The village chief originally wanted to argue, but when he heard this, his face changed greatly. He knew that place, and even in this piggery, there were only 3 people who knew about it. What was this? This was Fengzi trusting him. But at this time, when Zhang Feng said this, the village chief became anxious. Then what should we do? This is something that cost 3,000 guanwen to do. I was foolish. I will go and ask Jing Tufu and those bastards to dig a hole and bury the pig blood. Wait. Zhang Feng hurriedly pulled the village chief back. You don't have to worry about this. I will go and find Jing Tufu and the others. Also, this pig blood is also a delicious dish. If you don't believe me, you can find someone to get me a pot of pig blood. Wait, I will make a pot of good food for you to eat. The village chief was a little confused. This stinky pig blood can be eaten? Zhang Feng sighed. Who said this pig blood can't be eaten? Not only this pig blood, think about the pig intestines I sent you before. Wasn't there something black in it? That is pig blood. The village chief thought carefully and instantly realized. Because he had lost his teeth, Zhang Feng had been taking good care of him. When he came out with the soft pig trotters, the pig intestines, he would secretly give him some cooked ones to go with his wine at night. Every time, there would be a large piece of something black in it. He did not know what it was. Anyway, it was okay to chew. As he ate and ate, he felt that this thing was quite delicious. Now that Zhang Feng said this, the village chief came to a realization. Then, he fiercely stomped his foot, leaned on his walking stick, and shouted as he turned around, "Then according to what you said, damn blind Zheng, how much pig blood did you waste?" Chapter 717. Zhang Feng ignored the old village chief. He walked around the factory and instructed old he and the others on how to remove the stench from the pig's intestines. Then, he found a stove and asked someone to prepare the things he needed. At this time, Butcher Zheng rushed over with a butcher's knife in his hand. When he saw Zhang Feng, he hurriedly asked, "Feng Zi, I heard from the old man that this pig's blood is also good stuff?" The butchers behind Butcher Zheng widened their eyes and stared at Zhang Feng as they spoke. They had slaughtered pigs and sheep their whole lives. They had even slaughtered those precious cows, horses, and mules. But who knew that this bloody thing could be eaten? Under the old village chief's scolding, they finally could not sit still and hurriedly came to find Zhang Feng to find out what was going on. After all, if this thing was real, then they would really be wasting God's gift. However, it wasn't that they hadn't thought of this thing, but when they saw the bloody and stinky blood, they felt disgusted. However, everyone knew about Zhang Feng's abilities. Moreover, he was now the dean. How many things did the dean come up with before? Which one of them was not strange and strange? In addition, he had miraculously removed the stench from the pork. When everyone thought about it, they were instantly shocked. They put down the pig that was ready to bleed and hurriedly came over. When Zhang Feng heard that, he did not say anything. He only urged Gao Ken to start the fire. Then, under everyone's gaze, he boiled half a pot of water. Then, he sprinkled some salt and lime powder into a pot of bubbling pig's blood. Only then did he stir the pig's blood and pour it into the pot. Not long after, the water boiled. The pig's blood also magically turned from its initial purplish-red color to a dark brown color. On top of this blood, there were layers of blood foam floating. Zhang Feng gently removed the blood foam. Then, when the boiling water boiled again, Zhang Feng fished it out and sliced it in front of everyone's stunned eyes. Then, he casually took some pig's head and innards from the pork that had just been cooked and was waiting to be put into a big urn next door. In an instant, everyone in this pork food processing factory slowly gathered around to watch Zhang Feng personally cut the meat. Zhang Feng unhurriedly cut these things into slices. Then, he scooped a spoonful of lard and threw it into the red-hot pot. After that, he put the pepper, cinnamon, dogwood leaves, and other things into the pot. Only then did he pour all these cooked things into the pot and stir-fry them. In an instant, the numbing taste of the peppercorns and the spicy taste of the dogwood mixed with the fragrance of the meat magically caused the fragrance of the pork to burst out completely. It was a fragrance that no one had ever smelled before. Although they hadn't eaten yet, everyone's gluttony had already been aroused. Zhang Feng divided the meat and vegetables in the pot into 30 medium-sized basins before saying, "Come, come, come. Have a taste. This is good stuff." Only then did the old village chief arrive with his crutch. When he saw Zhang Feng cooking in front of so many people, he couldn't help but turn pale with fright. "Fengzi, you are the dean. How can you do such a vulgar thing?" Zhang Feng had a headache. He pointed at these things and corrected him, "Old village chief, you are wrong. This is money. Do you see it? Do you smell it? These are basins of money. Come, come, come. Have a taste, especially this pig's blood. Have a taste." While speaking, Zhang Feng pushed the old village chief forward. Regardless of whether he was willing or not, he handed him a pair of chopsticks and urged him to eat. "Boy, I used to be in this line of work. Don't say such things again in the future. Now you may think this work is a lowly profession, but wait and see how old he and the others can pry open the mouths of those rich people in Chang'an city with basins of delicious food within 3 hours." "Really?" The old village chief was still a little suspicious. Zhang Feng pointed at the vegetables in the bowl and said, "Why don't you try it first? Then you'll know." "Kid, I'm not boasting." Under the suspicious eyes of the old village chief, he slowly picked up a piece of pig's blood. In an instant, the old village chief narrowed his eyes and chewed slowly. As his cheeks slowly wriggled, the old village chief suddenly burst into a burst of exclamation. "Fengzi, old man has eaten your braised meat and the things in your tavern before. But what is this? How can it be so delicious when so many things are stewed in a pot?" Zhang Feng smiled but didn't say anything. He just looked at the crowd. Then he asked, "How is it? What's the difference between this and the braised meat today?" "Fengzi, if it were before, I would be worried that this braised meat wouldn't be sold. But now, old he, I can assure you with my head, this thing." Zhang Feng interrupted old he and said, "Let's not talk about this. Don't you trust my skills? Did you see clearly when I was cooking just now?" At this time, the crowd was busy eating. How could they have time to answer? They could only nod their heads desperately. Only then did Zhang Feng slowly walk out and said, "The pig's body, other than the fur and that plaything, is all good stuff. In the future, if you can't sell the things that aren't easy to sell, just use the way I cooked and serve the rest to the rich families in Chang'an." And the next day, everyone's expression froze. But Zhang Feng had already walked out of the food factory. Before he went far, old he hurriedly asked, "Does this dish have a name? Let's call it pig slaughter dish." Chapter 7:18. After Zhang Feng finished dealing with the braised meat processing factory, he hurried to the paper mill. Now, everything on the mountain was starting. Relatively speaking, although it was proceeding in an orderly manner, it still looked a little messy. Zhang Feng had no choice but to deal with the important things bit by bit. But even so, there were still problems everywhere. Fortunately, the slaughtering pig farm and the construction site on the mountain were basically handled by Li Qingqian. This gave Zhang Feng a chance to breathe. Originally, he thought that papermaking was the simplest and most labor-saving thing. But when Zhang Feng arrived at the paper mill, he couldn't help but black out and almost fainted. He saw that on the water mill in front of the paper mill, bundles of boiled bamboo were mixed with pine needles and birch bark. Little by little, they were ground into a juice-like substance. Originally, everything was normal. But when Zhang Feng saw that those people couldn't even pass through the sieve and just poured into the washing pool, Zhang Feng couldn't help but stop everyone. "Who told you to do this? Qian Wanli, you bastard, get out here." Although these things weren't worth much, once they were made, they would be worth a lot of money. Especially after knowing the price of rice paper, these buckets of paper pulp made Zhang Feng's heart feel like a knife was gouging it. Under Zhang Feng's angry roar, the dirty Qian Wanli hurriedly came out of the refining room. Zhang Feng grabbed him and pointed to the washing pool. He asked, "Who told them to do this?" "We are making paper, not carpet." "Didn't you see the formula I gave you?" Qian Wanli was stunned. Using a long wooden spoon, he stirred the lush green and milky-colored resin. In an instant, he scooped up a large pile of bamboo dregs and leaf dregs from the bottom of the pool. He couldn't help but feel a little disgusted. "Dean, I have clearly told them." "Who knew that it was fine just now, this?" Zhang Feng sighed and asked, "Who did this just now? Come out." As he spoke, more than 30 students and some craftsmen stood timidly in the courtyard. They looked at Zhang Feng's gloomy face, not knowing what to do. Zhang Feng pointed to the washing pool and asked, "Who did this?" Reporting to the dean, it was this little one. Under Zhang Feng's anger, a short craftsman timidly stood up. "Who told you to do this?" The craftsman panicked and said, "This lowly one used to work at Luozhou's paper mill. This lowly one used to do this." When young Master Qian mentioned it today, this lowly one said that this lowly one used to do this. There's nothing wrong with it. Zhang Feng felt a little dizzy. From today onwards, it doesn't matter whether you did it before or not. Do you understand? If anyone feels that there's a problem, you can leave immediately. During the construction of the paper mill, Zhang Feng specially asked Li Gan and Du Dabing to find some people who knew the process of making paper among the people who came up the mountain to help build the paper mill. At that time, he really didn't expect that there would be such a solution. But today, on the mountain, after hearing Yu Shinan's words and combining it with what had just happened, Zhang Feng suddenly realized a problem. If they wanted paper, they had to produce paper in 3 days. Those from the past couldn't be left alive. When Zhang Feng thought of this, he waved his hand to get everyone to continue working. Instead, he called Qian Wanli to the side of the paper mill. He pointed at the paper mill and said, "Wait, I will personally train these people. You have to remember every step of making paper. If you learn quickly, you will probably have finished paper by tomorrow. But for those with fixed thinking, none of them can be left alive." Qian Wanli was a little confused when he heard this. "Dean, how long did you say it would take to produce paper?" "Tomorrow at the latest, the day after tomorrow at the latest." SSS. When Qian Wanli heard this, he sucked in a breath of cold air. However, before he could speak, Zhang Feng interrupted him. "Don't be so surprised. If I tell you that once you learn all of this, you will be scared to death if you can produce 300 caddies of paper by tomorrow. This is the normal operation of the academy. Slowly get used to it. But there is one thing you have to remember. You don't have to work, but you have to keep your eyes fixed on it. You can't be careless, understand? 3 days, 300 caddies." Qian Wanli was a little dizzy, but more than that, he was excited. It wasn't that he didn't know the price of paper. If they could really produce 300 caddies of paper in 3 days, how much money would that be? That family was the one who opened the bank. After thinking about it for a moment, they were shocked by the astronomical number. No wonder the dean was angry. Damn it, who wouldn't be angry when it happened to them? It was 1,000 strings of coins for a caddy of paper. How much was 300 caddies of paper? At this time, he understood why the dean passed on the paper-making technique to him so solemnly yesterday. If the paper-making technique in the past was like picking up money, then the paper-making technique now and the money were like the leaves on the ground. Chapter 719. Just as Zhang Feng was carefully imparting the paper-making technique, Li Shimon's carriage swayed out of the Vermilion Bird Gate. He casually looked at the panicked people in Chang'an city and the faint smell of meat coming from the things they tightly held in their arms. Li Shimon was stunned. If it was only 1 or 2 people, it would make sense. However, as he looked, there were more and more people, and they were all poor people. They were like thieves, holding their bowls and hurrying away. On the contrary, the closer they got to the city gate, the more people there were. Li Shimin could even faintly see that those were actually meat from the places where they were tightly holding their bowls. Good heavens, where did this meat come from? Li Shimin ordered the Jinwu guards to stop a commoner. He wanted to buy the meat, but that person insisted on not exchanging it. With no other choice, Li Shimin got off the carriage and asked, "Where did you get the meat in your hands? Could it be that he stole it?" When the person saw that he couldn't get the meat, and Li Shimin said that he robbed it, he was instantly shocked. Looking at Li Shimin's expensive clothes, he was frightened and hurriedly said, "There is a lot of meat outside the city. The people in Tonghuifang are distributing meat there." Tonghuifang? Distributing meat? There was such a good thing? Wait. Tonghuifang? Li Shimin's eyes could not help but flash a touch of horror. Wasn't that where that brat Zhang Feng was? Didn't they all go up Mount E? In addition, there were 300,000 pigs going up Mount E yesterday. Could it be, "Let's go, quickly go out of the city"? Li Shimin was even more curious. As soon as he got on the carriage, he hurriedly ordered. How could the Jinwu guards dare to delay? The whip cracked in the air, and the horse also shook its hooves and ran wildly in Chang'an city. As the horses galloped, the aroma of meat in the air became stronger and stronger. In the beginning, the commoners were still a little secretive. However, once they left the Eastern market, there were groups of 2 or 3 squatting on the roadside and gnawing on their dirty hands. The closer they got to the city gate, the more things like this happened, and the more people there were. Even the garrison of Chang'an city, the patrolling soldiers, and the officers of the Chang'an local government also joined in. Li Shimin's carriage eventually squeezed out of Chang'an city. As soon as he stepped out of the door, Li Shimin was dumbfounded and a little annoyed. The guards stationed at the city gate didn't even care about the gate anymore. They were all lining up and smelling the aroma of the meat in the air. They were drooling as they looked at the dozen or so pots of meat that were burying on the other side of the moat outside the city. Seeing this, Li Shimin felt helpless. What was that brat Zhang Feng up to this time? This was too, however, Li Shimin just sighed and didn't really blame him. After all, when Li Qingxian did this, Li Shimin knew about it. If Li Shimin didn't step in, would Li Qingxian dare to do such a thing that humiliated the dignity of the royal family? Moreover, this was caused in Chang'an city. Li Shimin also felt a little guilty. He didn't know how it felt to not eat meat for 3 months, but among these people, eating meat once a year was already a luxury. Following the crowd, Li Shimin slowly walked out of the suspension bridge and came to Lao He's side. Only then did Li Shimin slowly get out of the carriage. Lao He and the others, who were distributing meat, also greeted Li Shimin warmly when they saw him. "Yo! Isn't this Lao Li? Have you eaten? It just so happens that the miracle doctor and the others are fighting to eat pork trotters. If you want, I'll pick a fat and tender one for you." Li Shimin was a little speechless. However, looking at Lao He couldn't say anything. He asked, "Did Feng do all this?" While speaking, Lao He had already washed a lotus leaf with water like a thief. Then, he handed the pork trotters and a pig's tail to Li Shimin while swallowing his saliva. He sniffed the tempting smell and said, "Actually, I shouldn't say anything, but this matter almost caused Feng to be in trouble. I'm not trying to sow discord between your young master and me, but you should do something about it. If Feng didn't meditate for the whole night, you might not be able to see Feng now." Li Shimin was shocked. He quickly asked, "What do you mean?" What could Lao He say? He pointed at these people and the pork trotters and said, "Do you know how many nights Feng stayed up for this? You don't know, right? Every night, I would get up to change the water for these pork trotters. Every night, I saw that the lights in Feng's room were never turned off. He spent the whole night researching this method to get rid of the smell of pork. Just take last night as an example. If it wasn't for the celestial phenomenon, perhaps. Sigh. Let's not talk about it anymore. Go up the mountain and ask Feng yourself." As Lao He spoke, he gave each of Li Shimin's entourage a piece of pork trotters. Then, he went back to work. On the other hand, Li Shimin looked back and saw that there were more people coming out of the city gate. There were also more people coming from outside the city after hearing the news. They held a stick in a big basin. They didn't even intend to let go of the soup in the pot. When they got it, they gratefully grabbed a bunch of wild grass by the river and jumped into the moat. They put some loaches, fish, and prawns on the river. Just like that, they squatted by the river and ate their family's food for the day. Li Shimin looked at the pork trotters in his hand and choked. He took a small bite. It was soft and fragrant. As soon as he got on the carriage, Li Shimin said coldly to Xiao Gizi beside him, "Tell the people in Jiangnan to speed up the transportation of grain." Yes. Chapter 720. Crackle, crackle. At the stall where old he and the others were distributing pork with great fanfare outside the city. In Chang'an city, the sound of firecrackers was heard continuously. In the sound of firecrackers, the red cloth on the signboards of the strange signboards named Chang'an Hotel, No. 1 Branch, White Deer College Branch, was revealed in front of the shocked eyes of all the onlookers. Those who were familiar with them would not forget that most of those shops belonged to the Crown Prince, Li Qingqian, Qingchumo, Zhang Sun, Chong, the Du family, and the Wei family. That was the most shocking thing. The signboards of those strange hotels were exactly the same. The only difference was that they were arranged in order from No. 1 branch to No. 2 branch. After the firecrackers stopped, the shop owners came out to greet the customers. All the old and young men of Chang'an city. Today is the opening day of our small shop. Everything is half price. I hope you can help us. As the shop owner's voice fell, everyone could not sit still. However, those who could enter were either officials or rich businessmen in Chang'an city. After all, the Crown Prince and the others were famous. Today was the opening day of their shop, so their eyes were very bright. If they did not go in to support them, it would be terrible if they came to settle accounts with them later. Everyone had no choice but to enter the small restaurant. On the one hand, they wanted to see what this strange shop was selling. On the other hand, they wanted to choose a side. Obviously, the Crown Prince was creating momentum. Moreover, they also knew what happened outside the city. The Crown Prince stirred up trouble in Shao Mountain and opened an academy. Everyone knew that. Now, he came up with such a thing. Who would not be curious? As soon as they entered the door. Just like that, he sat there steadily. In an instant, a manservant ran over with a tray in tow. "Gentlemen, what would you like to eat?" While speaking, the waiter put the tray in front of them. In an instant, the things on the tray made everyone's eyes light up. There were more than a dozen bamboo slices on the tray. The names of dishes were written on the bamboo slices. Moreover, they had never heard of these dishes before. Braised pork with soy sauce. Braised pork knuckle with soy sauce, stir-fried kidney, and so on. This left everyone dumbfounded. At the entrance of the most conspicuous Taihe Inn in the East Market, the manager of Taihe Inn, who was also an inner disciple of the chief minister of Taichung Temple, saw that the Crown Prince's restaurant had changed its appearance. He couldn't help but rush into the restaurant with gifts. The manservant seemed to recognize him and personally called the shopkeeper over. The shopkeeper cupped his fists and said, "I didn't think that shopkeeper's son would come to visit. You've really made my humble store shine. You're too kind. We're all people inside. It's only right that we help each other." Both of them knew each other very well, so they didn't waste any time on pleasantries and went straight into the topic. Manager's son pointed at the plates on the tray and asked, "What are these dishes?" The restaurant manager cupped his fists and said, "Please allow me to keep you in suspense. You and I are old acquaintances. Today's meal is on me." Hearing this, shopkeeper's son waved his hands. Although this person was an ordinary person like him, he was someone from the Crown Prince's residence. He had no way of establishing ties with him. However, he couldn't refuse to give face to him. Looking at the people watching from the entrance, he could only give up. Wine, beer. 3 bamboo tubes were served. After waiting for the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, shopkeeper's son's nose twitched. He couldn't help but lose his calm. The people watching from outside couldn't help but be attracted by the fragrance. They couldn't help but walk into the small restaurant. They casually ordered a few dishes that sounded pretty good. Then, everyone stared at the linen curtain in the kitchen. The dishes are here. A moment later, Fatty Zhou personally carried a large tray out of the kitchen. In an instant, shopkeeper's son hurriedly stood up and bowed to Fatty Zhou. Imperial Chef Zhou, why are you here? Imperial Chef Zhou? What's going on? Everyone was stunned. After Imperial Chef Zhou put down the dishes, he smiled and said, "Everyone, please don't be polite and don't take offense. The shopkeeper of this restaurant today is a relative of mine, and I have nothing better to do, so I came to help. All the servants here were trained by me, so there's no need to be polite. Come. Everyone, sit. Everyone who can come today, it's all on my head." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. The legend of Imperial Chef Zhou was well known. This barbecue incident was because of the rumors that Imperial Chef Zhou had a good master. After learning from his master for less than a month, he became an imperial chef in the palace. How could this be possible? The people trained by him, then, while everyone was chatting, the dishes were all served. But, seeing that Imperial Chef Zhou didn't say anything, no one dared to move their chopsticks. They could only smell the delicious food and drool. As expected of an imperial chef. The dishes made by him are simply. Compared to the dishes you made, everything we've eaten before is like pig feed. I don't know. Apart from this restaurant, I don't think it's possible to find such delicacies. Imperial Chef Zhou, what kind of meat is used in these dishes? Why do I feel that it's not any kind of meat that I know? That's right, Imperial Chef Zhou. Could I trouble you to tell me what kind of meat this is? Why is it so fragrant? It's not as dry as mutton, nor is it like any other kind of meat. Instead, when I eat it, it has a juicy feeling. Fatty Zhou rolled his eyes and said, "Do you really want to know?" When everyone heard this, how could they be willing? They hurriedly asked, "Please tell us." "Do you really want to know?" Fatty Zhou asked. How could they bear this kind of torture? They all begged. Fatty Zhou pointed at the door and said, "Do you know what happened outside the city today?" Everyone was stunned. Then, they looked at the delicately cut meat on the plate and two words flashed in their minds. Pork. This is pork. Chapter 721. How could they not know what kind of meat it was? However, none of them were as panicked as Fatty Zhou was. Instead, they began to carefully savor the taste of the food after learning about it. Manager's son narrowed his eyes and frowned. He tasted the meat for a long time before saying, "Imperial Chef Zhou, may I ask why this thing doesn't have the stench of pork? Instead, it has an indescribable allure?" Imperial Chef Zhou cupped his fists and sat down. He waved his hand and a chef instantly brought out a large tray containing the pig head meat. Imperial Chef Zhou didn't avoid arousing suspicion. He used a small knife to cut the meat piece by piece, then dipped it in the dipping sauce and threw it into his mouth. He then said, "I don't know. My teacher didn't tell me, and as a student, I didn't dare to ask." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. They all knew about the 300,000 pigs that went to Shao Mountain yesterday. But today, so much pork appeared in Chang'an. They couldn't help but feel puzzled. But thinking about it, they suddenly thought of an extremely terrifying thing. That was the Crown Prince. These stores were all the Crown Prince's businesses. Moreover, on the first day of opening, he actually called an imperial chef. This was something that ordinary people couldn't do. Only the Crown Prince could do it. Moreover, he said that the chefs in these stores were all personally trained by Imperial Chef Zhou. Did that mean that the things sold in these stores were almost the same? Then, some time ago, they heard that Divine Doctor's son went to White Deer College in Shao Mountain and didn't come back. Then, they heard that something happened to the dean of White Deer College. Jing Shu made a scene in Chang'an City. Then, the matter was left unsettled. After that, it was the 300,000 pigs and everything that happened today. Could it be that Zhang Feng was Imperial Chef Zhou's teacher? How could this be? This was simply unheard of, all right? Manager's son couldn't help but ask, Imperial Chef Zhou, may I ask if your teacher is the Dean of White Deer College in Shao Mountain, Viscount Zhang Feng, Lord Zhang? Fatty Zhou heard this and hurriedly stood up. His face was incomparably respectful as he cupped his hands towards the door and said, You're right. My teacher is Lord Zhang. Buzz. In an instant, everyone's heads exploded. Understood. Everything was clear now. Everything was clear now. Everyone suddenly thought of the Imperial Edict from before. Didn't the Imperial Edict already mention the skill of cooking? Now that they thought about it and looked at Imperial Chef Zhou's cooking skills, and then looked at the dishes that they had never heard of before, they suddenly felt that they were too short-sighted to have mocked the academy behind their backs. Once they thought of this, how could they sit still when they were basically businessmen? One by one, they took out their copper coins and prepared to pay the bill. It was over. Even if they had to sell their pots and pans, they had to let their children go to Mount Shao. This was simply, however, the shopkeeper glanced at everyone's money and remained unmoved as he said, Thank you, this shop does not accept money. Just as manager's son was about to hand over the money, he couldn't help but stop. Old Pan, what do you mean by this? Manager Pan of Chang'an Hotel smiled and pointed at a notice in the middle of the hall. This is the order from above. All the dishes and drinks will be sold according to grain. But we are all regular customers, and today is the opening day of the restaurant. So, I can't do anything about it. What kind of rule was this? 1 plate of grain for 1 dish? Although it sounded like they had gotten a great bargain, what was the price of grain now? They didn't even dare to think about it. Although the most common price on the market was 10 copper coins, 10 copper coins per dish was simply too cheap. If it was in the past, they would definitely eat until this small shop went bankrupt. But now, it was impossible. Everyone was lacking in grain, and the market had a price but no supply. This made them feel uneasy. It wasn't that they couldn't take out food. After all, they worked for the officials, and naturally, the officials wouldn't starve them. Moreover, as people who often mingled with the merchants, naturally, their families relied on their connections to store food. It was just that, but when they remembered that this was the Crown Prince's shop, they could only laugh and go home to get the grain. This kind of thing didn't just happen in this shop in the Easter market. Basically, the 70 or so Chang'an hotels that opened today all had the same rule. In a moment, the news spread like wildfire in Chang'an. Have you heard? The 70 or so Chang'an hotels that opened today don't sell money, they only accept grain. In a tea house, people gathered together to discuss this rare thing. A middle-aged man in fine clothes who had just entered sighed when he saw several old friends. In an instant, this voice attracted everyone's attention. Everyone had never heard of such a rare thing before. They hurriedly asked, Isn't this the shopkeeper of the tavern? Are you talking about the 70 or so shops that open at the same time in Chang'an City today? Hearing this, the middle-aged man stood up and cupped his hands in front of the crowd. Isn't that right? Today, a tavern opened next to my tavern, but the owner of this tavern is a mysterious big shot. So, I went there to show my support and get familiar with him. But guess what? I ate 3 plates of meat dishes and received 3 pounds of grain from him. But I heard that the dishes there were prepared by people from the palace. Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but be in an uproar. What? There's such a good thing? 3 plates of food for only 3 pounds of grain? But why does this shop only accept grain? Let's go and take a look. Chapter 722. For the entire morning, Zhang Feng had been busy with the papermaking workshop. After all, the construction of the academy was about to enter its final stage. Now that the main construction had been completed, only the final painting was left, as well as the layout of the roads and courtyards. Zhang Feng did not need to worry about these things. After all, other than the red paint, there was also the structure of the main construction. Even the firing of the cement and lime powder were basically done by the people of Tonghui Workshop, as well as Gan Ziyuan. This saved Zhang Feng a lot of trouble. Otherwise, Zhang Feng would have been driven crazy. However, seeing that the main construction of the academy was about to be completed, Zhang Feng was anxious to build up the reputation of the academy. Moreover, when attracting students, it was better to find teachers. Otherwise, when the time came, it would be embarrassing for the academy. Therefore, all of this was attributed to the paper-making technique. Once the paper was produced, Zhang Feng even thought about how to use the paper. However, after thinking about it, the paper was still too little. Just as Zhang Feng was lying on the recliner, thinking about whether to use primary school books as the basis for the textbooks, or to start with the standard Chinese alphabet. However, at this moment, Wei Shuyu, who was in charge of keeping watch, hurriedly knocked on Zhang Feng's door. Without waiting for Zhang Feng to greet her, Wei Shuyu said, "Lao Li is here." Without waiting for him to finish speaking, he heard a greeting from outside the door. As soon as Zhang Feng came out, he saw Li Shimin looking around the kitchen with his hands behind his back. He was still asking about the situation at the foot of the mountain. When he saw Zhang Feng come out, he laughed and said, "Today, Chang'an city can be said to be the most lively in more than a month." Zhang Feng understood what Li Shimin was talking about. He clasped his fist and said, "Now, your lifeless business has seen the light, right? Ha ha ha. Let's go, let's talk inside." Li Shimin laughed. Along the way, Li Shimin walked very slowly. Inside the palanquin, one secret report after another was delivered to him all the way up the mountain. These were all the changes that happened in Chang'an city today. That was not right. It was about everything in Chang'an city, including the business situation of the shops of the Crown Prince and the others, especially the impact of this incident on Chang'an city. Although the harvest today wasn't much, these 70 shops had already harvested at least 10 dans worth of grain in just over 2 hours. This undoubtedly made Li Shimin excited. Originally, he could only watch helplessly as the pig died. However, in the hands of Zhang Feng, not only did he eliminate the stench, but he also made it so delicious. Until now, when he thought of the braised pig trotters, Li Shimin couldn't help but salivate. Even Hunyang Mo whom he was proud of, couldn't help but like the latter more. Although it was a little greasy, wasn't that the nature of meat? Zhang Feng didn't say much. Anyway, he knew that Lao Li's purpose of going up the mountain today was nothing more than to get the pork agency right. After the two sat down, Li Shimin didn't talk nonsense. He asked, "Fengzi, I came here mainly because of the dispatch of troops. Now the troops have been dispatched, but when can we start to work on the weapons?" "Why? You're not a general, and you're not going to war. Why do you ask this?" Li Shimin was really stumped by Zhang Feng's question. Li Shimin's eyes flashed, and he hurriedly said, "Isn't it because Longjiedo, Guanyi Dao, and Tubo all have our businesses? I have to ask about this. Otherwise, if a war breaks out, it will be us who suffer, won't it? Besides, I also want to get your impenetrable shield and spear as soon as possible. Otherwise, if those Tubo people attack us, we have to have something to defend against them, right?" Li Shimin hurriedly corrected his words. Li Shimin really didn't want to send troops to help Tubo this time. He always wanted to do something. However, after hearing about Zhang Feng's magical training method, as well as these weapons, although he suppressed his thoughts, he still kept them in his heart. After all, if he could get these things a day earlier, to be honest, Li Shimin's dreams would be more comfortable at night. But Zhang Feng pointed outside and said, "You also saw what happened outside. I was dragged out of bed in the morning before the sun rose. How can I have time to do these things? At the very least, you have to wait a month later. You don't have to worry about this. Last time, your two subordinates, Old Yu and Old Qin, got the training manual from me. Those things are still useful for the time being, you don't have to worry about it." Li Shimin wanted to say something, but in the end, he couldn't say anything. He also saw what happened. Now that the mountain was in a mess, and Zhang Feng, who usually paid special attention to his appearance, was now covered in smoke and fire. Li Shimin couldn't say anything. He pointed at the kitchen outside and said, "What are you going to do with the one at the foot of the mountain?" "I saw dozens of people cooking braised meat in a big shed today." "Are these the ones outside Chang'an city?" Zhang Feng nodded. "Lao Li, next time when you do these things, you have to use your brain more. We've known each other for more than half a year. Look at how stupid you are. If I wasn't smart, my white deer college would be in big trouble this time." Chapter 723. Li Shimin knew what Zhang Feng wanted to say. She had covered his mouth long ago. Li Shimin also knew that Zhang Feng was purposely changing the topic. He could only sigh helplessly and not say anything else. He also knew that haste made waste. Moreover, the current situation had not reached the point where they had to fight. After all, they had gone to Tubo. As for when they would be able to return, it was hard to say. Moreover, Feng Zi had also said that there was still a month or so before they could start tinkering. Moreover, Yu Qigong's training method for the new army would only show results after a month or so of weather. Therefore, after Li Shimin sighed, he could only drop the matter. "Are you talking about yesterday's matter?" Qian really did go overboard with this matter. Li Shimin smiled and shook his head as he continued, "Last night, I heard that you almost had an accident." "No, you almost had an accident twice?" "What's going on?" "The first time was when you asked the old scholar to secretly brew wine for you. The second time was last night. You almost scared people to death." Zhang Feng also knew that he had gone overboard last time. He rubbed his nose and said, "Who told old he and Feng Zi to not understand what I meant? Moreover, if I let you have diarrhea for 2 or 3 days, would you be able to take it?" As for yesterday, I was comprehending the mysteries of heaven. Li Shimin could not help but reveal a look of disdain when he heard this. "Speak human language." Zhang Feng rubbed his nose and said, 300,000 pigs. You, Lao Li, also know what this means. If those stubborn old scholars knew about this, they would be deceiving their masters and destroying their ancestors. It would be an insult to the teachings of Confucius and Mencius. It would be an insult to the imperial edict. Lao Li, think about it for a moment. What does this mean? Once this matter is spread, the first emperor will be furious. If things don't go well, my head and the few of us will fall to the ground. Tell me, if this happened to you, wouldn't you be anxious? I'm thinking of a way. If something goes wrong, we'll all go to the guillotine today. Letting them worry for a night is already a light punishment. Who told your son not to use his brain before doing anything? Zhang Feng directly threw the responsibility to Li Qingqian. Who asked this brat to set him up? What Zhang Feng didn't know was that this matter was instigated by Li Shimin. His purpose was to show off in front of Zhang Feng, and then find out the method to create the invincible spear. Even if Zhang Feng couldn't solve this matter, Li Shimin had a way to forcefully calm this matter down. After all, currently, Shao Mountain was still under the banner of providing relief to the victims of the disaster. When Li Shimin didn't know that Zhang Feng had such a method, this pork could be eaten when he was hungry. At least, Li Shimin knew to add this thing in the porridge. As long as this gimmick existed, Li Shimin could calm this matter down. But he didn't expect that Zhang Feng could solve it so easily. Li Shimin suddenly felt that it was a little boring. Originally, he wanted to show off in front of this brat and get back his face, but now it seemed that, however, Li Shimin really had something to ask of him this time on the mountain. Feng, I met old he outside the city and he also ate the braised meat you made. I also saw that Chang'an city is basically now, whether it's the guards or the civilians, they are all fighting for this delicacy. Do you want to use this method to get rid of the 300,000 pigs? Zhang Feng shook the recliner with certainty and said while lying on it, Don't you know what your son is doing in the city? Of course I know this. If he dares to do this without my permission, his legs will be broken. Isn't that enough? Since you know it, you naturally know my purpose. You also know that I am a businessman. You also know how many pigs the Tang dynasty has made this time, so, how could Zhang Feng not know what Li Shimin wanted to do? He smiled faintly and said, Lao Li, I know the purpose of your visit today is to get this formula, right? Hey! What are you talking about? How can I be that kind of person? The main purpose of my visit today is to worry about you, isn't it? While speaking, Li Shimin waved at the door. Little Gizi hurriedly took 2 boxes wrapped in red silk from behind him and carefully entered Zhang Feng's living room. In front of Li Shimin, he said, Prince Zhang, this is the 300-year-old ginseng that my master has treasured for many years and is reluctant to use. And this, brother Zhang Feng, this is my precious treasure. It is also the preface to the orchid pavilion that I promised you last time. Since your academy has opened, as a brother, it is not right if I don't give you a decent gift. Come, take a look. Although Li Shimin was reluctant, he still took out the preface to the orchid pavilion and the 300-year-old ginseng. Zhang Feng did not care about the ginseng. At this time, his eyes were attracted by the red silk box that Li Shimin was reluctant to put down. He gently opened the 3 layers of red silk and saw a red sandalwood box carved with the 3 stars Fu, Lu, and Shou, as well as the teaching of Confucius and Mencius. In an instant, a scroll that was still wrapped in gauze appeared in Zhang Feng's sight. When he saw this, Zhang Feng also knew Li Shimin's purpose. Instead, he closed the red sandalwood lid and looked at Li Shimin and said, Lao Li, you are really awesome. You got the right to be my first agent in the Tang dynasty with this calligraphy. I have to be convinced. Chapter 724. Li Shimin really didn't understand the new words that popped out of Zhang Feng's mouth from time to time. When Zhang Feng said this thing, Li Shimin didn't even bother to ask. Anyway, the general meaning was that Zhang Feng was already considered to be the one to take care of this matter. Li Shimin stroked his beard and thought for a while before asking, what is this agency thing you're talking about? Zhang Feng had long known that Li Shimin didn't understand. Hearing his question, he immediately perked up. Let me tell you, the meaning of this thing is, get to the point. Li Shimin coughed and interrupted Zhang Feng's endless speech. Zhang Feng smacked his lips and sighed that he had met a bad person. Then he said, you also know that my academy is now gaining fame, so the name of the store must be decided by me. That is to say, you can partner with me, but this store, I don't care where you open it, but this name must be mine. Li Shimin thought for a while and asked, won't it be the same name as Li Gan's store? Yes. Li Shimin was a little speechless. Such a good thing was ruined by a store name. Not to mention other things, if you said you didn't know how to name it, you could just call it White Deer Hall or White Deer Building, etc. As for using Chang'an Hotel No. 1 store or White Deer College store, what was going on? Li Shimin felt a headache when he thought that the whole Tang dynasty would have such a name in the future. How shameful. Thinking of this, Li Shimin was a little speechless. He asked, can this name be changed? It's too much. It's too unpleasant, isn't it? Zhang Feng glanced at Li Shimin and continued, in fact, what I want to say is that you really don't know how to appreciate the coldness of this thing. Look, is this a place to eat? Li Shimin nodded. Zhang Feng continued to ask, then is this shop a branch of White Deer College? No. Li Shimin immediately shook his head. Zhang Feng was about to say something, but after Li Shimin's uncooperative words, all the words in his stomach were instantly stuck in his throat, unable to go up. Zhang Feng felt very uncomfortable. He smacked his lips and asked, no, what I mean is, do you not understand at all? Zhang Feng was speechless. Li Shimin nodded, then shook his head. What a joke. He knew Zhang Feng's character very well. This guy was a chatterbox. Without you noticing, he would spout out all the things you wanted to know. This was good, but it was easy to be led astray. Hence, Li Shimin learned to be smart. He wouldn't give you a chance to show off. Li Shimin shook his head. I don't understand. I can understand that the business is a partnership. But I don't understand if you want to use the name of the shop. Also, who came up with this name? Isn't it a little too unpleasant? No, but I think the name sounds pretty good. Besides, you'll be the one providing the shop and the cook, while I'll be the one providing the skills and the recipes for the braised meat and other things. This is a win-win situation. Do you know what to do? This means that you only need to provide a shop assistant who knows how to manage the shop and a few other servants. As for the chef, do you see the foot of the mountain? There's such a big food factory at the foot of the mountain. Everyone there is learning how to cook. When the time comes, I'll send these people to your shop for free. You'll be taking advantage of me. Do you know that? Li Shimin really understood now. So, after talking for so long, you just want me to work for him? Hearing this, Zhang Feng coughed. He didn't say anything. He pointed to the door and walked out of the room with Li Shimin. They went to the kitchen. At this time, although old He and the rest were busy at the foot of the mountain, the women and children of Tong Huifang, as well as the 7 aunties from Tong Huifang's neighborhood, had become the main chefs on the mountain. Although Zhang Feng didn't teach them, under the guidance of old He and the rest, as well as the old village chief, these people improved very quickly. After all, here, not only could they learn skills, they could also eat their fill. Their children could also do some work. If they were lucky, they could even enter the academy. How could they not work hard? At this time, they saw Zhang Feng come. Everyone stopped what they were doing and greeted him. Zhang Feng cupped his fist to everyone, then pointed to the pot in the kitchen where the sauce was boiling and said, "Look, smell loudly. This thing, not to mention Dr. Sun, even if I put the meat in front of you, if you can make the same thing for me, it'll be my loss, okay? This thing is the key to braised meat. It's also the essence. Don't look down on this small bag. This bag, even if you give me 1,000 taels of gold, I won't sell it. Now, do you think that I'm going too far?" However, at this time, Li Shimin's eyes were stunned by a layer of stone-like thing on the stove. While dealing with Zhang Feng, he asked, "Fengzi, what is this thing?" "This?" Zhang Feng was also stunned. Looking at the cement on the stove that Li Shimin pointed to, he said, "This is cement." Li Shimin was stunned. He asked subconsciously, "What? Cement? What is this?" The mud in the field. Chapter 725. Zhang Feng was also dumbfounded. He was almost amused by Li Shimin's words. However, Zhang Feng suppressed his laughter and said, "I don't blame you for not knowing this. But you can't think of the mud in the field, right?" Li Shimin knew that this kid was laughing at him again. His face stiffened. Seeing this, Zhang Feng didn't say anything else. He pointed to the smoky mountain not far away and said, "Actually, I chose this place for a reason. The reason is that this ore is produced here." "Or?" Li Shimin was dumbfounded. "Fengzi, tell me about this." "But shouldn't we deal with this first?" Zhang Feng pointed to the thing in the pot. Li Shimin slapped his head and said, "Then, we'll do as you say. But don't be stingy about the recipe. Don't burn anything that should be given to me. Give it all to me." Zhang Feng was overjoyed when he heard this. If Li Qingxian and the others were to do it, he would be a little worried. After all, this thing would delay their studies. However, if Lao Li were to do it, it would be different. This way, not only would it cover Chang'an City, but the entire Tang dynasty. By then, White Deer College would be famous. At this time, seeing Li Shimin like this, Zhang Feng immediately cupped his fist and said, "Then, in the future, you have to look for Du Daibiang and Li Gan to negotiate with them. As for the specific matters, although our friendship is here, brothers still have to settle accounts clearly, right? So this. How do you plan to do it?" At this point, Li Shimin couldn't help but be shocked. This was money, and Li Shimin would need it in the future. As long as Zhang Feng imparted his culinary skills, he would definitely make a lot of money in the Tang dynasty and even the whole world. That was why Li Shimin was so nervous at this time. Seeing Li Shimin as if he was facing a formidable enemy, Zhang Feng was speechless. "Come on, aren't we brothers? If that's the case, let's split it 50-50. "No way. You've only contributed one piece of technology. No matter what, I'll still get 70% of it. No, no, no. I spent a lot of effort to come up with this formula. This. Then give me my preface to the Orchid Pavilion. Li Shimin used his trump card, and Zhang Feng was instantly terrified. Alright, let's split it evenly then. After all, there are still many ways to earn money in the future. Zhang Feng could only admit defeat, but Li Shimin's next sentence instantly made Zhang Feng's hair stand on end. Feng Zi, why don't you give me the wine you asked the old scholar to brew? I'll make it for you. I promise to hire the best winemaker for you. When the time comes, this thing will definitely be more profitable than this braised meat. Think about it. You've already made such a heaven-shaking dish. How could you lack such fine wine? Don't you think so? Li Shimin fanned Zhang Feng's ears over and over again. Zhang Feng thought about it carefully and realized that it was indeed so. He couldn't help but squat on the pile of bricks outside the kitchen with Li Shimin. Li Shimin's saliva splattered everywhere as he talked. Zhang Feng died just like that. He was slowly led astray. Feng Zi, let me tell you. Fine wine goes with fine food. You should understand this principle, right? Look, you have such delicious food, but you're missing this. Fine wine. This is like a newlywed without a bride. Don't you feel bad? And this fine wine. Think about it. How many great scholars need fine wine to create heaven-shaking works? And the commoners also need such fine wine to numb their troubles. Tell me, you have such fine wine, but you're still hiding it. What is this? This is a crime of possessing a treasure. What if one day those great scholars find out that this fine wine was made by you, but you've been hiding it? What do you think will happen? Those great scholars will definitely condemn you in speech and in writing. Now that you've made it, they will only be grateful and think that you're a great talent. But if word gets out that you have fine wine here in the future, have you thought about the consequences? Li Shimin instilled the advantages and disadvantages of it over and over again. Zhang Feng was also dumbfounded. He really didn't think about this matter. The thing that came to Zhang Feng's mind the most was that if he could bring out this fine wine, his reputation would soar. Moreover, he would have the same reputation as wine ancestor Du Kong. Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a little excited. Lao Li, tell me, does this wine have any other abilities? Li Shimin heard this and knew that Zhang Feng was on the right track. He hurriedly put on a straight face and said, "Look at you. Where's your usual wisdom? Where's your usual shrewdness? Why did you forget an important thing?" Zhang Feng was a little confused. What thing? Li Shimin patted Zhang Feng on the shoulder with a smile and said, "You forgot your advantage, that is, this wine is unique. Last time, I even gave this wine to Lord Chang'an. I even heard that His Majesty was full of praise for your wine. Do you know what this means?" Zhang Feng shook his head in a daze. This means that once you plan to make this fine wine thoroughly, the Emperor will be very happy. Maybe he will even summon you to the palace in an instant. Zhang Feng was completely confused. He also became inexplicably excited. Li Shimin took the opportunity to say, "Think about wine god Du Kong. This time, your wine will definitely be regarded as the national wine of the Tang dynasty." Buzz. Chapter 726. Zhang Feng was a little excited. He really didn't expect that a little white wine could actually cause such a big reaction. It surpassed wine sage Du Kong. Involuntarily, Zhang Feng's heart was beating wildly. Then Zhang Feng looked around, grabbed Li Shimin's hand, and went into the house. As he walked, he shouted, "Zhu Zi's mother, hurry up and prepare some dishes for me. I want pork kidneys." Li Shimin looked at all this with a smile. He didn't stop Zhang Feng and just let him go into the house. For the first time, Li Shimin showed off in front of Zhang Feng. Li Shimin couldn't help but laugh wildly in his heart. As soon as they entered the house, Zhang Feng closed the door tightly. Then, he took out a jar of wine covered in dust from under the bed and sighed, "Lao Li, this is the last jar of wine that I deliberately collected. Whether it's in the pub, on the mountain or at the foot of the mountain, this is the last jar. When Li Shimin heard this, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Lao Li, now tell me, what are the benefits of this national wine? As soon as Zhang Feng sat down and poured a bowl of wine for Li Shimin, he couldn't wait to ask. Li Shimin wasn't in a hurry. He drank a mouthful of wine happily and said, the so-called national wine is specially provided by the royal family. Once this thing is pasted on, then your wine, even if it's inferior wine on the street, will instantly rise in status. Something that costs 1 copper coin can instantly skyrocket to 100 copper coins per caddy. You understand this, right? How could Zhang Feng not understand? This was the F*King brand effect. But what he didn't know was that this actually existed during the Tang dynasty. Zhang Feng continued to ask, what other benefits are there? What benefits? Li Shimin smiled. You have to know that once this thing appears in the royal family, let alone in the Tang dynasty, even if this wine is sold to other countries, this wine will not be sold at this price. You also know that your wine is sweet and strong. When Zhang Feng heard this, his eyes instantly widened like copper coins. He said, I understand. You mean, you want to directly sell this wine to the Turks, Persia, and other places, and use this wine to become the 4th largest export brand of the Tang dynasty? Li Shimin was a little confused. It's not about brands. Now, the tea leaves, silk, and porcelain of the Tang dynasty have basically become common commercial products. Every year, the Tang dynasty will buy a large amount of wine from Persia and other places, as well as a kind of Turk's horse milk wine, Tubo's Highland barley wine, and the wine of the Tang dynasty is called tragic. Li Shimin sighed and said, wine has always been an indispensable thing in life. Think about it, if the Tang dynasty and the Turks go to war, the trade route will inevitably pass through the Turks. At this time, the Turks are at a disadvantage because the Tang dynasty exchanged food for horses. Once the war starts, if they put something in the wine, Zhang Feng understood. He completely understood Li Shimin's ambition. He wanted to completely cut off the wine of the Turks and other countries, then replace Zhang Feng's wine, and then dump it to them. Involuntarily, Zhang Feng's mind became active. Just now, he was too excited and forgot a lot of things. At this time, when Li Shimin said it, he immediately understood. He couldn't help but be excited. Old Li, I'll leave this matter to you. I'll write you a letter later, and you can go and find the old elementary scholar yourself. But this thing, please don't tell anyone. When it's time to make the wine, come and find me. I'll give you something. Take it and put it in the distiller's grains. How about 3 days later? Li Shimin's eyes twinkled. But he also knew that everyone had something they wanted to keep. If Zhang Feng walked out of the corner, the loss would outweigh the gain. Li Shimin couldn't help but no longer insist. All right, since that's the case, it's settled then. Just as Li Shimin was talking, Zhu Zi's mother gently knocked on the door. Zhang Feng took the dishes and started eating with Li Shimin. While eating, Zhang Feng talked about the structure of the cement and so on in an exaggerated manner. Li Shimin was also shocked by Zhang Feng's description of the reinforced concrete. Fengzi, you said that the house can be built dozens of feet high? How is this possible? Even in books, they wouldn't dare to write like this. Where did you learn all this from? Zhang Feng definitely wouldn't tell him these things. Li Shimin couldn't help but be tempted when he thought of the project in Luozhou. Fengzi, this cement you mentioned, can it be produced in large quantities now? Zhang Feng shook his head and sighed. Not at the moment. After all, we have to wait until the academy is completely built before we can see the results of the cement. For now, we only know that its adhesion is very good. As for its resistance to pressure, I don't know. Li Shimin's figure instantly vanished, and he said, then, you have to take good care of this thing. If this thing of yours appears in the future, then it'll be able to make a name for White Deer Academy. Just like this braised meat and this fine wine. Zhang Feng was stunned when he heard about the fine wine. Li Shimin saw that the situation wasn't right and hurriedly said, today's matter is settled. I still have things to do, so I'll take my leave first. As he spoke, he didn't wait for Zhang Feng to reply and hurriedly left. Zhang Feng was left sitting there in a daze. When Li Shimin was about to disappear from sight, Zhang Feng suddenly came to his senses. He rushed out of the door and shouted angrily, "Lao Li, you're not kind. You actually tricked me." Chapter 727. But at this time, Li Shimin had already run away. Even if he heard it, it was not easy for him to get the wine from Zhang Feng. How could he spit it out? He could imagine that if he met someone like King Zhenla, once he took out such a good thing, he would gain a lot of face. What was this? This was the face of the Tang dynasty. On the mountain, Zhang Feng's roar instantly attracted everyone's attention. Wei Shuyu and the others, who had been paying attention to this place for a long time, hurried over and stared at Zhang Feng curiously. Then, they looked at the messy cups and plates on his table and the empty jar of wine. Chingchimo was unhappy. "Fengzi, look at you. We are such good brothers and you still want to hide the good wine?" However, Li Qingxian and Du Go were quite close to Zhang Feng. Seeing Zhang Feng's uncomfortable face, he asked, "Fengzi, what happened with my father just now?" When Zhang Feng heard this, he wanted to cry. He grabbed Li Qingxian's arm and roared with grief and indignation, "I've been tricked by your father." Zhang Feng's roar directly confused the 5 people. Li Qingxian hurriedly asked, "What's going on? We saw from afar just now. Didn't you two exaggerate? What's going on now? What's wrong? Go back and ask your father." "I'm crying, brother. This is the only thing I can leave for my son. Your father won't even let this go. He even set me up. Tell me, where can I go to explain my reasoning?" When Li Qingxian and the others heard this, they finally understood why Zhang Feng was like this. If it were someone else, they would really dare to help Zhang Feng get back at him. But who was that person? He was the emperor of the dynasty. Even if they were given 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to ask the emperor for justice. Wasn't this tantamount to courting death? They hurriedly comforted Zhang Feng. "Fengzi, look, isn't this for your sake? You like to hide everything. Look at such good things. Even we don't dare to eat and drink too much. We're worried that we'll drink it all one day. Tai Niu is right. Look, since we've known each other until now, other than the ones you gave away, how much of it has been drunk by us? This won't do. My father, my relatives, and servants have long been drooling over this wine. You can't blame Li Gan's father. Think about the difficulties of doing business. If he knows that you have good wine at home, do you think he should give it away or not? If you give it away, there are only a few jars. If you don't give it away, won't you be offending them? Fengzi, 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 Fengzi. Just say that you're begging Ouyang Xiu. If you directly give him a cart of wine, believe it or not, when he finishes the entire cart of wine, you don't need to say anything, he will naturally come to you and beg you to be his teacher. Do you even need to go through so much trouble to beg him? When Zhang Feng heard this, he was even more confused. But when he thought about it, he instantly exploded. At the end of the day, you're all in cahoots. So this isn't your thing, right? Get the F***ck out of here and get to work. What are you all standing here for? Don't you need to eat? When they heard this, they knew that Zhang Feng was in a fit of anger. They shrunk their necks and hurriedly left. Although Zhang Feng was a little annoyed at being tricked, Lao Li and the others were right about one thing. This wine was bound to be released. It was only a matter of time and the impact it would cause. If it was released together with the braised meat now, the impact would be maximized. Once the people accepted the braised meat and the simple dishes he made, the matter of the wine would be just as Li Gan and the others had said. Everyone had relatives. Once the news slowly spread, it would be meaningless to come out at that time. When he thought of this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but sigh again. Sigh. Damn it, I was too careless. But fortunately, the last core technique was still in his hands. As long as this thing wasn't leaked, even if the winemaking technique was leaked, they wouldn't be able to brew this wine. However, just when Zhang Feng understood the whole situation, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Li Shimin, who was leisurely sitting in the sedan chair and happily thinking about how Zhang Feng would fly into a rage, received a piece of news that made him extremely angry. Originally, he had come out this time to take a look at the school. On one hand, he wanted to see how the school was doing. On the other hand, he wanted to see what had happened to Zhang Feng. He had been hearing about White Deer College for the past 2 days, so he wanted to take a look. But he didn't expect that there would be an unexpected surprise. This could not help but make Li Shimin ecstatic. But just when he was still immersed in his excitement, he heard something that he didn't want to hear. "Master Li, something happened. I'm really asking for help." Chapter 728. Chang'an Drill Ground. It was originally set up in a secluded valley not far from the Shirley Slope. But after Zhang Feng went up Shao Mountain, Li Shimin set up the Chang'an garrison camp between Chang'an and Shao Mountain. This camp not only included the garrison, but also included the training of the descendants of the various officials in Chang'an, as well as the training of the imperial guards and city guards. But a few days ago, after Yuqi Gong received Zhang Feng's training manual, the lazy atmosphere in the camp suddenly became terrifying. Before this, everyone used the status of their families to say that they were here to train, but in reality, they were just here to stay for a period of time. After that, they could go back and do whatever they wanted. But this Yuqi god of plague got a bunch of wood from somewhere and the 3 army gods appeared in the camp at the same time. That wasn't the most terrifying thing. In these 3 days, the 3 demon kings got a bunch of stones and bamboo baskets from somewhere. At that time, everyone was still squatting in the corner, wondering what they were going to do. But 3 days later, which was last night, their end was here. Every one of them had to carry a 30-gene load and run 3 laps around Shao Mountain. If you didn't finish running, you wouldn't be given food. That was how willful and awesome you were. If you dared to object, you would die. At this time, the sun in the sky was scorching hot. Although they had been running all morning, they didn't dare to complain at all. Because the emperor was coming to inspect today. If the emperor were to see them being so lazy, the 3 demon kings might really break their legs. However, it had already been more than 2 hours. They had been running for more than 2 hours. The emperor wasn't here yet. Everyone was in despair. They were terrified. They thought the 3 demon kings at the gate were targeting them. In contrast to the soldiers' fear, Yuqi Gong and the other 2 looked at the gate and couldn't help but be puzzled. Yuqi Gong looked at Qin Xiong suspiciously and asked, "Shubao, are you sure the emperor said he would come today?" Qing Yaojin stroked his beard and looked at White Deer College in the shadows of Shao Mountain. Did he go to Feng Zi's place? It should be, right? Otherwise, His Majesty would have arrived long ago. The 3 of them looked in the direction of Shao Mountain and then looked behind them at the soldiers who were climbing, running, and jumping on various horizontal bars, rope ladders, or under nets. They could not help but sigh. "Feng Zi, you really have a way. Otherwise, I don't know how useless these bastards would be now." Qing Yaojin laughed, and then roared, "It's only been 2 hours, you can't take it anymore? Are you all cowards? Rise for me, Lao Tzu. If anyone dares to slack off, regardless of whether His Majesty comes or not, Lao Tzu will record your every move in detail. When the time comes, we'll let your Lao Tzu see what kind of playthings you are." Everyone, who was already exhausted, almost fainted when they heard this. Damn it. What kind of people were they? Do you have to tell your family about such a small matter? How are we supposed to live? Although everyone was very tired, they could not help but get angry when they heard that everything would be recorded. They gritted their teeth and worked hard again. Qing Yaojin and the other 2 looked into the distance and then looked at the sun in the sky. He smacked his lips and said, "I just heard that Zhang Feng is stirring up trouble on the mountain again. I don't know what those bastards are doing. I don't know what happened to the 300,000 pigs yesterday. Until now, no one has come to say anything, Dad." Just as the 3 of them were muttering, Ching Chimo rode his mule and galloped over from afar. The three of them immediately looked over when they heard the word Dad. Qing Yaojin glared at him. There is no father and son in the army. This is the rule. Did you King feed a dog? Carry 60 jin of weight for Lao Tzu and run 3 laps around Shao Mountain. He is not allowed to come back until he finishes. Qing Chimo, who was on the back of the mule, heard this. His eyes widened and he fell off the back of the mule. His expression changed greatly as he shouted, Dad. General Cheng, I am here to deliver food to the 3 of you under the orders of Master. Qing Yaojin heard this and snorted. When Qing Chimo came to his side, he asked, deliver food to the door? Didn't the Crown Prince bring 300,000 pigs up the mountain in the past? You should all know about this. Qing Chimo grinned and smiled foolishly. At the same time, he hurriedly unloaded the 2 wooden buckets on the back of the mule and opened the lids in front of the 3 of them. Instantly, a strong smell of meat wafted out, causing the 3 of them to stare so hard that their eyes almost popped out. Qing Yaojin did not even care about his son. He grabbed a piece of meat and started chewing. How could Yuchi Gong and the other 2 hold back? When they saw the gravy at the corner of Qing Yaojin's mouth, they also picked up a piece of meat and started chewing. It was as if Qing Chimo had long forgotten that he was good at the army. When the 3 of them were eating happily, Qing Yaojin wiped his mouth and shouted angrily again, damn it, it's a pity that we can't drink alcohol in the army. Otherwise, if we could pair it with Feng Zi's wine, that would be truly enjoyable. Alright, why don't we go up the mountain tomorrow to find him? Yuchi Gong finished a pig's ear and did not even bother wiping his mouth. He grabbed a piece of pig's liver and took a bite. As if he felt that the taste was not good enough, he spat it out and picked up another pig's ear. The 3 of them walked into the military camp as they ate. At this time, Yuchi Gong asked, Kid, did you see His Majesty on the way? Oh. I saw him. He went back and swindled Feng Zi's secret winemaking recipe from the mountain and ran away. Chapter 729. Prince Junla, Shiva, is here. Prince Junla, Shiva, is here. The moment Shao Gizi and the guards at the entrance of the political announcement hall, the officials in the court finally reacted. They couldn't help but be shocked. Prince Junla is here? And it's actually a prince? Could it be that His Majesty insisted on fighting? Amidst the confusion of the crowd, a handsome youth wearing a strange green robe with golden edges slowly walked into the political announcement hall. Behind him were 2 old men with white beards. Each of them held a yellow rosewood tray that was tightly covered by a red cloth. No one knew what was hidden inside. However, from the bulging part, everyone could faintly feel that this thing was extraordinary. As soon as Prince Junla entered the political announcement hall with 2 people, he respectfully put his right hand on his chest and saluted. Prince Junla, Shiva, is here to greet His Majesty the Tang Emperors. Li Shimin waved his sleeve, rise. While speaking, Shiva raised his head, took a tray from an old man behind him, and said, This is a letter of credence written by my father to His Majesty the Tang Emperors. I hope His Majesty the Tang Emperors can take a look. Then, Shao Gizi walked down the hall, checked the letter, and carefully presented it to Li Shimin. This was the 2nd letter Prince Junla sent to him. Yesterday, he received a letter from an envoy, but when he returned to the palace, he learned that Prince Junla had come. It seemed that Junla was really at the end of his rope. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent so many envoys this time and even let Prince Junla come in person. Prince Junla was equivalent to the Crown Prince, so it was conceivable that the Crown Prince would come in person. Sure enough. After Li Shimin opened the letter of credence, the contents of the letter had changed from the previous request to a plea. Li Shimin took a deep breath and asked without changing his expression, I already know about this matter, but you also know the current situation of the Tang dynasty. Therefore, I have to think about it carefully before I can restore you. Upon hearing this, Shiva bowed and said, Many thanks for your Majesty's benevolence and kindness. This humble one came here with the intention of my imperial father. My imperial father said that as long as your Majesty sends out troops, I will do my best to gather enough military supplies for the Tang dynasty. Not only that, I will also deduct 30% of the profits from the past trade. In the future, I, Zhenla, am also willing to sign a permanent vassal state agreement with the Tang dynasty and pay tribute every year. Hearing this, only then did everyone in the court become aghast. Permanent vassal state? Deducting 30% of the profits from all the past trade to the Tang dynasty? The poisonous salt was originally given to the Tang dynasty for free. In exchange, the Tang dynasty only needed to give them 10 caddies of poisonous salt. But in addition, there were other things, such as seafood, spices, fruits, and so on, which had a lot to do with. Since the establishment of trade and commerce with Zhenla, many people in the imperial court had participated in it. Some people even made a lot of money because of it. Although everyone was worried before, this business only affected the current situation. It would recover one day. But it was different now. If the emperor agreed to help Zhenla, and according to the emperor's current intention, it seemed that he had long wanted to help Zhenla, once he sent out troops, then, their interests would be maximized. Li Shimin also fell silent at this time. He slowly swept his gaze across the faces of the ministers in the court before slowly saying, "We know what you have said. However, you also know the current situation. If we blindly send out troops, what kind of consequences will there be? Therefore, we will give you an answer within 3 days." While speaking, Li Shimin waved his hand and said, "Send an order to all the government troops in South Jiandao, Lingnan, to be ready." Court dismissed. In Li Shimin's indifferent voice. Everyone had to suppress the doubts in their hearts and respectfully send Li Shimin off. After everyone left, Shiva glanced at the direction where Li Shimin left, and then winked at the 2 people behind him. He hurriedly left the political announcement hall and went to the Honglu temple. In addition to this matter, he came to the Tang dynasty this time for another matter. That was to visit Zhang Feng. When he was in Zhenla, he heard that Zhang Feng seemed to have opened an academy in the Tang dynasty to recruit talents from all over the world. The purpose of his visit this time was to find Zhang Feng. As for this matter, he was confident that as long as the Tang emperors were not fools, they would definitely send out troops. And he had shown his sincerity. He did not believe that the people of the Tang dynasty would not agree. As soon as he left the political announcement hall, Shiva told the 2 people behind him, "You 2 go back to the Honglu temple first. I'll go out for a while." An elder of the 2 asked worriedly, "Prince, it's not too late to go after you have a definite answer. After all, this is a big deal." Shiva was unmoved. He just used his eyes to signal the ministers who had just left the political announcement hall and said, "Look at their faces and think about what His Majesty the Tang emperors just said. You'll understand." While speaking, Shiva hurriedly followed the carriage that was picking up the ministers and disappeared from the sight of the 2 envoys. Chapter 730. In the Imperial Study. Wei Zheng, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Qing Yaojin, Yuqi Gong, and the others had been waiting here for a long time. After a while, Li Shimin hurried over. After seeing them, Li Shimin directly asked, "You all heard what Prince Zhenla said just now, right? Do you think we should send the troops or not?" Yuqi Gong hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Your Majesty, we must send the troops. If we don't, how will the countries that have submitted to the Tang dynasty see us? How will the other countries treat us? The salt we use now is basically used by all the people. If we don't send the troops, then the consequences, and the current situation is not a problem of whether to send the troops or not. The biggest problem is the Tang dynasty's attitude towards this matter." Yuqi Gong, Qing Yaojin, and Qin Xiong spoke one after another. In any case, what they meant was that they must send the troops, and they had no choice but to send the troops. And when the 3 of them finished speaking, Fang Xianling said, "The current situation is that the Tang dynasty can only send 50,000 troops, and 50,000? That's enough." Yuqi Gong waved his hand and interrupted Fang Xianling. He looked at Li Shimin and said, "Your Majesty, give me 50,000. If Zhenla is really in charge of the provisions this time, then this old general has a way to delay the war for 10 days. These 10 days are enough for this old general to send the news to the palace. At that time, your majesty will mobilize the troops of the various prefectures to help. This old general will definitely be able to kill all 300,000 Indian soldiers. This was the source of Yu Qigong's confidence. Although the other side had 300,000 people. But who was he? He had fought countless battles, big and small. If he could meet that brat before he left, he could learn a thing or two about military tactics from him. It would be best if he could get some impenetrable shields and armor, or a spear that could pierce through anything. Then, he would have the guts to lead these 50,000 men to clash with the Indian army. The crux of the matter was Zhang Feng. Li Shimin was thinking the same thing. After all, at this time, he also knew the seriousness of the matter. Once he broke his promise, let alone Zhenla, the Tang dynasty would lose the credibility of the entire business world. At that time, who would dare to do business with them? Therefore, the number of troops sent out at this time must not be small. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui wanted to say something, but in the end, they swallowed their words. At this moment, they were also aware of the situation. Li Shimin saw that no one was speaking. He said, "Then, gather all the generals. I want to see your military plans before tonight." As he spoke, Li Shimin's expression became slightly better, and he left. "Farewell, your majesty." After they sent off Li Shimin, Du Ruhui stopped Yu Qigong and said, "General Yuqi, this time the army is of great importance. Even if the Tang dynasty added the government soldiers, how many people can we send out?" Yu Qigong rolled his eyes and said, "What do you mean, General Du?" "What do I mean? Old man, let me ask you. You should know that this matter with Zhenla is probably a test by Tubo and India against the Tang dynasty. Are you so sure that 50,000 people can fight against 300,000 soldiers? What if they fail? Won't the Tang dynasty lose face?" Yu Qigong finally understood Du Ruhui's meaning. He glanced at the expressions of Fang Xianling, Wei Zheng, and Zhang Sun. Yu Qigong and the other two laughed. Qing Yaojin patted Zhang Sun Wuji on the shoulder and said, "Brother, don't worry about this. Do you still remember the invincible spear that Fengzi once said?" Wei Zheng and the others heard this and couldn't help but become angrier. The civil engineering on Fengzi's mountain hasn't finished yet. Do you think Fengzi has the time to do that? Don't you think about it? Now that you've blindly told the emperor this, old man, let's see how you deal with this. Prime Minister Wei, don't worry. Qin Xiong cupped his hands and said, "Have you heard that little brother Zhang Feng has a military knowledge that is more magical than Sun Tzu's art of war?" Hearing this, the expressions of Zhang Sun Wuji and the others instantly froze. They did know about this. But they didn't know that this thing had become a stabilizing force for someone like Yu Qigong. What on earth was this so-called military knowledge? After the emperor and Qing Yaojin learned about this matter, they also knew about what happened in the Chang'an garrison camp. After all, some of their sons were there, and most importantly, their sons were basically by Zhang Feng's side. How could they not know? It was just that they always felt that what Zhang Feng said was just a battle of words. But they didn't expect Yu Qigong to say such things at this time. However, Yu Qigong didn't explain much. As soon as the three of them left the imperial city, they cupped their hands and said to Fang Xianling and the others, "I'll go back to the camp first. Please go and give the order to gather quickly. How about we discuss this matter in my mansion tonight?" Wei Zheng and the others couldn't say anything but cupped their hands. "Okay."